This is Audible.
For Real, Helping Children Remain Their Authentic Selves in a Limiting World. Written by Alexander Kopelman. Narrated by Marcos O'Rourke. A warm welcome. Let us start our journey together through the exploration of authenticity with a warm welcome. In my time working with children, parents, caregivers, and educators, one of the most delightful and powerful practices I have learned is that of opening all our interactions with a warm welcome and concluding with a good goodbye. Leslie Koplau, LCSW, the founding director of the Center for Emotionally Responsive Practice at Bank Street College of Education, introduced me to this practice a number of years ago, and ever since, I have loved its quiet insistence that on entering a conversation, we acknowledge each other's humanity. So, allow me to begin by saying thank you. This work is deeply meaningful to me, and I am so grateful to have the opportunity to share it with you as you invest your time and energy into thinking about how to support children in exploring and developing their authentic selves. Since our time together will be very much a conversation, I suggest you get a notebook and something to write with. You might also want to gather some art supplies if you would like to explore a fuller range of creative expression in the activities we will do together. I encourage you to use the notebook as a tool for reflection as you work through the book. You can then use it as your personal For Real workbook as you begin to use your insights to support the children in your life in embracing their authentic selves. The book is designed to guide you through a process of self-discovery as a means of understanding and modeling authenticity for children. Through hands-on activities, deep reflection, inspiring examples, and a rich trove of information, you'll explore what it means to be for real and why it matters. As you learn to listen to your own inner voice with more care and compassion, you'll also gain tools to help children honor and trust theirs. Now, for our warm welcome question, what was your favorite food when you were a child? I invite you to spend some time traveling back in your memory to picture, taste, and smell the food you loved. Experience the feelings you had while eating it. Tell yourself a story of a time you remember particularly enjoying this favorite food. How old were you? Where were you? Who were you with? As you enjoy the memories, make some notes in your notebook. Here is what came to my mind in response to the question. I lived in what was then the Soviet Union in the 1960s and 1970s until my family immigrated to the United States when I was 13. We were never hungry, but what we had was usually just enough of the basics. So my favorite food was pretty much any food that I could eat to my heart's content, with a few exceptions, such as buckwheat. I have lots of memories of special meals where I stuffed myself on my grandmother's meat pies, or on summer fruit, or on birthday cake. Among these memories, one stands out as particularly precious. The whole family was gathered at the long farm table on the stained glass porch of the summer rental my parents scraped up for to get us kids out of Moscow for a few weeks in the country. Sour cherries were in season, and we were making cherry dumplings. It was a day-long process of pitting the cherries, sugaring them, making the dough, rolling it out, cutting it, shaping the dumplings, boiling them, and finally eating them with sour cream and sugary cherry juice. The dumplings were fantastic, and I could eat as many as I wanted. But what made this occasion so special was that we all cooked together, spending the day as a family engaged in preparing and enjoying a summer feast. What's lovely about warm welcomes is that they do not have to be profound. Sharing something as simple as our favorite foods allows us to make contact with each other's lived experiences, to glimpse the human beingness of the people we are with, and to enter into community. I encourage you to try a warm welcome the next time you are with a group of people you are comfortable with, family, friends, trusted colleagues, or children in your care. Our practice is to pose a simple question, such as, What is your favorite pizza topping? And then to answer it first to give people time to think and to offer a model. You might want to mention that there are no wrong answers, especially if you're doing this with kids, and that we don't yuck each other's yum. Since a warm welcome is an invitation into community, it is important to acknowledge when the community time comes to a close with a good goodbye. Again, a simple question is all you need. Here are a couple of ones I like. What are you looking forward to most tomorrow? If how you feel right now were a color, what color would it be? While these may seem like trivial questions, you can go quite deep with them, getting to know yourself and others in a meaningful way. For Real is about the journey of authenticity and both the small and the bigger questions in our lives and the lives of the children we parent, teach, or work with. Our time together is just beginning. I hope you feel welcome every time you pick up the book and that the work we do within these pages is the start of a deeper relationship that leads to a large, engaged community of people passionately committed to helping children build and sustain lifelong friendships with their innermost selves. AK, New York City, January 2024. Introduction. For me, the search for authenticity began with having to pee. Badly. I was in a meeting of the management team of Girls Incorporated, the national nonprofit dedicated to inspiring all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. It was about a year since I had joined the organization as the Director of Marketing and Communications, and I had come to know and respect my colleagues in senior leadership as thoughtful, dedicated people. And yet, I was too embarrassed to get up and go to the bathroom. This wasn't exactly new for me. I grew up in a household where bodily functions were vaguely shameful and extremely private. My sister and I were taught to go to the bathroom if we had to pass gas, so I was well acquainted with some of my hang-ups about toilet habits. As the minutes dragged on and the pressure in my bladder increased, though, a glimmer of something new began to form for me. First, I realized that I was so uncomfortable, I was no longer able to follow the conversation, never mind contribute to it. I wondered what the people around the table made of that, since I generally took an active part in our discussions. And now that I thought about it, I wondered whether, given what I had come to know about these people, they would really care if I got up and went to the bathroom. I decided to take the risk, and quickly and quietly left the meeting. When I returned several minutes later, there were no silent, disapproving stares. The meeting continued, and I was able to rejoin the conversation once I caught up with the agenda. Afterward, there were no jokes, winks, or nudges. Everyone just went back to work, as if nothing had happened. Much to my relief, I realized that nothing had happened. I had just done what all of us do several times a day, the entirety of our lives. The rest of the day was busy, and I filed this new insight away for later consideration. On the subway home, I looked at the other people in the busy car and was suddenly curious about how they felt about going to the bathroom, and then about how they felt about being human out in the world. What aspects of their being did they worry about or feel ashamed of? What parts of themselves were they afraid to let others see? I had been involved in men's work for about 3 years by this point. First attending an initiation weekend created by the Mankind Project, and then participating in a weekly men's group. I had sought out this work because I had felt that I did not know how to be a man. I hadn't gotten the instruction manual. I discovered on the second day of the weekend that I was actually ashamed of being a man and had worked hard in group to let go of that shame. On the bumpy subway ride uptown with the fresh memory of how embarrassed I had been to get up to pee, I began to comprehend that not only was I ashamed of being a man, I was ashamed of being me. The following week in group, I shared this new realization. A number of other men talked about their own struggles with feelings of shame and fear of being seen. I looked around the circle of accomplished, intelligent, generous, soulful men and got angry that they felt they had to hide. Here we were, in our 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, sitting on the small wooden chairs of the schoolroom in which we met, working so hard, week after week, just to feel comfortable in our own skins. How did this come to pass? It was the classroom itself that suggested the answer. In the form of a song, "You've Got to Be Carefully Taught," popped into my head. And I thought back to all the ways I had been taught to be ashamed of who I am. At home that evening, I looked up the lyrics. As I read the words of the Rodgers and Hammerstein South Pacific song, I reflected that learning to be afraid of others, which is what the song is about, begins with being taught to be afraid and ashamed of the otherness in ourselves. I imagined the circle of small chairs again and had an epiphany. As adults, to be comfortable with ourselves, most of us have to unlearn what we are taught about ourselves as children. What we need, I thought, is a way to help children feel comfortable with themselves throughout their childhood, into adolescence, and into adulthood. At the time, I had no idea how to do this, but I had the seed of the vision, and I made a promise to myself that one day I would find a way to bring it to life. It took 10 years for that seed to germinate into an actionable plan. It, too, was inspired by what I had experienced in the men's group. Over the years, I had seen how sharing our stories with each other transformed and freed us, allowed us to settle into ourselves. Stories were the key. What was necessary was a structured way to encourage kids to share their stories. The breakthrough was the idea to tap into children's innate creativity by offering them a wide variety of creative expression. Anything from drawing and painting to cooking and sewing, as a means of sharing parts of themselves and learning about who they are. A group of people who were excited by the idea came together as a founding board of directors in 2010, and the Children's Arts Guild was born with the purpose of helping children master the art of growing up. A brief aside here about language. In our culture, the word art has lost most of its broader meaning to focus on the expressive arts. That's a shame, since the narrow meaning obscures the creativity, learning, and skill inherent in the art of living. From the start, the Guild has aspired to help children and the adults in their lives embrace the notion that there is an art to being ourselves. Although experts had been sounding alarms about the many ways boys were struggling in our society, few places were addressing the negative effects of gender socialization on boys and their social-emotional needs. Our first priority, therefore, was to create an after-school program for boys. We started with a group of 7th graders on Manhattan's Lower East Side. The boys were exuberant and eager to experiment with projects, materials, and games. Sitting in circle to reflect and share was a very different proposition, not surprisingly. There was either horseplay or silence. That changed one afternoon a few months into the program. It was a sunny day, and we were in the schoolyard playing kickball. One of the boys was surprised by a hard ball to the stomach and doubled over. A couple of the others laughed. The boy who had kicked the ball yelled, "What? Are you going to cry now?" As facilitators, this was the kind of opportunity for conversation we were always listening for. We asked the boys to gather round. Once we were all standing in a circle, we asked, "When is it okay to cry?" There was a lot of shuffling of feet and looking down. There were a few attempts at jokes and uncomfortable laughter. Mostly, there was silence. And then Aaron, a gangly, reserved boy, said, "I cried when my mom died." Something shifted inside our circle, as if the quality of the air around us had changed. We all looked at Aaron and at each other. We had entered a new place, a space where it was possible to lay aside all the protective gear, at least on occasion, and show up as ourselves, to be real. In the coming months, the trust in the group continued to grow. It became more than just a place to hang out and have fun. The boys began to bring more of themselves to the program and to share parts of their lives through conversations in our circles and through the projects we did together. What they created from week to week was a safe and supportive community. At the end of the year, completely unprompted, the boys told us that they wanted to continue the program in the fall. We knew then that we had hit on something special. We continued to experiment and refine the program, working with boys of different ages in a variety of school settings. In time, we created an after-school hub in a public school in the East Village, attracting families from the surrounding neighborhoods. Once well established in this location, we launched a parallel program for girls. It too flourished. As we worked with children, listened to their stories, and helped them learn to listen to themselves and to each other, we began to see deep transformations taking place. Here is how one boy described his experience in the program to a large group of adults who had gathered at an event to learn about the Guild. My name is Andre, and I'm in the 6th grade. I've been going to Boys Arts Express for over 3 years. When I first started, you won't believe this, but I would hide and stay away from other kids. I hid behind boxes and whiteboard easels. I was afraid of what the other boys would think of me. I like things that many people consider girl things. I like a lot of different kinds of games and toys, but I knew I was different. After a while, I noticed that kids in my after-school group appreciated me for who I am, no matter what I liked. It became like a second home because I felt safe. It was through the stories we told each other, the activities we did together, like building, woodworking, drawing, cooking, weaving, and more, that we got to know each other for who we are. I am very lucky to have this wonderful program to help me be proud of who I am. Without it, I would probably still be hiding, afraid of what others think. Thanks to Boys Arts Express, I'm standing here, speaking out with more confidence than I could have imagined. In response to what we were learning from children and their families, we refined and deepened our mission. We embraced the idea that the Guild was helping children transcend limiting expectations and explore and develop their authentic selves. 5 years into the life of the organization, we wanted to share what we had been learning and began to develop a more systematic understanding of authenticity in children's lives and their development. With a generous grant from the Novo Foundation, the Guild convened a first-of-its-kind conference on children and authenticity in the fall of 2016 at Teachers College, Columbia University. The conference brought together educators, parents, academics, philanthropists, and business leaders. With the guidance of experts in a wide range of disciplines, participants explored fundamental questions such as these. What do we mean when we talk about authenticity? What is the personal, social, and economic utility of authenticity? How does socialization affect children's relationships with their authentic selves? How do we as a society support children in developing the tools necessary to understand and value who they are throughout their lifetimes? It proved to be a profoundly moving conversation. I had never attended a conference that had such a broad spectrum of speakers from a vast array of professions, organizations, and life experiences who shared the uncovering of a reality that both children and adults deal with their entire lives, said Dr. Mary Jane Krebs, then Associate Dean of the School of Education at St. John's University. We were engaged in a rich exploration at an intimate level of the most basic of human goals. All along, while working with children, we had been speaking with the adults in their lives, parents, educators, and other caregivers in presentations, workshops, and publications. The consensus that emerged at the conference was that to support children's authentic development effectively, it was essential to engage the adults in their lives directly. In the course of 2 follow-up conferences, the Guild continued to engage a growing community in a discourse about the role of authenticity in education and children's development as lifelong learners. Out of this conversation evolved the conceptual framework for authenticity in the classroom, a suite of programs designed to support educators in bringing in authenticity focused to their learning communities. As one participant described, authenticity in the classroom programs are designed to help educators understand and be there for their students by learning how to tap into their inner selves and do authentic work. Teachers and administrators embraced this innovative approach and recognized its potential to help children give meaning to what they are learning and to build inclusive, safe classroom environments. With authenticity in the classroom as inspiration, we went on to design Artful Parenting, a program to help parents and caregivers support children's authentic development and strengthen communication and mutual understanding. As adults, we tend to connect instinctively with the idea of supporting kids in discovering who they are and developing the tools to grow into the people they want to be. Through our work with children and the adults who care for them, the Guild has learned that fostering authenticity in children is a powerful way to help them thrive. In an interview with Psychology Today, Dr. Michael Kernis, a social psychologist who pioneered the study of authenticity, explained that we each acquire a mixed set of shoulds, oughts, and have-tos while still too young to process them. They are neither fully conscious nor deeply considered, but are acquired through convention and the expectations of others. Getting beyond these arbitrary strictures often demands the kind of soul-searching that most of us put off or avoid entirely. Kernis highlights why it is important and the deep impact of our understanding of these expectations, writing, "In fact, much of the work that people do in cognitive and behavioral therapy is to hold such beliefs up to the light and examine where they came from. A necessary step to resolving the anxiety or depression they typically create, and that drive people to seek help. Authenticity is correlated with many aspects of psychological well-being, including vitality, self-esteem, and coping skills. In their study of authenticity, Dr. Kernis and Brian Goldman, PhD of Clayton State University, found that a sense of authenticity is accompanied by a multitude of benefits. People who score high on the authenticity inventory developed by Kernis and Goldman are more likely to respond to difficulties with effective coping strategies rather than resorting to drugs, alcohol, or self-destructive habits. They often report having satisfying relationships. They enjoy a strong sense of self-worth and purpose, confidence in mastering challenges, and the ability to follow through in pursuing goals. If you want your kids to have certain values, Warren Buffett said in response to a question at the 2023 Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, it's important that you live those values. As adults, we cannot just talk to children about authenticity. We have to model how to show up authentically in the world and how to go about developing the tools to do so. For real, helping children remain their authentic selves in a limiting world offers a practical, hands-on approach for doing just that. Distilled from our experience with building and implementing authenticity in the classroom and artful parenting, and informed by our work with children, the book is designed to give you a framework for discovering what authenticity means to you, tools for self-reflection, activities for engaging children, and ideas for self-care techniques for yourself and your kids as you do this work. Practicing authenticity is not an intellectual exercise. It requires that we engage fully with our minds, emotions, bodies, and spirits. In Chapter 1, you'll get an introduction to our framework that supports the practice of authenticity, being whole. To help you bring your whole self to learning, each chapter opens with an exercise designed to encourage you to experience how the subject covered in the chapter expresses itself in your life. Throughout, we will be doing some deep work of reflecting on our childhoods, trajectories through life, challenges, and joys. Both uplifting and difficult emotions are likely to come up. Be loving and empathetic to yourself. If you touch a wound, reach out to a close friend or a professional therapist. If you discover something wonderful deep within, share it with someone you love. In each chapter, the hands-on experience is placed in context through presentation of research and interviews with practitioners, experts, and children. Every chapter concludes by exploring how you can share these ideas with children, suggesting how to use the opening activity and others like it with kids. These suggestions are designed to address the specific needs of parents, educators, and other caregivers. The world feels to be in a particularly precarious place at the moment, raising existential questions for us as individuals and as a society. People engaged in caring for children are keenly aware of these questions, since they not only have to grapple with them personally, but also feel the responsibility for preparing children to confront them. Childhood is not a rehearsal for adulthood. It is its own precious part of life, worthy of reverence in the here and now. Carla Shalaby, the author of the remarkable book Troublemakers: Lessons in Freedom from Young Children at School, told me in a conversation we had in 2024. Yet too often our institutions, schools, communities, and even families treat children as unfinished versions of themselves, constantly preparing them for some imagined future. In doing so, we violate their right to be seen, valued, and loved as their whole selves today. Our hope is that For Real will offer you hope and encouragement by giving you the necessary tools to support the children in your life to feel secure in their understanding of themselves as they go about the essential work of answering the big questions in their lives. The Fundamentals of Authenticity, Chapter 1. What's authenticity and what is it to me? Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Authenticity is the alignment between our inner selves and the personas we present to the world. It is a subjective process tied to well-being, motivation, and relationships. It is not a fixed characteristic, but an ongoing practice of self-discovery and expression. Practicing authenticity supports psychological health and provides children with tools to know and value themselves. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Engage in self-reflection through self-portraits. Practice being whole. Be a witness to your full self. Be honest about strengths and struggles. Be open to growth. Be loving toward yourself. Be expressive of your inner truth. The best way to begin to think about authenticity is to consider how it operates in our own lives. As I said in the introduction, we cannot just talk to children about authenticity. We have to model how to show up authentically in the world. To do that, let's start by creating a couple of self-portraits. Don't worry, this exercise does not require any special artistic skills, just a willingness to do some honest self-reflection. Turn your attention inward and picture yourself engaged in an activity that helps you relax deeply. Maybe it's a soothing bath, or an invigorating walk in the woods, or playing music, or cooking, or a spiritual practice. Let yourself experience that sense of settling into the deepest, most private inner space. Take a few moments to enjoy the feelings and sensations of being in your inner sanctum, and then begin to consider who you are in this place by answering the questions below. Use your answers to create a portrait of your innermost self. You can use the paper doll cut out below as a model, or make your own creation in a notebook, on paper, or even on a digital canvas. It can be visual, written, or both. What gives you purpose? What makes you feel most alive? Whom do you love? Who are your people? What do you speak about? What do you leave unsaid? What are you afraid of? What do you hope for? How do you use your money? How do you use your time? What is most important to you in your life? What will you not compromise about? How do you want people to remember you? Take your time. Enjoy this opportunity to be with yourself and to explore your inner landscape. When you are ready, return your attention to wherever you are at the moment. Pause, stretch, walk around the room, Get some water and a snack if you like. Now, focus on an activity to which you bring your everyday public persona, the self you present to the world most often. You might picture yourself at work, or chatting with neighbors, or shopping for groceries, or taking a class, or attending a family function. Allow yourself some time to feel whatever shifts may be taking place in your emotions. Notice any thoughts that come up, as well as any physical sensations. Then, answer the same questions to make a portrait of this public self. Again, take a break when you are done to give yourself some rest and the chance to return to a more neutral inner state. At this point, you can choose to continue with the activity if time permits, or step away and come back to do some reflection later. Once you are ready to proceed, consider the two portraits side by side. How are they similar? In what ways are they different? How do you feel when you look at each one? Now, move the portraits to represent physically how similar or different they are from each other. Consider the relative position of the two portraits and the distance between them. Are they pretty close or very different and therefore far away from each other? How do you feel when you think about this space between your inner sense of yourself and the person you present to the world? What experiences and beliefs have shaped the relationship between the inner self and the public self? This exercise is designed to help you touch the reality that we all live with multifaceted selves and that authenticity is not a constant, but rather something we can aspire to and practice. Make some notes about what thoughts and feelings have come up as you have gone through the activity. This will help guide you in creating your personal definition of authenticity as we explore its dynamics and the forces that shape our relationship with it. So, what is authenticity? Early in my time working at Girls Incorporated, we did some research with girls to understand how they related to the organization's mission of inspiring all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. One of the questions we asked was, what is self-esteem? A 9-year-old girl in one of our focus groups in Tennessee lit up as she raised her hand and said, self-esteem is when you have hot steam on the inside. I love the poetic clarity with which she captured what self-esteem feels like rather than trying to explain what it is. Authenticity, just like self-esteem, is much easier to understand in terms of how we experience it. Samuel, a 10th grader from Nebraska, describes it like this. Authenticity to me is when I feel free, like when I'm riding my bike and my favorite song is on the speaker. I'm not worrying about what anybody is going to think. I am just doing what I love to do. Can't you just feel it? That sense of being at ease in one's own skin? It's wonderful. And yet, it is not all that useful if we are thinking about how to help young people develop an understanding of their innermost selves and build the skills to live authentic lives. A total solar eclipse was visible in a large part of North America on April 8, 2024. In New York City, we expected to see the moon cover 90% of the sun. It was a mild day, and equipped with eclipse glasses and pinhole projectors, my wife and I went out to a local park to share the excitement with some neighbors. As we watched more and more of the sun disappear, I couldn't help but think about how parts of our authentic selves are hidden from view by the beliefs and behaviors we acquire during our formative years. Then, when the sun was almost entirely obscured, the light took on a strange, muted quality, and an unfamiliar silence took hold. This, I thought, is what it's like when we discover that we have lost touch with our authentic selves. We find ourselves in a world that looks familiar but feels entirely alien. The imperative for doing the work of exploring and developing our authentic selves is to make sure we do not lose touch with who we are at our core as we go through the various stages of our lives. We are complex beings leading complex existences. It is all too easy to get sidetracked, to become confused, to get lost, and to wake up to a world that is completely unfamiliar. Whether it is the existential questioning of a Saturn return in our late 20s or the full-on flight from a life that feels like someone else's during a midlife crisis, a great many of us suffer through an emotional reckoning when we discover that we have lost ourselves. You can run away from yourself for a long time, writes Oprah Winfrey in her meditation on authenticity. Eventually, life reveals itself and shows you a mirror to help you see your own truth. And if you've been faking it, ignoring your thoughts and feelings, what I call your emotional GPS, the wake-up call can be harsh. In this moment, when artificial intelligence is transforming our relationship with knowledge and perceptions of ourselves and our reality, I thought it would be interesting to see how AI synthesizes what we consider authenticity. To do so, I asked ChatGPT the following. Please describe an authentic person. This is what ChatGPT had to say in response. An authentic person is someone who consistently aligns their actions, beliefs, and values with their true self. They are genuine, sincere, and transparent in their interactions with others. Here are some characteristics that define an authentic person. 1. Self-awareness. An authentic person has a deep understanding of themselves, including their strengths, weaknesses, and motivations. They are comfortable with who they are and don't feel the need to pretend to be someone they're not. 2. Honesty. Authentic individuals are truthful and straightforward in their communication. They don't manipulate or deceive others for personal gain, but instead value honesty and integrity in all their interactions. 3. Consistency. Authenticity is about being the same person in different situations and with different people. Authentic individuals don't change their personality or values based on who they're with or what they think others want to hear. 4. Vulnerability. Authenticity involves being open and vulnerable with others, sharing both positive and negative aspects of oneself. Authentic individuals are not afraid to show their true emotions and experiences, even if it means being vulnerable or risking rejection. 5. Integrity. Authentic people have a strong sense of moral principles and ethics. They strive to do what is right, even when it's difficult or unpopular, and they stand up for their beliefs with conviction. 6. Empathy. Authenticity involves understanding and empathizing with others' perspectives and emotions. Authentic individuals are compassionate and genuinely care about the well-being of others. 7. Acceptance. Authentic people accept themselves and others for who they are without judgment or prejudice. They embrace diversity and appreciate the uniqueness of each individual. 8. Lifelong learning. Authentic individuals are open-minded and curious, constantly seeking new experiences and knowledge to grow and evolve as individuals. They are humble enough to acknowledge that they don't have all the answers and are always willing to learn from others. Overall, an authentic person is someone who lives with integrity, honesty, and self-awareness, creating genuine connections with others and making a positive impact on the world around them. I was delighted when I read this. Our robot overlords really get us, I thought. But my enthusiasm faded as I reread the description a few more times. Increasingly, it felt like an enormous barrel of ideas being dumped on my head. That is a common experience for people when we think about authenticity. It's just hard to know what to think. It is no surprise that in processing the information available online, ChatGPT came up with such a long list of human characteristics we associate with authenticity. After all, we have been thinking and talking about it for millennia and have yet to come up with a simple single definition everyone can agree on. In 2019, the American Psychological Association published a special issue of its Review of General Psychology titled Authenticity: Novel Insights into a Valued Yet Elusive Concept. In their contribution to the issue, The Enigma of Being Yourself, Doctors Katrina Youngman-Sereno and Mark Leary grapple with what makes authenticity such an elusive idea. Despite the amount of attention that has been devoted to the topic, authenticity remains a problematic construct. Behavioral researchers disagree about the best way to conceptualize and measure authenticity, whether behaving authentically is always desirable, and the implications of authenticity for psychological well-being. Despite their misgivings about the extensive confusion and disagreement that surround the concept of authenticity, Doctors Youngman-Sereno and Leary conclude that the subjective feelings that people interpret as authenticity and inauthenticity seem to be psychologically important, and that research on authenticity should not be abandoned. The difficulty from a researcher's perspective is that authenticity is, in essence, a subjective experience, the set of perceptions a human being has of being a self. From here, it's just a hop, skip, and jump to metaphysics. If you think authenticity is a slippery concept, go ahead and do a search on the word self. From ancient mystic systems to modern-day quantum physics, every development in human knowledge and understanding of the world has affected how we think of the self. Now add true to self, and the scientific mind boggles. And yet, as the researchers who created the authenticity scale, another measure of authenticity that focuses on self-alienation, authentic living, and accepting external influence, point out, the concept of authenticity is considered essential to understanding the human condition in psychodynamic, existential, developmental, social psychological, positive psychological, and clinical schools of psychology. In fact, in many mainstream counseling psychology perspectives, authenticity is seen as the most fundamental aspect of well-being. Not simply as an aspect or precursor to well-being, but rather the very essence of well-being and healthy functioning. Psychologists address the challenge of defining and measuring authenticity as a scientific construct and its critical role in our lives by focusing on the consequences of how we experience feelings of authenticity, our perceived authenticity. In their contribution to Authenticity: Novel Insights into a Valued Yet Elusive Concept, Dr. Grace N. Rivera and her co-authors write, "The study of subjective authenticity is a valuable pursuit, given its unique association with many measures of well-being." They go on to say, individuals use feelings of authenticity as a resource across a variety of domains. In this way, studying perceived authenticity through the lens of true self, lay popular beliefs may be similar to the study of free will or religious beliefs, in that it is the perception of reality that matters more than the actual reality. Individuals experiencing connection with their true selves, regardless of whether true selves exist or whether individuals actually follow them, has consequential impacts on decision satisfaction, psychological well-being, motivation and goal pursuit, social relationships, and many other aspects of the good life. Here is the key. It doesn't matter whether you can objectively define and describe your authentic self. What is essential to your psychological health and optimal functioning is that you have a relationship with that self, know how to listen to it, and have the tools to act on its wisdom, values, and wishes. As Stephen Joseph, Ph.D., author of Authentic: How to Be Yourself and Why It Matters, articulates, authenticity is not something that people either have or don't have. It is not like a qualification that you get, along with the certificate to hang on the wall. It is about the decisions you make in each and every moment and how you make them. Authenticity, ultimately, can best be understood as a lifelong dynamic process of self-discovery and self-expression. Featured perspective. Brian Goldman on exploring authenticity. One of the pioneers of the study of authenticity, Brian Goldman, PhD, gave a fascinating talk at the Guild's inaugural Children and Authenticity Conference in 2016. Here is a slightly condensed and edited version of his remarks. Jim McGreevey resigned as governor of New Jersey as a result of a relationship he had had with a male intern. At the press conference, he opted to out himself as a gay American. And he said something rather profound. At a point in everybody's life, one has to look into the mirror of one's soul and decide one's unique truth in the world, not as we may want to see it or hope to see it, but as it is. Authenticity is a great thing, but it's not always an easy thing. Sometimes our social expectations are at odds with who we naturally feel that we ourselves are. And I'm going to borrow from Churchill here, who said that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the rest. Authenticity is the worst form of being except for all the rest. Fundamentally, there is a difference between feeling comfortable in one's skin, which is an authenticity issue, and feeling good in one's skin, which is a self-esteem issue. You can think of authenticity largely as the process, the means by which we can have our individual story written as an autobiography rather than a biography. We all have our story, and are we going to be a self-authored story, or are we going to have that story written by others? I came to this work as a grad student in social psychology, working with Michael Kernis, my great mentor and friend and collaborator, who, unfortunately, is no longer with us. His big contribution was about self-esteem. The fundamental issue here was that it's not just about feeling good about yourself, but whether your self-esteem is fragile or secure. Feeling good about yourself is optimal, but is not necessarily healthy, because you can feel good about yourself for all the wrong reasons. You can feel good about yourself because you simply disregard your limitations. You can feel good about yourself because you compare yourself to someone of lesser ability. I'm going to feel really talented in basketball if I compare myself to third graders. But how reasonable is that type of comparison? So we could tell ourselves stories all the time to make ourselves feel better. But is that optimal? And what Kernis's work demonstrated was that when people have high self-esteem that is fragile, it is associated with things like greater depression and hostility. The optimist looks at a 12-ounce glass with 6 ounces in it and says, it's half full. The pessimist looks at it and says, it's half empty. I would submit that reality is, more often than not, ambiguous. And when things are ambiguous, that's when our internal biases get projected outward on what it is that we're interpreting. So, people with high fragile self-esteem interpret the world through a lens of threats. They're the people that we walk on eggshells around. They feel real competent and good about their ability, but they're doing so for the wrong reasons. I don't mean that in a judgmental way. To make better sense of this, I want you to imagine the 3 little pigs that everybody knows from the story. In the world of pigdom, any pig that has a house feels really good about who they are. But I want you to think about the structure of the house, the straw house versus the brick house. The world around us is constantly fraught with potential threats, some real, some imagined. The brick house is able to weather storms, but a straw house is ill-equipped for negotiating the threats along the way. In fact, if you live in a straw house, every time the wind howls, you might be particularly anxious. How we deal with and accept and acknowledge threats, and this foundation of who we are, is important in ultimately understanding healthy functioning. Threats are all around us, and the big bad wolf, metaphorically here, can huff and puff and blow our house down. But if we are dealing with a brick house, we may find that the threats are amply thwarted along the way so that we can be happy little piggies. Well, that's the world that I came into as an aspiring grad student, one where there was a lot of research being done on self-esteem. And it was clearly demonstrated that having high secure self-esteem versus high fragile self-esteem distinguishes healthy functioning. In fact, people who have high fragile self-esteem in many respects function in a way that is less optimal than people with low self-esteem. One way of characterizing high fragile self-esteem is that there's a lot of instability, a lot of short-term fluctuations. Two individuals who report the same general positive feelings of self-worth may get the exact same poor grade, and one individual's self-esteem is going to plummet in response, while the other will think, that stinks, and I'll get it next time. So it matters how we react to events. Michael Kernis and I had a lot of discussions about why some people feel really good about themselves. Self-esteem, for me, couldn't be understood unless we understood authenticity, because it mattered to me to understand why they feel secure or fragile in their little home. And that brings us to what became a multi-component perspective of authenticity. At first, these rich discussions that I would have with Michael Kernis basically amounted to this. We would talk about it. We would have fun with the idea, and then he would remind me, you can't do it. You can't measure authenticity. You can't really define it. It's too difficult. That's what I heard for years. And then one night, he was up really late and wrote something like 20 items to develop an authenticity questionnaire. That was the permission I needed. Once he opened that door, I came back to him with another 40 items, and it culminated in this perspective that we offered in our original paper. And it took root in ways that I never imagined. At this point, the authenticity inventory had been translated into something like 9 languages and is used widely internationally. The way we define authenticity is to presume that, in fact, we have a true or a core self. Now, I don't know what that thing is, whether it's socially constructed, whether we truly have something that is instinctive to us, whether it's a soul, whatever it may be. I honestly don't know. But what I do know is that we have the subjective experience and feeling that there is something at our core, and how much that core is expressed is at the heart of authenticity. There are 4 essential ingredients, 4 components of authenticity: awareness, unbiased processing, behavior, and relational orientation. And it is the dynamic, the interplay between these components, that captures the essence of a person's authenticity. In our view, then, being authentic involves how people negotiate the experience of these 4 authenticity processes. Authenticity isn't just something that you have, it's something that you do. It is the negotiation between a set of intrapsychic experiences, meaning what takes place here in the mind. And those are awareness and unbiased processing. Those 2 things together culminate in the experience or differentiate the degree to which we have an authentic self-view. Awareness is literally referring to the degree to which we feel we know and understand ourselves in an intimate way. Unbiased processing is speaking to the notion of how we evaluate ourselves, because what we know about ourselves may be a distortion if we're not motivated and capable of evaluating our strengths and weaknesses in an objective manner. Unbiased processing is like a good, impartial journalist documenting what is rather than trying to get a sensational story. People intuitively get that authenticity is a behavioral thing. It's an outward extension of our inner inclinations. But what I think one of the real contributions that we've made is to challenge people to think of authenticity not as an end and a behavioral manifestation, but to think about what it is that drives that behavior. What is it worth being authentic to? Because if you don't know yourself, what is behavioral authenticity? An impulse? A compulsion? Just exhibiting, sharing what one thinks and feels without choosing a way of being? Or really being fully connected to what one's inner core values are? We are inherently social creatures, and so being authentic involves how it is that we play out ourselves, express our true selves in our close, intimate relationships. Authenticity is complex. There's a reason why many people say, I intuitively get it, but what does it really mean? Ours is a framework for really thinking about ways in which authenticity is experienced and encountered. Awareness involves a multitude of things. When we're talking about self knowledge, we're talking about things like being aware of your personality, being aware of your values, needs, and preferences, your interests. Trying a particular food, for example, you get a sense of whether it resonates or not. Importantly, authenticity does involve balance. We live in an individualistic society. If you look at the self-esteem research, the vast majority of people are reporting very favorable feelings of self-worth. So much so that if you were to split self-esteem in a given distribution, if you just take the upper 50% of the scores and the lower 50% of the scores, most of the people who would be in the lower 50% are reporting greater than neutral feelings of self-worth. There is not an epidemic of people walking around feeling they don't like themselves, but that's not necessarily healthy. How do we understand ourselves? That's imperative in understanding whether or not there's integrity to our feelings of self-worth. Authenticity involves knowing yourself. But what we know can be a distortion, and that's why you need the evaluator. That's why you need the objective journalist along the way, to document unfettered who we are in the moment that we are undergoing self-evaluations. Recognizing our strengths and weaknesses involves not ignoring or distorting our sense of who we are. Authenticity clearly is a sense of action and activity in outwardly expressing what our inner inclinations are. So, it's about being in contact with our core feelings, values, needs, and motives. The relational component is speaking to sincerity and openness and honesty with our close others. To want our intimates to know us in the same way that we have learned to discover ourselves. The key thing to get about what it means to be authentic is about the interchange of these things. It's not a single action at a given moment in time. It's an accumulation of the life story, of that interchange of the choices we make and the fit between the person and the environment, the social norms and expectations. Ultimately, it comes to trying to know and understand oneself and to evaluate oneself with objectivity. That if we're not being fundamentally objective about who we are, then we may be true to ourselves, but we're being true to a persona, to a distortion. Behaviorally, then, being authentic means that our experience is self-authored. We choose our way of being because we know who we are, or we are invested in discovering our likes and preferences. Doing things that allow us to gain insight because we're fundamentally intrinsically interested in discovering who we are. And relationally, authenticity has to be translated in an interpersonal sense. None of us is an island. High authenticity is a good thing. It involves high psychological and interpersonal adjustment. It is associated with a number of markers of psychological well-being: healthier self-esteem, higher self-esteem, more mindfulness, more positive emotions, more life satisfaction, more positive body image and satisfaction. And it buffers against negative psychological phenomena such as fragile self-esteem and depression. Maya Angelou's "I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings" comes to mind. All of us are birds in cages, and we still want to sing, despite the situational freedoms that we have. I hope that our framework for thinking about authenticity helps to give some insight into how we sing, despite the cages we find ourselves in. The authentic self versus all the rest. I contain multitudes, Walt Whitman declares in Song of Myself. Whitman's celebration of the complexity of his being is even more illuminating when we look at it in the context of the full stanza. Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. The poet casually shrugs off the worry about self-contradiction. In his mind, it is inevitable in the multitudinous human self. Dr. Nina Strominger and her co-authors, writing about the true self in Perspectives on Psychological Science, riff on Whitman. The self contains multitudes. It is a body and a mind, organs and thoughts, desires and intentions, whims and dispositions. Are all parts of the self equally self-like, or are certain parts especially essential? The complexity of the self is greatly exaggerated by the fact that we are social beings. As early as 1890, William James, the father of American psychology, wrote that a man has as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him and carry an image of him in their minds. While there has been much debate and research on the nature of the self over the past century and a half, investigators agree that the self is multifaceted rather than a monolithic, unitary cognitive structure. With complexity comes the potential for contradiction and even conflict. The depth of our inner contradictions and the intensity with which we experience them are at the heart of our relationship with our authentic selves. Let's return to the exercise we did at the beginning of the chapter. Take a look at the portraits you created of your innermost self in your everyday public persona. Read through your notes about how you felt during the activity. Give yourself some time to tune in to how you feel about the portraits now that you have more background on self and authenticity. The key questions here are these. How do these two versions of you differ? Are there aspects of who you are in your most private self that are dimmed or missing in your public persona? If so, what may be the reasons for keeping them private? What are the consequences, if any, of obscuring parts of your innermost self? Most importantly, how do you feel about all of this? Mad, sad, glad, scared, ashamed, indifferent? I used to do collage when I was younger, but haven't had the time for it between family and work, says Janet, a business owner from Texas who is the mother of 3. So I had a blast with the portraits. When I did the one of the private me, there was not a doubt in my mind that what gives me purpose is my kids. And when I answered the question for the work me, it was growing my company. I said, am I being disingenuous? And then I thought, no, I want the people I work with, my suppliers and my clients, to know how much what I do means to me, how much I want all of us to succeed. That's just as real as the fact that I'd do anything for my children, and they're not mutually exclusive. Janet's self-portraits are different, representing distinct aspects of her multifaceted self. Neither feels inauthentic to her because she is making choices about how to prioritize them within different contexts. This sense of choice and agency is essential to perceived authenticity. Have you ever been in a conversation with someone who is expressing a point of view you don't really agree with, but you remain silent because you find the person a bore and are just waiting for them to finish so you can leave? It's not a great feeling, but you probably don't feel bad about yourself afterward and berate yourself for not standing up for what you believe. However, if in the same situation you signal agreement in some way because you are afraid of conflict, you might walk away feeling a little icky and inauthentic. In working with our self-portraits, we might experience similar feelings if our public persona is too far removed from our innermost self. I felt really sad and dishonest when I finished the portrait of the public me, William, a school administrator in Vermont, shared with me. I've cultivated this image as someone who is totally cool and collected at all times, as if problems and other people just don't get to me. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Deep down, I am all about relationships. I am really invested in how the people around me feel and making sure things are working for them. Thing is, growing up, I was always told I was too sensitive, so I learned to push that down and not show much reaction. And I haven't let myself know how bad that was making me feel. Self-actualization, the drive to live up to our potential, is a central element in Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. Maslow developed humanistic psychology. We will explore the hierarchy of needs in some detail in Chapter 3. I think of the self-actualizing man not as an ordinary man with something added, Maslow wrote, but rather as the ordinary man with nothing taken away. As a result of socialization, most of us are ordinary people with some things taken away. In response to the shoulds, oughts, and have-tos of childhood that Michael Kernis described, we learn to obscure parts of ourselves to one degree or another in order to feel accepted and acceptable. While a multifaceted self is a healthy part of psychological functioning, balanced interaction between the various aspects of the self and choicefulness in their expression are critically important. As we heard from William, adopting a persona created in response to the expectations of others can leave us feeling in distress because we are cut off from what really matters to us. Major contributors to the study of the self, including Karen Horney and D.W. Winnicott, concur that internalizing external influence, particularly during childhood, leads to self-alienation. Self-alienation is seen by researchers as the cause of psychopathology, including lower levels of hope in children. It is often the source of the anxiety and depression, as Michael Kernis explained, that leads people to therapy. The imperative for supporting children in developing the tools to know their innermost selves and to live authentically is to help prevent self-alienation and minimize the adverse effects of the inevitable inner conflicts and contradictions that come with being human, both as children and later in life. It is easier to build strong children, as Frederick Douglass observed, than to repair broken people. Practicing authenticity. Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." I love this idea because it captures the wonder of being human, of simultaneously discovering and creating the selves through which we exist in the world. To do this intentionally, effectively, and consistently, it helps to have a system. Many religious traditions, philosophical schools, and psychology movements offer such systems for inner exploration. In formulating our own contribution, the Guild has taken inspiration from a wide range of these beautiful guides to create a framework that specifically supports the practice of authenticity. Here it is in a nutshell. Practice being whole. And here are the component parts. Practice being a witness for your full self. Think of this step as being a witness for your body, mind, and spirit. A great, simple way to start this practice is to check in with yourself daily. We use the acronym PERMS for the physical, emotional, relational, mental, and spiritual domains of our lives. You can simply ask yourself how you are feeling in each of these areas over a cup of coffee or while taking the dog for a walk. You may choose to do a written check-in in a journal. The key is to build the habit of paying attention to your whole self. Practice being honest with yourself. Be realistic and truthful about your strengths and limitations, your courage and compromises, your inner contradictions and conflicts. The VIA Institute on Character offers a wonderful free resource, the online Character Strengths Survey, survey.viacharacter.org/character-strengths, and a slew of tools for becoming familiar with and developing your strengths. Ongoing work with self-reflection tools, similar to the self-portrait activity, is also great for deepening an unbiased understanding of your multifaceted self. Practice being open to growing yourself. As someone who is reading a book about authenticity, chances are you are a seeker, a person invested in learning. Allow that part of you to become even more curious about yourself. Is there a character strength you've identified, say the appreciation of beauty and excellence, that you would like to develop? Or a long dormant interest like clog dancing that you want to pursue? Go for it. To set yourself up for success, we strongly encourage using SMART goals as you explore avenues for growth. Honestly, we love SMART goals for all parts of life, and we'll talk about them again in other parts of the book. You are probably familiar with SMART goals, but to recap, these are goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Let's look at an example. I want to try clog dancing. The first step is to find out if classes are available in my area. So my initial SMART goal is this. In the next 7 days, time-bound, I will do 30 minutes, measurable, of research online and on the phone, achievable, to identify organizations within a 10-mile radius of my home that are accessible by public transportation, specific, and offer beginner clog dancing lessons, relevant. If all goes well, my next SMART goal will be to sign up for a class. Practice being loving to yourself. Kindness, compassion, and empathy will help you understand who you are at the moment and grow into the person you want to be. An essential first step is to pay attention to how you speak to yourself. What do you say to yourself if you send an email with a typo to your boss? How about if you can't find your phone? And what if you lock the keys in the car? Once I paused to listen to what was going on in my head, says Demetrius, the father of teenage twins who works in hospitality in Washington, D.C., I was kind of shocked. I was berating myself all the time in this mean, nasty way, and saying things that I would never say to another person. Most of us have pretty harsh inner voices. To begin to move forward being loving to yourself, try this exercise. The next time you catch yourself saying something unkind to yourself, pause and take a breath. Now, picture a friend or a beloved family member. Would you say what you just said to yourself to this person? If the answer is no, think about what you would say instead, if anything. And now, say that to yourself. Repeat as often as possible. With daily practice, you'll notice a remarkable shift in your relationship with yourself. Practice expressing your authentic self. Parker Palmer describes authenticity as living on the outside the truth you know on the inside. An essential part of practicing authenticity is finding ways to bring the gift of you into the world. It may be through relationships, work, play, creativity, or spirituality. A good place to start is to articulate a personal mission statement. Imagine the kind of world that you want the children in your life to live in. That's the vision. Then name what you are willing to do to help create this world. That's the action. Vision plus action equals mission. Here's one of my all-time favorite mission statements from Melissa, the mom of 2 teens who is a college career counselor in Pennsylvania. I help people bloom where they are planted by sharing my authentic self. Once you create a mission statement, let it guide you to how to express your inner truth in the world. Modeling authenticity is indispensable to supporting children in exploring and developing their authentic selves. If we go back to the clog dancing example, you may think embracing your own hobby doesn't matter. But of course it does, in addition to making you fun to dance with. When we practice being whole, we are not only doing our own work, but also demonstrating to the children in our lives how to engage in the lifelong process of discovery and growth. Helping children practice authenticity. Years ago, when our daughter was getting ready to eat solid food, Michelle Cohen, the brilliant doctor who started the Tribeca pediatrics practice in New York City, advised my wife and me to give her as wide a variety of foods as possible. Just grind up whatever you are eating, he said. Infants will happily experiment with everything. Then they become much more choosy for a while. The more they taste early, the more adventurous they are likely to be later. Jean Piaget, the leading developmental psychologist of the 20th century, said that children are young research scientists. They are also explorers and pioneers and chroniclers, and each is pursuing their own all-important project to know themselves and their world. Our job is to offer the children in our lives as many tastes and as many opportunities for self-exploration and learning as possible. We will share ideas for doing so throughout the book. For now, we'll look at how to work with self-portraits to help children practice being whole. Self-portraits are a great way for children of all ages to engage with their inner worlds. They can be done in many different ways, as pictures, using any medium available, as words, and as a combination of the two. And guided by different prompts, they can address a wide range of the facets of children's lives. Let's start with the basic paper doll cutout we used for ourselves at the beginning of the chapter. Here are some questions we can pose to children within the whole framework. All of these need to be phrased in language that is appropriate for the age of the children. Practice being a witness for your full self, your body, mind, and spirit. What sensations do you notice in your whole body, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? What words or pictures are going through your head? Are you feeling anything in your heart or your belly that feels like being mad, sad, happy, scared, or ashamed? Practice being honest with yourself. What are you really good at? What do you wish you were better at? What do you care about most? What do you really believe in? Practice being open to growing yourself. What's something that you do that you'd like to stop doing? What would you like to learn? What do you dream about? Practice being loving to yourself. Do you ever say mean things to yourself? What do you say? Do you ever say kind things to yourself? What do you say? What do you like most about yourself? Practice expressing your authentic self. What's the hardest thing about being you? What's the best thing about being you? What do you want people to know about you? You can choose how you want to structure the activity, whether to focus on one area, a few at a time, or all of them. Encourage children to get as imaginative as possible in answering the questions to create their portraits. Having lots of different materials like crayons, pencils, pens, scissors, glue, and magazines is helpful, but not essential. Children find a way to do magic with the most basic of supplies. And when we give them the encouragement and the time to do so, they tell the most amazing and moving stories about their lives. Here is one from an 8th grade boy in New York City who chose to do his self-portrait as a spoken word poem, used here with permission. Going places that I never dreamed of, seeing people that I have never seen of, feeling fears that are always felt, dealing with all the problems that are dealt. When I'm meeting people, I try to be nice, but my conscience is caving in on me like a human on thin ice. Try to find who I am, but I'm not quite there yet. Am I a rocket scientist or in crippling debt? My sanity is shredding. Somebody hear my plea. Please, somebody help me. Oh, Jesus, that was the dark side of my mind, trying to stop my work, my grind. Some people expect me to be the next Einstein or Mozart, All this pressure is poking my mind like a dart. My mind is a game, and people try to play it. The skies can be a gray or a good golden. It's nice to reveal these feelings I'm holding. I love this poem for all its raw, honest complexity. It positively throws us into the inner world of this child as he grapples with the often overwhelming demands of growing up. And he concludes by reminding us that sharing our real feelings and experiences is fundamental to growth and development. To honor children's authenticity is to recognize that every child in every moment is already enough, Carla Shalaby said in our interview. Some days they are joyful, curious, and eager to learn. Other days they are tired, grieving, or overwhelmed. Both are true. Both are human. Our work is not to demand that children hide their struggles to fit neatly into the expectations of school people or good kids. Our work is to build communities where they feel safe enough to bring their entire selves, with all their brilliance and all their messiness, into the room. In this chapter, we begin to explore what it means to live authentically and why it matters. In Chapter 2, we will delve into the process by which we come to know ourselves, and we'll start to think about what it takes to be effective developmental partners for the children in our lives. Chapter 2, Growing a Self. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. What is the relationship between how we know ourselves and what we know about ourselves? Early development lays the foundation for self-knowledge. Infants learn through sensory and social experiences, distinguishing between people and objects, and forming expectations of others. William James's concepts of the I self, the knower, and the me self, the known, frame this process. As language emerges, children begin using I, me, and mine, enabling more complex self-concepts. Over time, autobiographical memory, family stories, and social interactions help children construct personal identities. Throughout childhood, supportive adults play a critical role as developmental partners, serving as reliable, empathetic, and non-judgmental mirrors with which children can create authentic self-narratives. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Reflect on your own self-perception by creating a map of your journey from childhood to adulthood. Work on becoming an effective developmental partner for the children in your life by cultivating curiosity and unconditional positive regard. This allows us to enter the child's world with the wonder it deserves and to learn from and with the child. Learn to be mindful of the way we speak with children. Before we begin exploring how we develop our understanding of ourselves, I want to pause to acknowledge that it is beyond the scope of this book to trace the many routes by which neurodiverse people pursue self-knowledge and self-authorship. I passionately agree with Dr. Kurt W. Fisher's eloquent sentiment that there is no one pathway for development of the child, but instead, there are many ways to become human. The sketch of the developmental arc that I present in the pages that follow is a generalization and therefore not representative for any one individual. As we discussed in Chapter 1, our selves are complex and multifaceted. An essential component of practicing authenticity is the pursuit of a deep, honest understanding of the self. To help in this endeavor, it is useful to consider the process by which we develop a sense of ourselves. Let's start by taking a walk through our individual histories. If you have some pictures of yourself from various stages of your life, from early childhood into young adulthood, look through them and pull out one or two that capture each stage. You might end up with a pile that shows you as an infant, a toddler, a young child, an older child, a preteen, a young teenager, an older teenager, and a young adult. If you do not have photos, Take some time to travel back in your memory to a few milestone events, times that you can picture clearly in your mind that represent the stages of your life. While you are unlikely to have memories of yourself from the earliest years of life, you might have stories you heard from the people who cared for you. Include those in your recollections. For many of us, this exercise will involve a combination of photos, memories, and stories. As you travel through your history, notice as many details as possible. How old are you? What name did people call you then? Where are you? Who is with you? What are you doing? How are you dressed? What does your hair look like? What is the expression on your face? Now, create a map of your journey from childhood to adulthood. You can do this as a collage, or a drawing, or a simple diagram. For each stage of development, describe the following to the best of your ability. Who were the most important people in your life? What did you love to do? What were you afraid of? What words did you use to describe yourself? What did you dream about? You will notice that most of these questions are impossible to answer for the very early years. That's because our conscious sense of self is heavily dependent on a verbal narrative that emerges and evolves through time. As you construct your map, pay close attention to when and how your self-story blossomed and changed. Note any feelings and thoughts that come up as you think about each stage of your life and the map as a whole. Write down your observations and take a break to allow some time to integrate the experience of the exercise. How we know ourselves. In the activity we just did, we ran smack into the conundrum of infant self-perception. We know from personal experience that as babies, we do not possess coherent, conscious stories of ourselves. And yet, we also know intuitively, an intuition borne out by scientific research, that the first days, weeks, and months after birth are critical in laying the foundation for how we experience and understand ourselves throughout our lives. For the moment, let's put aside any metaphysical questions about what babies know about the self and focus on their physical experiences. At birth, infants emerge into a whole new sensory world, primed by evolution to comprehend this new environment. They are exquisitely attuned to the myriad stimuli they encounter, both external and internal. They discover the discomfort of hunger and the satisfaction of having a full belly. They come to know the gurgly pain of gas bubbles and the relief of a good burp. They become familiar with the frustration of being overtired and the release of falling asleep, ideally in someone's comforting arms. And all along, as they orient themselves to their physical worlds, infants pay minute attention to their social environments. Babies prefer to look at faces more than just about anything else, explains Dr. Paul Bloom in his fascinating book, Descartes' Baby. They can distinguish happy faces from sad faces, and they imitate faces. The psychologist Andrew Metzoff discovered that even newborns respond to the expression of an experimenter. When the experimenter sticks out his tongue, the babies tend to razz him back. True to Piaget's description of children as research scientists, babies collect information, process it, develop expectations based on their analyses, test those expectations by acting on them, and adjust their behavior in accordance with the results of their actions. In the context of thinking about the self, this brings us to the inevitable thorny question: who is doing all of this? Near the turn of the 20th century, William James proposed that the self comprises two distinct parts, the I self and the me self. The I self is that aspect of us that thinks, knows, and acts. The me self is the entirety of what we know and believe about ourselves. James held that the I self is located in the human body, although he insisted that it would not yield to scientific exploration. Some authors have suggested that James was anxious to distinguish his concept of the I self from any spiritual notions, for instance, that of the soul. Indeed, the distinction between the I and me appeared much earlier in ancient Eastern philosophy and religious texts such as the Bhagavad Gita and Tao Te Ching. It is not surprising that our scientific exploration of the self has followed the intuitive sense that humanity has cultivated for millennia. In her paper on children's theories of the self, Christina Starmans, who studies how children and adults reason about the social and moral world, observes that most adults around the world explicitly believe that they are something more than automata. We naturally see the world in a way that causes us to categorize bodies and minds as two separate things. Since James posited the I self, me self construct, it has served as a dominant theme in the study of the self. Many researchers have elaborated on the idea and have investigated the dynamics of this self system. Dr. Michael Lewis, director of the Institute for the Study of Child Development at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, proposed that we view the I self as the machinery of the self and the me self as the idea of me. In Lewis's framework, our knowledge of ourselves develops in 3 stages that build upon each other. In the first 8 months of life, we learn about ourselves, our physical and emotional states, through sensory and motor experiences, sensory-motor affective knowledge. At about 9 months, our brains are developed enough to support active memory, the ability to remember events. This, in turn, leads to the capacity to formulate concrete representations of people and objects, representational knowledge. From the time we are approximately a year and a half, we begin to make increasing use of abstraction and symbols, abstract or symbolic knowledge. Critically, this allows for the emergence of language, which accelerates the development of symbolic thinking. Through the first 18 months of life, our experience of the self is largely that of the I self, the active observer. The me self, the self we observe, begins to emerge by the time we are 2. Each continues to develop, and in tandem, to inform our knowledge and understanding of ourselves throughout our lifetimes. As Dr. Susan Harder writes in The Construction of the Self, both the structure and content of the me self at any given developmental level necessarily depend upon the particular I self capabilities, namely, those cognitive processes that define the knower. Let's pause here to review the maps we created at the beginning of the chapter from a metaphysical perspective. As you consider how your understanding of yourself has developed over time, what do you notice about the beliefs that sustain that understanding? How do you conceive of your I self? Are the parts of us that know ourselves, in Shakespeare's words, such stuff as dreams are made on? Or more substantial, as in Carl Sagan's famous quote from Cosmos, the nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, were made in the interiors of collapsing stars. We are made of star stuff. Or do you see the essence of the knower in us as ineffable, beyond comprehension? There are no right or wrong answers to this question, of course. It is crucial, however, to be clear about our beliefs, since they form the foundations of our relationships with ourselves. These beliefs also inform, in critical ways, how we perceive the selves of the children in our care and what we teach children about ways to explore and understand their inner lives. I grew up in what I would call a very rationalist family, says Lewis, a Navy officer from California who is the father of a kindergartner. Both my parents, but especially my dad, are just the facts kind of people. I grew up watching Nova and reading Popular Mechanics and didn't give much thought, or any thought really, to what I believed. I either knew stuff or I didn't. Lewis continues, that changed when my son was born. I remember holding him when he was just a couple of days old and wondering where this person had come from. Nothing I knew could explain how this being was suddenly here. It took me a good deal of time to wrestle with this and to begin to puzzle out what I believe makes us us. Honestly, it was kind of painful, especially at first. Now that we have taken a brief look at the way we develop our understanding of ourselves, let's turn our attention to the content of that understanding and how it develops over time. What we know about ourselves. Self before symbols. So there are our infant scientists in their cribs, hard at work puzzling out their new environments. One of the major efforts in this work, it appears, is distinguishing between beings, objects with selves, and things, objects without selves. Babies use physical characteristics to identify beings with selves. They look for faces and eyes, the ability to move on one's own, and the capacity to change shape, become larger or smaller fluidly. Most importantly, infants examine closely how objects interact with the world around them, identifying those that engage in self-directed interactions with others as objects with selves. Even very young babies treat people differently from objects, explains Dr. Paul Bloom. If babies see a moving object become motionless, they lose interest. But if they interact with a person, and then the person's face becomes still and stays that way, they get upset. Babies expect faces not only to move, but to move in ways that are appropriate responses to their own actions. This makes sense since infants are entirely dependent on other people. But when we stop to think about babies having expectations of others' behavior, the idea is kind of astounding. In order to form such expectations, pre-verbal infants must possess at least a rudimentary concept of what it means to be, in scholarly terms, a psychological or mentalistic agent, a being who has emotional and/or mental states. The ability to construe ourselves and others as agents with minds replete with mental states such as perception, attention, desires, and beliefs is critical, according to Dr. Susan C. Johnson. With this ability, we can communicate referentially, predict and explain others' behaviors, and manipulate both our own and others' mental states for the purpose of complex problem solving and learning. Even more amazingly, infants as young as 6 months old have been shown to evaluate social behavior. In a fascinating series of experiments, J. Kylie Hamlin, Ph.D., and her co-authors demonstrated that 6 and 10-month-old babies display a clear preference for an individual who helps another up a hill, to one who either hinders the climb up or is just a neutral bystander. And they prefer the bystander to the obstructionist. This capacity for social evaluation, as Dr. Hamlin and her colleagues assert, may serve as the foundation for moral thought and action. I, me, mine. The last song the Beatles recorded before they broke up in 1970 was George Harrison's plaintive I, me, mine, a lament about humanity's egoism. For babies, the song could be a triumphant anthem for the achievement of a critical developmental milestone. As we touched on earlier in this chapter, the acquisition of language opens the way for the rapid evolution of children's conception of their selves. Around the time they are 18 months old, babies start verbal labeling and personal pronouns like I, me, and mine. Allow them to begin to define and explore the idea of me, the me self. In other words, they are now not only experiencing the world and themselves in it, but also creating a mental picture of the being, the self, who is having these experiences. As their level of self-awareness increases, so does their orientation within their social environments. Language allows toddlers to think symbolically about their caregivers' rules and expectations. Some developmental psychologists assert that at this stage, toddlers become sensitive to the expectations of others and begin to evaluate their own ability to live up to those expectations. Self stories. Take a look back at your life map and try to identify the earliest childhood memory that you can confidently claim as your own. For most of us, these memories are from a time when we were somewhere between 3.5 and 4 years old. Prior to that, the vast majority of us suffer from what psychologists call infantile amnesia. I have this memory of myself climbing out of my crib after bedtime and trying to get at my sister's stuffed animals, which were piled up on her bed in the room we shared, reminisces Sonia, a high school teacher in New Mexico. It's kind of murky since I was about 2, and I have much clearer memories of my mom repeatedly telling family and friends the story of how I fell down while trying to get a toy off my sister's bed when I was a toddler. I thought about that as I looked at the pictures for the map. Honestly, I've never been able to say where my memory of the incident ends and Mom's story begins. We already talked about the fact that active memory develops by the time infants are around 9 months old. They can remember specific objects and events. As they develop further, babies acquire the ability to elaborate these episodic memories into generic event memories. For example, what generally happens at bath time or mealtime. And as they gain language and their vocabularies grow, babies, toddlers, and preschoolers form semantic memories, general verbal labels used to describe the qualities and characteristics of objects and people. What most children younger than 3.5 cannot do is create autobiographical memories. This infantile amnesia can only be overcome by learning from adults how to formulate their own memories as narratives, writes Dr. Harder. Thus, parents recount stories about a child's past experiences that are told to the child. With increasing age and language facility, children come to take on a more active role in that parent and child co-construct the memory of a shared experience. Through these interactions, an autobiographical account of the self is constructed. We have a running joke in our family. A few hours or maybe a day after we do something together, like see a movie or go out to eat, our daughter, with a sly look on her face, turns to one or the other of the adults, or both of us, and says, "Do you remember when we went to see such and such?" Or, "Do you remember when we had this or the other?" And we all crack up. For us, this has become a sweet way to continue the ritual memory making we have done together since our daughter was a baby, with her, now an older teenager, fully in charge. Our understanding of ourselves, our autobiography, is intimately shaped by the people around us. An essential aspect of the developmental process is the individuation of the self, the conscious exploration and choosing of beliefs, values, and identities. We will begin to examine this important subject a little later in this chapter, and will continue to investigate it in more detail in the chapters that follow. The material, social, and spiritual me. William James conceived of the me self as encompassing 3 component parts: the material self, the social self, and the spiritual self. The material self is the mental representation of our physical presence in the world, including our bodies and possessions. The social self is the picture we have of how we fit in our various social environments. And the spiritual self is our perception of our personality, values, and beliefs. Children's self-concepts evolve and become more sophisticated with cognitive development, proceeding from an early focus on the material self to a prolonged period of attention to the social self, and eventually articulating the spiritual self. It is important to note that the developmental process is additive. Our conceptions of all 3 components of the me self continue to grow and change throughout our lifetimes. In articulating what he thought of as the self, James wrote, "In the widest possible sense, a man's self is the sum total of all that he can call his, not only his body and his psychic powers, but his clothes and his house, his wife and children, his ancestors and friends, his reputation and works, his lands and horses, and yacht and bank account. For some reason, whenever I read this sentence, I get distracted by the word yacht and an overwhelming desire to giggle. The picture that my mind conjures up is not of a Gilded Age grandee taking tea in the saloon of his fine sailboat, but of a 3-year-old surrounded by a whole array of toys, board books, games, clothes, and so forth on a multicolor mat, playing with a small wooden boat. I don't mean any disrespect to James. It's just that the materiality of his description captures so perfectly how young children tend to describe themselves. Ask a 3 or 4-year-old to tell you about themselves, and you are likely to get an exuberant, long list of things like their name, the color of their hair, the names of their pets, the kinds of food they like, and what sorts of things they can do. Concrete personal characteristics persist as central in children's self-concepts as they transition to middle childhood. 6-year-olds place high importance on outward appearance and name, observes Dr. Starmans, claiming that they would no longer be the same person if their name were to change. Children between the ages of 5 and 7 continue to think in categorical terms, which shows up as all or none thinking. This plays an important role in children's evaluations of themselves. Also, at this time, children began to compare themselves and their abilities to their younger selves, and they began to pay close attention to how they are treated in comparison to their peers. Fairness is all important at this age. The self-stories of children moving into late childhood come to be much more integrated and complex. Children between the ages of 8 and 11, explains Dr. Harder, continue to describe themselves in terms of their competencies, for example, smart, dumb. However, self-attributes become increasingly interpersonal as relations with others, particularly peers, become increasingly salient dimensions of the self. As their engagement with their social selves becomes more and more important, children begin to feel keenly the judgments of the people around them. In her beautiful, at times heartbreaking book, Letters to Judy, What Your Kids Wish They Could Tell You, Judy Blume shares with us a glimpse into the struggles of older children and adolescents. Here is one letter that addresses how children strive to create positive self-narratives in the face of external negativity and prejudice. Dear Judy, I'm 11 years old and I'm an asthmatic. Could you write a book about an asthmatic who does really well in drawing? If you do, please stress that we aren't freaks and that we can be more than bench warmers. We can even have girlfriends. Arthur, age 11. Young adolescents become very sensitive to the opinions of others. At this stage of development, they do not have the capacity to evaluate these opinions, and the self-narratives they create can be quite unrealistic and fragmentary. Adolescents also begin to perceive that they feel and act differently with family members, friends, romantic interests, other peers, teachers, coaches, and so on, and to create multiple self-stories. Adolescence is an intense time of vigorous cognitive, emotional, physical, and social change, observes authenticity researcher Carolyn Elizabeth Alchin, where adolescents explore different identities and ways of being in social relationships. The self in the context of these social relationships becomes the focus of increasingly intense scrutiny. Michaela, a 13-year-old from Florida with whom I talked about childhood and authenticity, shows how this dynamic plays out. She says, I care about preserving others' feelings, trying to make people feel as good as possible. I care about how my family thinks of me. I care about how my friends are. This concern intensifies further in middle adolescence, according to Dr. Harder, as adolescents become increasingly introspective as well as morbidly preoccupied with what others think of them. This is often a time of great confusion, conflict, and anguish as teenagers struggle to make sense of the many self-narratives that emerge. Dr. Harder, who is known for her work on the development of the self and self-esteem, elaborates, adolescents gaze intently into the social mirror for information about what standards and attributes to internalize. They also begin to confront the gaps between the perceived and ideal selves. When I was making my map, says Joseph, a musician from Missouri who is the stepfather of 4 children ranging in age from 8 to 24, all I could think of was how hard I'd made it on my mom when I was in high school. It was like at least 2 years of the silent treatment. I wasn't mad at her. I was just mad and confused and scared and lonely. And I didn't want her to see any of that. She let me be most of the time. Bless her. Then about the start of my senior year, things started to settle down for me. I guess Mom noticed. One day she knocked on my door and asked if she could sit and chat for a bit. It was nice. We just caught up about what had happened the past few days. After that, she'd come and talk about once a week. Nothing heavy, but it was like we were learning a new way of relating to each other, building a new bond. Late adolescence brings with it the capacity to imagine and explore future or possible selves. With that comes an increased sense of agency and direction and a more integrated self-narrative. We are on our way to young adulthood, a time when our spiritual self begins to emerge and we articulate and take ownership of our characters, values, and beliefs. Featured perspective, Leslie Koplow on developmental partnership. Leslie Koplow is the founding director of the Center for Emotionally Responsive Practice at Bank Street College of Education. In 2017, at the Guild's second Children and Authenticity Conference, Leslie gave a talk about the essential role caring adults play in children's development. We had a follow-up conversation in 2024. Here are excerpts from her presentation and our conversation. In emotionally responsive practice, ERP, we think that in order to do well by children, you need to look at them through the lens of development. If you teach 5th grade, we want you to know everything there is to know about 10-year-olds and 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2-year-olds. Teachers also must know tiny babies. We want everyone who works with kids to become experts in early development, from the age you teach all the way down. Development is inherent, but it is also experience-dependent. Kids need certain foundational experiences to reach developmental milestones. Moreover, early foundational experiences grow up, come to school, and live in your classroom, whether you're teaching pre-K or the 5th grade. If an early foundational experience is unresolved, it will also grow up and come to school. A 4-month-old thinks that everything in the world is part of themselves. The taste in their mouth, the sight before their eyes, the sound in their ear. If a 4-month-old drops something and it's out of their sensory contact, it's gone. The baby will not cry, point, or try to get it because the object is gone. If a 6-month-old is playing with a toy and their parent moves it, the baby will start to crawl toward the toy. But if the parent covers up the toy in plain sight with a blanket, the baby will stop crawling. To the 6-month-old, the toy is gone. A well-supported 9 to 12-month-old will crawl over and retrieve their toy from under the blanket. If something falls, they will cry or point. The baby will acknowledge that an object is missing and will want it back, because that child has attained the early developmental milestone of object permanence. The baby is learning from their attachment partners that objects are different from themselves and that objects have names. Developmental milestones happen through both development and experience. Babies play a brilliant baby game. An 8-month-old will stand up in their crib, look at their attachment partner, and throw their toy. Their attachment partner will get it and give it back. Babies think it's the funniest thing in the world. They will laugh hysterically, drop their toy again in 30 seconds, and their attachment partner will go retrieve it. The baby will throw the toy out, and their attachment partner will give it back 7 million times. Eventually, the child realizes that their toy still exists even when it is outside of their sensory system, because their attachment person helped them reach this developmental milestone. When the child grows up and goes to pre-K, object permanence allows them to be comfortable with cleanup time. At free playtime, a child may make some soup and feed it to a teddy bear. When it's cleanup time, the child will know that the teddy bear will still be at school tomorrow if they put it away, so they are able to follow the cleanup program. What happens when an 8-month-old throws their toy out and nobody brings it back? What if a child throws their teddy bear outside their crib, but they never get it back, or the dog eats it, or their brother breaks it? What happens when that child grows up and comes to pre-K? At free playtime, a teacher will ask, "Marcos, are you going to play with those things?" The child will nod, which means make sure they don't get gone. When it's cleanup time, the child will scream and yell because they have no faith that their toys are going to be there when they come back. When children come to school with life experiences that don't support the resolution of developmental milestones, they're at such a loss in a group setting. Teachers then get frustrated and angry, and kids also feel bad and think, "I'm not worthy. They don't want me here." It gets so sad, and it doesn't need to be so sad. Teachers are one of a very small circle of relationships that count to children in the early years, because teachers see their students almost every day. Consequently, teachers become attachment partners in the lives of the children. Children need an attachment partner relationship in order to maintain themselves in a contained way in the classroom. Kids who are fragile fall apart when they are outside of the classroom, when they're in the cafeteria, in the playground, or at the gym. Teachers who don't understand developmental milestones are not sure what to do with a 9-year-old who is having troubles that a 2-year-old would have, so they get angry or send the child out. When toddlers learn to walk, they have all this energy for it. In order to not get disconnected from their attachment partner, they play another brilliant baby game. A toddler will stay near you and play at your feet, and then they will want to take a little journey into the world. The child will go off, find something interesting, and toddle back to their attachment partner. They will say, "Dis," and their attachment partner will say, "That's a computer case." Then the toddler will go find something else and bring it back. The child will ask, "What's that?" And the adult will say, "Oh, that's water." Toddlers do the brilliant work of making a psychological home base. The toddler thinks, "I'm safe with you, but the world is interesting. I'll take a little practice journey and discover something. I won't get lost. I'll come back, we'll talk about it, and we'll figure it out." The baby will go away and come back 10 million times. Eventually, between 28 and 36 months, a child can internally take their attachment partner with them as a voice of comfort. Separation is complicated for kids who have experienced disruptions in attachment and trauma because they cannot reliably evoke a comforting image of an adult when they're in a group setting and adversity strikes. Adversity also strikes about every 20 seconds in a group setting. He said this, he took that. Kids need to know that they're worthy of comfort in order to engage the teacher and have a helpful resolution. One of ERP's core practices is that we want to reflect who children really are. For example, if a kid says, "He said he's not my friend," we don't say, "We're all friends here in kindergarten." If students think that their teacher wants them to act friendly all the time, kids will simply be mean wherever their teacher is not, in the cafeteria, on the playground, or in the bathroom. It's important for classrooms to have an even balance of invitations for self expression and containing structures. Some classrooms are tight and overly structured at every second. When you glance at an overly structured room, anxiety is low. Everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. But the second that structure alleviates, students go nuts. If students have no opportunities to express or resolve anything at school, they will go home with whatever they came in with in the morning. One of the things we know from research, and we certainly know from experience, is that we're often working with children who have experienced disruption or trauma in their young lifetimes. If teachers are allergic to children's trauma, or if they don't know how to invite that part of them in, students will be unable to learn well, and they will act out carrying their stories alone. Attachment is the foundation for all of the things that come after it. It has different functions at different age levels, all the way through adulthood. In infancy, it allows children to regulate themselves because the adult is there as the attachment partner, responding and mirroring. All the little tiny transitions that an infant goes through during the day are partner dependent. Babies and toddlers also look to their attachment partners to learn about affect, to synchronize, to imitate, to be in conversation, a pre-verbal conversation or effective conversation. In an ideal situation, it's not the baby initiating by mirroring the parent, it's the parent initiating by mirroring the baby. The baby cries, and the parent goes, "Oh, okay, I know you're sad." They empathize with the child's sadness. The dialogue becomes one that shows that the adult can take in the array of emotions and be there through them. When adults can't do that, if they need the baby to reflect them, then it's much harder for the child to grow in authentic emotional self. You're going to get an as if kind of situation, or one in which the child suppresses their negative feelings in order to stay tolerable to the adult. Or, if the adult is harmful, the child might identify with the aggressor. So the kid isn't feeling their own pain. They're enacting what is done in those destructive situations. No infant, toddler, or young kid can achieve developmental milestones or reach them on their own. There has to be a partner there. And primary partners are parents or grandparents or whoever's the primary caregiver. Teachers become partners. Sometimes they don't know that they're partners, but that doesn't work out as well as when they do know they are partners. The tiny child who makes a million transitions of state during the day becomes a bigger kid, goes to school, and is expected to make a bunch of transitions. And if nobody was there the first time or the second, when they have those expectations, they cannot cope. They're alone. To help children not feel alone, adults can be a good mirror. Adults can reflect what they hear and see and know about kids. The pandemic has created huge ripples. If you're not able to socialize for a year or two or three, and your world is like the olden days, just a tiny little bubble of home, then social development is going to be impacted. Development is experience dependent to a degree, and there weren't experiences. What the experience of being at home was like was all over the map. For some children, it was lovely. For some children, it was horrible, and everything in between. But there were no other outlets for parents and for children. A colleague of mine told me that her 18-month-old and she were out for a walk. Another toddler was toddling toward them, and they sort of ran to each other and then stopped. They froze because it had already been internalized that contact with other children was dangerous early in the pandemic. So, all of that is in school now, in every grade. And in addition to the horrific losses that families endured, one of the traumas was the need for parents to quarantine. One thing that makes zero sense to young children is that a parent is there, but they can't see them. That was really traumatic for children. And it still has ripples for the children who went through that. It really sort of undid some early developmental stuff or made it fragile for many children. What we say to teachers now is that if you teach second grade and you have 7-year-olds, you really have 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Whatever grade you teach, whatever age you teach, you have a 3-year span because there were long periods of time during those years where there was disruption in experience and disruption in development. And kids are still needing to do work that they would have done at a younger age. I talk with parents about COVID in the exact same way. Yes, the child is 7, but really, they didn't have what they would have had when they were 4 or 5 or 6. So 7 isn't going to look the same. It doesn't mean development won't happen. It will, but it's not going to look the same. And if we expect it to look the same, we're really denying the truth about what kids' experiences were like. Lack of developmental partners was a major barrier that COVID created for children. They were deprived of experience with other children and were sequestered within family, where the adults were also impacted. Adults' worlds became much smaller, with much less freedom for outlets, but also very computer-centered. And because people needed to work from home, they didn't need their kids screaming and running around. Even for people who had resisted technology for their kids, there wasn't anything else to do. Parents had to let kids, in fact, encourage them, to be on the computer or the phone or the iPad all day long. It's scary when you see kids in strollers holding onto iPhones. It creates a world where the person isn't the source of interaction and isn't even looked to some of the time to be the source. That's got all kinds of ripples. And considering that children play to make sense of their life experiences, the way grown-ups talk to make sense of their life experiences, kids need to play. But if play gets gone, they don't have any way to make sense of those experiences, and they stay present on a sensory overwhelming level. Mental health in children and adolescents has suffered a great deal since the pandemic and hasn't recovered. I feel like the tech world is a part of that problem. Supporting children in creating their self-narratives. I was at a picnic recently with a whole bunch of family friends. Barbara, a family therapist from Wisconsin, herself the mother of 3, told me in an interview. We were in a big park by the lake. The day was not too hot, no bugs. There was tons of food, music playing. It was just great. The older kids were running around from the little beach to the playground and back, and the parents could just lounge around in the shade and relax. I love babies, so I was sitting on the blankets with the moms who had little ones. There were 4 or 5 squirts crawling around, all busy doing their thing, while most of them were kind of tumbling about, pulling themselves up, plopping down. One little girl sat very still, busily opening and closing a small plastic container with a twist-off top. Her mom noticed me looking and said kind of apologetically, "She is a little obsessed with that thing." She gently pulled the container away from the baby and hoisted her up to standing. "Look, honey," she said, getting to her knees and giving the little girl her fingers to hold on to. "We can go for a walk." The baby marched in place for a beat or two, but was clearly not enthused. After another little while, she sat back down, reached for the container, and returned to intently twisting the top on and off. "Honestly, I am getting worried," the mom said. "She's almost 14 months, and she is not walking. She is not even that interested in pulling herself up." "That might be," I said, "but look at what she can do with her hands. Those are really advanced fine motor skills she's got, and she is really working on them. That kind of concentration is amazing. She'll get to standing and walking when she is ready." "I see this so often," Barbara continued, "and it makes me sad. Parents get all wrapped up in tracking how their children are performing against this developmental milestone or the other, and they don't pay attention to the ways their children are actually developing. Our most important job in supporting children in creating accurate, positive self narratives is to serve as reliable, empathetic, non judgmental mirrors for them at every stage of development. To succeed, we have to work to see and relate to the child rather than a virtual reality compounded of our expectations and beliefs. Curiosity is a great place to start. Combined with unconditional positive regard, it allows us to enter the child's world with the wonder it deserves and to learn from and with the child. Another essential step in becoming effective developmental partners is to learn to be mindful of the way we speak with children. We will explore this in depth in the second half of the book, particularly in chapters 6 and 7. If you want some ideas right away, though, feel free to jump ahead and browse. One of my favorite children's books is Sarah O'Leary's sweetly absurd When You Were Small. The book opens with a bedtime ritual in which young Henry asks his father, "Tell me about when I was small." And Henry's dad describes a past where small is taken literally. One of the memories is this: "When you were small, we let you sleep in one of my slippers, the left one. You used a fuzzy washcloth for a blanket and a tea bag for a pillow." Beautifully illustrated by Julie Morstad, the book is a wry, loving, surreal exploration of imagination, the power of words, and the way they shape our stories and our memories. The words we share with children, even very young children, really matter. Books like When You Were Small are wonderful tools for exploring with children how words help us understand ourselves and each other. Try reading the book with a child or a group of children, and then invite them to tell imaginative stories about themselves when they were small. Pictures are also great invitations into exploring children's self-narratives. You can do the mapping activity we did at the beginning of the chapter with children as young as preschool age. If you are doing the activity with a child in your family, you can look through photos together and ask the child to pick some that show them at different ages. If you are doing this in a classroom, you can ask children to get their parents to help them to gather the pictures and bring them in on a specific day. Again, encourage the children to choose pictures that show them at different times in their lives. If children do not have photos, invite them to make drawings of themselves at special times in their lives. Encourage them to include times that they know about from stories they have heard from the people around them. As children look over the photos and their drawings, invite them to make sketches of themselves at different ages, noting as many details as possible by answering the following questions and writing the answers on the same paper as the sketch. You can help younger children by acting as their scribe. How old are you? What name did people call you at that age? Where are you? Who is with you? What are you doing? How are you dressed? What does your hair look like? What is the expression on your face? Then ask the children to arrange the sketches in order of age. You can suggest that they paste them down on a large piece of paper and label each age. It can be fun to decorate the paper and to elaborate on the descriptions with drawings, stickers, etc. You can invite older children to go deeper in mapping their stories by answering the following questions to the best of their abilities. Who are the most important people in your life? What did you love to do? What were you afraid of? What words did you use to describe yourself? What did you dream about? Once the children's maps are complete, ask them to tell and/or write stories about themselves based on the maps. In this chapter, as we examine the relationship between how we know ourselves and what we know about ourselves, we began to touch on how important socialization is to our developmental process and our perception of ourselves. Developmental psychologists describe identity as an ongoing process of exploration and commitment to possible selves. In the following chapters, we will examine how the needs for belonging and for autonomy affect our choices of possible selves. Chapter 3: To see and be seen. Learning spotlight. Explore these ideas. Socialization and our needs for belonging and for autonomy shape our development and our perception of ourselves. Research from cognitive and educational psychologists, including Maslow's hierarchy of needs and Dacey and Ryan's self-determination theory, shows that social connectivity is of deep importance to our mental and emotional well-being, and can have physiological influences as well. Connectivity is an innate human desire, and it informs how we develop our sense of self and interpret our inner states. A sense of autonomy, on the other hand, allows us to live authentically and in alignment with this inner state. As we develop from infancy into childhood and adolescence, the needs for connection and individual growth are often in direct conflict. What is most beneficial from parents, teachers, and mentors is to provide our unconditional understanding and encouragement. With this support, children are free to develop their autonomy and social relatedness in tandem because their other psychological needs are met. Practice spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Reflect on the social fabric of your life by mapping your connections with family, friends, colleagues, and other communities. Consider how your social connections influence your ability to be authentic. Help the children in your life begin to reflect on what communities they belong to and how they feel in each. In the preceding chapter, we talked about how essential the people in our lives are to our developing sense of self. Here, we will take a closer look at the dynamics of what psychologists call the social mirror in shaping our relationships with our inner selves. To do so, we are going to continue mapping our lives, this time focusing on the communities of people who form the fabric of our social lives. All you need is some paper and a writing implement, a pencil, pen, marker, or crayon. Take a few minutes to think about all the people in your life. Now begin to sort them into the communities they form: family, friends, colleagues, spiritual companions, etc. Draw a circle for each community and label it. Think a bit more about each and articulate the smaller communities that are part of it. For example, friends might include childhood friends, college friends, work friends, exercise buddies, neighbors, and so on. Draw those circles within the larger circle and begin to notice any overlaps. You might need to adjust the size of the original circles as you go. Here is a community map created by a participant in one of our Authenticity in the Classroom workshops. You can find this and all other diagrams and forms at forrealbook.org/PDFS. As you build this map of your social connections, pay close attention to the thoughts and feelings that come up as you name and draw each circle. When you are done, take a few minutes to rest. Stand up, stretch, get a drink of water, then come back and look at the map again and ask yourself these questions. In which of the communities I am part of do I feel most at home? In which of my communities do I feel that people really know me? In which of these communities do I feel most valued? In which of these communities do I feel I make a real contribution? Write down the answers to these questions, adding any observations about how you are feeling as you consider yourself in the context of community. When you are done, take another break to let the feelings and thoughts settle. Belonging. When I was thinking about my community map, said George, an administrator of an elementary school in Massachusetts, during the reflection portion of this activity, I kept having all these flashes of memories from the summer camp where I worked for a couple of years in college. It's been a minute since then, so I was confused at first. But then it began to make sense. That was the first place I felt I was really part of a community. We moved around a lot for my dad's work when I was growing up, and I guess I developed the habit of keeping to myself. I wasn't antisocial. I went out for sports, joined clubs at school, dated when I got older, but I never fully engaged. There was always a part that was ready to move on. Toward the end of freshman year of college, I went to the careers office to look for a summer job. Among the listings, there was one for a counselor at a boys' camp in the Berkshires. I'd never been to camp, but the idea of getting paid for spending the summer out in the woods sounded pretty good. I applied, and a little to my surprise, got the job. The camp is in this beautiful spot on a lake. As soon as I got off the bus from Boston, I was happy just being there. We had 5 days of training before opening day, and right off the bat, I felt drawn in. I was nervous, having never worked with kids, but I also had this strong sense that I was in the right place. And when the campers arrived and we settled in, that feeling just grew and grew. It was hard work, don't get me wrong, but it fed me, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't holding back. Looking at my map, George smiled, I see the imprint of that experience. The relationships and communities I value most are the ones where I feel at ease enough to show up and engage. It has become a commonplace idea that belonging is a fundamental human need. Instinctively, we have always known this and have acted accordingly, shunning, ostracizing, and isolating individuals as punishment. A scientific basis for our understanding of the need for connection and belonging began to emerge in the second half of the 20th century. Abraham Maslow was singularly influential in focusing attention on our belongingness needs. In 1943, Maslow, then a professor of psychology at Brooklyn College, proposed his theory of human motivation in an article in Psychological Review. This was the foundation of what came to be known as Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You have most likely seen the pyramid that is usually used to represent the hierarchy. Interestingly, as Scott Barry Kaufman, Ph.D., explains in his book Transcend, The New Science of Self-Actualization, Maslow did not envision the hierarchy of needs as a pyramid, which was actually created by a management consultant in the 60s. Dr. Kaufman goes on to say that the continual reproduction of the pyramid in management textbooks had the unfortunate consequences of reducing Maslow's rich and nuanced intellectual contributions to a parody, and has betrayed the actual spirit of Maslow's notion of self-actualization as realizing one's creative potential for humanitarian ends. We will look at Dr. Kaufman's new metaphor for the hierarchy of needs later in this chapter, and we'll hear from him directly in the featured perspective section. Maslow, a strong proponent of humanistic psychology, was interested in human growth and potential. For him, the exploration of our basic needs was a way to understand our higher qualities, higher aspirations, higher values. These higher human needs, the need for love, for friendship, for dignity, for self-respect, for individuality, for self-fulfillment, Maslow asserted, are biological. According to Maslow's theory, we strive to satisfy each of our basic needs in order to pursue the drive for growth. In this framework, the need for love and belonging follows directly after our physiological and safety needs and is a precursor to the needs for esteem and self-actualization. If both the physiological and the safety needs are fairly well gratified, Maslow wrote, then there will emerge the love and affection and belongingness needs. Now the person will feel keenly, as never before, the absence of friends or a sweetheart or a wife or children. He will hunger for affectionate relations with people in general, namely, for a place in his group, and he will strive with great intensity to achieve this goal. It is interesting to note that Maslow regarded the need to belong, along with physiological and safety needs, as something we feel most acutely in the absence of satisfaction. We experience a sense of not belonging as a threat to our well-being, just as we do hunger or cold. Professors Roy Baumeister and Mark Leary picked up on this theme in their Watershed 1995 article that put forward the belongingness hypothesis. We suggest that belongingness can be almost as compelling a need as food, they wrote, and that human culture is significantly conditioned by the pressure to provide belongingness. Baumeister and Leary set out to review and evaluate empirical evidence to examine with scientific rigor the idea that the need to form and maintain strong, stable interpersonal relationships is a fundamental human motivation. The core point of the belongingness hypothesis, the authors explained in an extensive look back at their work published in 2021 in Educational Psychology Review, is that people have an innate motivational drive to form and maintain interpersonal bonds with other people. We called belonging a need rather than merely a desire because people who fail to satisfy it suffer various mental health and physical health deficits. These desired social bonds have two aspects: frequent positive or neutral, just not negative interactions, and an ongoing framework of mutual caring. In their comprehensive analysis of the scientific literature, Baumeister and Leary found evidence to support the following. Human beings invest a lot of energy and resources in creating and sustaining supportive relationships. We work hard to avoid breaking social connections. Our need to belong shapes our thought processes. The experiences of belonging or not belonging generate some of our most powerful feelings, including joy, peace, calm, loneliness, anxiety, and grief. Deprived of belonging, human beings are much more prone to mental and physical illness and behavioral issues. On the strength of the evidence they found, Baumeister and Leary concluded that the need to belong may well be one of the most far-reaching and integrative constructs currently available to understand human nature. The belongingness hypothesis, in the words of Dr. Kellyanne Allen, a leading researcher on belonging, and her co-authors, created a groundswell around the topic of the need to belong. 30 years after its first publication, Baumeister and Leary's work has continued to inform and inspire a broad range of research across many disciplines around the world. With our increasing knowledge, the subject takes on ever more relevance and urgency. In May 2023, for instance, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory, Our Epidemic of Loneliness and Isolation, describing in stark detail the public health crisis created in the United States by loneliness, isolation, and lack of social connections. The statistics cited in the advisory are truly startling. Social isolation increases the likelihood of premature death. Social connection increases the chances of survival by 50%. Lack of connection is as dangerous as smoking 15 cigarettes a day, and more so than obesity and physical inactivity. Loneliness and poor relationships are correlated with a 29% greater risk of heart disease and a 32% greater risk of stroke. The quality of social connections affects our immune systems and the management of hypertension and diabetes. The risk of developing dementia increases by 50% for older people who experience chronic loneliness. Adults who often feel lonely are twice as likely to develop depression as those who are rarely or never lonely. For children, loneliness and social isolation increase the risk of depression and anxiety, and the high risk persists as long as 9 years. Finally, there is a strong correlation between social isolation and death by suicide. Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling, Dr. Vivek H. Murthy emphasizes. It harms both individual and social health, and the harmful consequences of a society that lacks social connection can be felt in our schools, workplaces, and civic organizations, where performance, productivity, and engagement are diminished. To sum up our exploration of belonging, I will borrow Dr. Allen's humorous observation. Belonging is good. The absence of belonging, well, that is bad. Autonomy. Freshman year of high school, recounts Emmett, a first-year college student in Arizona, I joined marching band. The school I was at, there was a lot of looking down on people in band, or people spending a lot of time playing an instrument. And no one else in my friend group in high school, and no one else that I really spent a lot of time with, was in band. But I said I love music. I play trombone. I have loved music for a long time. I really enjoy playing. So I'm going to do it. And if people make a joke about it or say something stupid about it, whatever, because I really enjoy it. So I'm going to pursue it and focus on it. It's really tough for adolescents and teens in this day and age, Emmett reflects, just purely because of the gossip culture and the bullying culture and the teasing culture of high school and teenagehood. There are the social hierarchies of high school, and with certain hierarchies comes a lot of looking down on people. I think a lot of people are afraid to be more authentic and to do things that interest them for fear of being made fun of. I have a friend who really likes Dungeons and Dragons and played with other friends outside of school. And then he joined the club in school and got made fun of for it. And so he quit. There's a lot of thinking of social standing and social image rather than being true to oneself. There's too much caring about what others will think of you rather than just saying, I like Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to be in the club. Who cares what anyone else says? Emmett's account captures poignantly the tension that most of us experience at one time or another between our need to belong and the need for autonomy. Autonomy, as defined by the Merriam-Webster dictionary, is self-directing freedom and especially moral independence. To understand the role autonomy plays in our perception and experience of ourselves, however, we need to unpack the idea a bit. Let's go back again to our baby research scientists in their cribs. According to Daniel Stern, MD, a developmental psychiatrist specializing in infant development, the infant's major developmental task is the creation of ties with others, that is, increasing relatedness. This makes all the sense in the world for beings who depend on others for their basic physiological needs. Critically, infants' interactions with other people also shape their interpretation of their own inner states and developing sense of self. It would seem that every human being comes at birth into society not as a lump of clay to be molded by society, Maslow wrote about the process of socialization, but rather as a structure which society may warp or suppress or build upon. Much of this happens through the ways in which the world reacts to infants in response to their expression of their inner states. Psychologist Arno Gruen explored the effects of socialization on autonomy in his pioneering book, The Betrayal of the Self. According to Gruen, infants who do not receive appropriate empathetic responses from their caregivers learn that there is nothing to be learned. They learn not to make their own reactions the point of departure for their development. The choice that is made for children at an early age, Gruen writes, is whether the development of the self, the organization of one's personality, will be formed by inner or by outer forces. In other words, whether they will live an autonomous existence or one dependent on external stimulation. This dichotomy of the source of developmental direction is central to Gruen's conception of autonomy, in which being autonomous does not result from having ideas of one's own importance, nor from the necessity for independence, but from being able to experience freely one's own perceptions, feelings, and needs. In this framing, it is easy to see autonomy as a basic human need, a drive to have unimpeded access to ourselves. Humanistic psychology places great emphasis on autonomy as a source of psychological well-being, growth, and motivation. It is in the context of the study of motivation that the highly influential self-determination theory, SDT, first emerged with the publication of Intrinsic Motivation and Self-Determination in Human Behavior by Professors Edward Dacey and Richard Ryan of the University of Rochester. The conviction that the human drive for growth and development is innate undergirds self-determination theory. Perhaps no single phenomenon reflects the positive potential of human nature as much as intrinsic motivation, the inherent tendency to seek out novelty and challenges, to extend and exercise one's capacities, to explore, and to learn, according to Drs. Dacey and Ryan. From the time of birth, children in their healthiest states are active, inquisitive, curious, and playful. even in the absence of specific rewards. The construct of intrinsic motivation describes this natural inclination toward assimilation, mastery, spontaneous interest, and exploration that is so essential to cognitive and social development, and that represents a principal source of enjoyment and vitality throughout life. In its exploration of intrinsic motivation, SDT identified 3 innate psychological needs that must be satisfied to support self-motivation and personality integration: autonomy, competence, and relatedness, belonging. Importantly, all 3 must be satisfied to facilitate growth and well-being. The tremendous wave of research inspired by SDT has greatly increased our understanding of each of these basic needs and the factors that support or undermine people's ability to satisfy them. With respect to autonomy, the research has contributed to developing insights into the processes through which people internalize and integrate messages from their social environments. Internalization refers to people's taking in a value or regulation, and integration refers to the further transformation of that regulation into their own, so that, subsequently, it will emanate from their sense of self, explain Ryan and Dacey. Internalization and integration are essential elements in children's socialization. Children have a range of options open to them in response to the messages they receive from the people around them. Each carries particular implications for children's autonomy. Let's take a hypothetical child. We'll call her Paula, whose caregivers are teaching her that it is important not to waste food and to take only as much as she can eat. Paula is only allowed dessert when she cleans her plate, and the adults often mention that there are children who do not have enough to eat. Here are some ways she may react. To get dessert, Paula can comply and take less than what she wants, or take as much as she wants and eat all her food, even if she is no longer hungry. In the process, she must override her sense of autonomy. Paula might feel guilty about other children going without enough food and take less or clean her plate because she ought to. These introjected feelings diminish autonomy because they are experienced as essentially external and not really as part of the self. On the other hand, Paula may feel a genuine concern for children who experience food insecurity and take smaller portions. Since she identifies with the goal of not wasting food, she experiences this as self-regulation that does not diminish her autonomy. Finally, Paula might notice that her body feels better when she eats smaller portions. In this way, she can integrate the values taught by her adults as congruent with her personal physical experience. My friend Emma, who is a preschool teacher in New York City, told me a charming story that illustrates how children assimilate what they learn from adults into their autonomous being in the world. I was getting my master's degree and worked as an aide in the twos class at the time. One day, I took one of my kids to the bathroom. 2 little girls whom I knew from a couple of years back came in. They were now in pre-K, so they were like 4-ish at this point. The way the bathroom is set up, there are these little mini toilets, 3 of them in a row, very low to the ground. There are no stalls or anything. The girls say hi and go over to sit on the potty. One of them says she has to poop, and her friend leans over and says very seriously, "Remember, no rushing, no forcing." "Yeah," the other replies, "no rushing, no forcing." I just loved the camaraderie. They weren't like, "Don't look at me, I need privacy." They were just there supporting each other and helping each other learn. They were reminding each other to take it slow. You don't have to speed out of the bathroom. Do whatever you need to do in the time you need to do it, and don't hurt yourself. No rushing, no forcing. I don't know if that came from their teachers or if it was something that a family member had said, but I thought it was the funniest thing and very profound. It's become a watchword in our family. Featured perspective: Scott Barry Kaufman on security and growth. Scott Barry Kaufman is the host of the Psychology podcast and author of Transcend: The New Science of Self-Actualization. We had a wide-ranging conversation about his work, education, and authenticity in 2024. Here are edited excerpts of our conversation. I'm a cognitive scientist, and I am interested in educational psychology as well. I grew up with an auditory learning disability that put me in special education. I really saw the greater potential of everyone around me in school. I really believed that there was so much more that I was capable of and that my friends were capable of. That really informed my interest and my work. As an undergraduate, I started off as an opera singer. Once I took a course in psychology, though, I just absolutely fell in love with it and switched my major to psychology. I quit opera and haven't looked back since. Education has a real special space in my heart because of my early childhood experiences, as well as just my general interest in reforming the education system and having young people focus on different goals than what we currently force them to focus on. We don't really treat students as humans first, to the degree I wish we would. Human-centered education requires a lot of personalization. It requires a lot of individual appreciation of each child's sacred, unique journey. Every individual has a certain yearning for an expression of what makes them unique in this world, what their creative potential is. Not everyone has the same yearning, and recognizing that is very important. It's important to have certain foundational knowledge assessments, for sure. Literacy is important, but some kids who struggle in that area could be some of the greatest musicians, and we squelch their passions and their interests. I think we need to revolutionize the education system and have teachers trained to care about the humanity of the students and their other needs, not just their need for learning, but their need for connection, their need for safety, and their need for exploration. There are great models out there, but there are not enough models that treat students' humanity as sacred. Theoretical science is one thing, and then you interact with a middle schooler who does not live in a safe environment whatsoever, and all your science goes out the window. You're just with another human being, and a lot of the confidence you can help them cultivate comes from them feeling like there's at least one person in their life who cares. There's one person in their life who is a safe base for them in a chaotic environment. Don't ever underestimate the value of being the one safe harbor in someone's life. A lot of kids who come from broken homes or come from really disadvantaged backgrounds sort of walk around feeling this sense of worthlessness at their core. When you're anxiously attached, it really significantly impacts your sense of identity because you're always starting from a place of insecurity and anxiety about whether or not you're accepted. And when your whole head is preoccupied with that, you don't have much left over for math theorems or composing beautiful sonnets. A big part of the work I do with self-actualization, and why it means so much to me, is that we try to meet every person right where they are, and try to help them see the greater possibilities in themselves and for their life. I think that we all, not just children, have moments where we get really distracted with ourselves and we forget there's a wide world out there. We forget that there are many aspects to ourselves and we get stuck down one alleyway of seeing ourselves. That's something that I think we really have to work on, helping people learn that there are growth-oriented potentialities within us that are just as much the core to us. Our need for belonging conflicts with our need for individualized growth. It can be hard to be authentic and stand out and go against your in-group. That takes a lot of bravery and healthy authenticity, especially if you're saying something you think is right, that you think is true and just. I use the construct of healthy authenticity to distinguish it from what I call toxic authenticity. I think context is important. Just saying whatever is on your mind, for instance, is not being authentic. It's just being a jerk. Healthy authenticity is where you really are authentic to the most growth-oriented sides of yourself, the sides that are most conducive to fostering healthy relationships. I think that's very important. The work you do of co creating authentic communities as safe harbors to venture from is really in line with the model for the hierarchy of needs I developed in my book, Transcend. When I was working on the book, I thought it was really interesting that what Maslow described in his theory of development didn't seem to conform whatsoever to a pyramid model. He emphasized that we have security needs that are important to be safe and secure. Then we have growth needs. I spent days and days in the Maslow archive reading through his papers, and I came to believe that he saw a different model for human potential, one that balanced the security and growth dynamic. My designer and I came up with the idea of a sailboat for the book. The boat represents our security needs, and the sail, our growth needs. One of the big surprises during my research was how much Maslow thought about transcendence toward the end of his life and what he thought humans could be capable of. That was really great to see. At the Center for Human Potential, we teach the science of human potential. The purview of the science of human potential is much broader than positive psychology. It incorporates developmental psychology, personality psychology, neuroscience, and humanistic psychology. This synthesis of various fields offers a broader understanding of what people are capable of achieving. Me with you, a delicate balance. One of life's boldest ventures is the endeavor to grow to become our own secure base. That is, in fact, the point of exploring and developing our authentic selves. And nowhere else is the subtle interplay of autonomy and belonging as clearly evident as in this lifelong developmental project. In Transcend, Dr. Kopelman quotes the eminent developmental psychologist John Bowlby as having observed that life is best organized as a series of daring ventures from a secure base. This captures beautifully the complex interdependence of our need for belonging and for autonomy. Let's take a look at the dynamic between these two essential needs by tracing a broad outline of the various stages of the process by which we grow into ourselves. Infants, as we have already touched on, look to the people around them to help understand and regulate their inner experiences. For a baby who is crying out of hunger, a caregiver's responsive, comforting presence is just as important as food. If, by crying, the infant is able to summon a caring response, the child meets the need for connectedness and, in the process, gains a sense of some autonomy. As babies gain control over their bodies, they go further afield in exploring their worlds. In doing so, they continue to rely on their attachment partners for security and reflective information. We have all seen a cruising baby who has fallen down, take a beat or two, to look at the nearby caregiver in order to decide how to respond. Again, the needs for connection and autonomy are working hand in hand to shape the child's sense of experience and self. As children grow, both individuation and connectedness are essential in combination, explains Dr. Harder. That is, secure social attachments with caregivers facilitate the type of exploration in the absence of parents that contributes to a sense of healthy autonomy. Children's worlds expand rapidly as they begin to socialize outside their immediate home environments. They encounter other children on the playground, go to daycare, attend preschool, and eventually enter school. In the process, they spend more and more time with peers and a growing circle of caregivers. They also encounter new social structures that bring with them new expectations and opportunities. At this point, the degree to which a child has internalized a sense of secure belonging and autonomy from early childhood experiences takes on increasing importance. Children who are confident of their connection to their caregivers and who have learned to be aware of and to regulate their own internal states have an easier time navigating the transitions and growing demands of their social environments. The expanding scope of children's interpersonal relationships coincides with cognitive and emotional maturation that facilitates the development of what psychologists call self-conscious emotions such as embarrassment, guilt, shame, and pride. At the same time, in middle to late childhood, close friendships become very important. These friendships are all about loyalty, trust, understanding, and emotional support. In this way, these relationships satisfy the need for belonging and support the further development of autonomy by helping children learn more about themselves. And then, as the Pixar movie Inside Out 2 so lovingly and cringingly reminds us, adolescence arrives. This is a particularly fragile time for our sense of belonging and autonomy. It's a time when adolescents become preoccupied with their identities, with the big questions of life. Who am I? Where do I fit in? Who do I want to be? Exploration of identity is a defining characteristic of adolescence and is evident in the multiplicity of selves that appear in this stage of life. Dr. Harder and her colleagues documented this process in their groundbreaking research paper, The Development of Multiple Role-Related Selves During Adolescence. Adolescents are actively concerned with creating, defining, and differentiating role-related selves, the authors write. There is a proliferation of selves that vary as a function of social context. These include self with father, mother, close friend, romantic partner, peers, as well as self in the role of student, on the job, and as athlete. It is not surprising that juggling this head-spinning array of selves can challenge the balance between the needs for belonging and for autonomy. It's confusing, says Bill, who is in the 11th grade in Colorado. I can talk about all kinds of stuff with my cross-country coach, but I clam up with my mom and dad. And with my friends, I'll goof around, but I won't really say what's on my mind because I don't want them to think I am weird. Such conflicting attributes of various social selves can leave adolescents struggling with what they perceive as false self-behaviors and puzzling to understand their true selves. When asked to define true self-behavior, Dr. Harder and her co-authors write, adolescence descriptions include the real me inside, saying what you really think, expressing your opinion. In contrast, false self-behavior is defined as being phony, not stating your true opinion, saying what you think others want to hear. Although the turbulence of adolescence can certainly feel as if the need to belong and the need for autonomy are in direct conflict, it is, in fact, finding the balance and satisfying both that paves the way for becoming our own secure base. When youth fail to contact or enact their internal states, this is often because they think that doing so might lead to rejection and disapproval, explained Professor Sander Thomas and his colleagues in describing their empirical research on the relationship between authenticity, need satisfaction, and well-being. However, when youth's basic psychological needs are met, this reduces their incentive to distance themselves from who they really are and helps them to experience authenticity. It is this sense of authenticity that, in turn, buoys youth with a stock of positive feelings and promotes subjective well-being. Of course, the process of becoming continues throughout our lifetimes, and the needs for belonging and for autonomy remain defining forces in our sense of ourselves. Empathetic connections, therefore, play a key role in the lifelong project of staying in touch with our authentic selves. Relationships that allow us to know and be known to other people provide us with the necessary balance of autonomy and connectedness. The perils of socialization. Maslow warned that the potentialities that make up our inner core are weak, subtle, and delicate, very easily drowned out by learning, by cultural expectations, by fear, by disapproval, etc. In their research on the false self-behavior of adolescents, Professor Harder and her colleagues confirmed that young people who do not feel validated by the significant people in their lives are not only most likely to engage in such behavior, but are also most at risk for devaluing and distorting their true selves. A major contributing factor to adolescents feeling that they lack validation is conditional support. As an example, Dr. Harder and her co-authors quote a participant from their study. "My mom is really on my case because I'm not living up to what she wants me to be. If I get A's in school, she acts like she is proud of me. But if I don't, she doesn't approve of me. You could say how she treats me is conditional on how I do. There is no way I can ever please her. It's pretty hopeless." It is clear, as the authors emphasize, that conditional support is not perceived as very supportive, since typically it does not validate one's core self. With the growing influence of self-determination theory, researchers have built on these ideas to investigate conditional regard as a socialization strategy, specifically as used by parents and educators in the context of the SDT framework. The earliest of these studies looked at the effects of parental conditional regard on college students. The researchers found that this parenting approach was effective in getting students to behave in the ways their parents wanted, but at an exorbitant emotional cost. Students experienced feelings of internal compulsion, short-lived satisfaction, shame after failure, fluctuations in self-esteem, poor coping skills, low self-worth, a sense of being disapproved of by parents, and resentment toward parents. A later piece of research identified two types of conditional regard: positive and negative. Conditional positive regard is when parents give more attention and affection to a child when that child acts in the way the parents want. Conditional negative regard is when parents withdraw love and attention from a child when the child does not act in the way the parents want. The research found that conditional negative regard is not effective in changing adolescents' behavior while eliciting all the negative emotional responses uncovered by previous studies. Conditional positive regard was shown to produce the desired behaviors, but the children suffered from a sense of internal compulsion and felt the need to suppress negative feelings. Research into the use of conditional regard by teachers has demonstrated that this strategy in education has the same limitations as its parenting counterpart. The results suggest teachers' conditional regard, whether positive or negative, undermines students' agentic engagement because it inhibits their basic psychological needs for autonomy and relatedness. While we may intuitively understand the limitations of conditional regard as a socialization strategy, it continues to play a significant role in our families and institutions. In their study of the emotional costs of parental conditional regard, for example, Professors Avi Yasor and Guy Roth found that those mothers who perceived their parents as providing conditional attention and acceptance were themselves perceived by their daughters to use the same socializing approach. In other words, unwittingly, we often replicate with our children the ways in which we were treated by our parental figures. Our school systems, as Carla Shalaby argues so powerfully in Troublemakers, are steeped in the use of conditional regard, with suspension and expulsion reaching epidemic proportions despite their well-documented ineffectiveness in curbing incidences of misconduct. In our efforts to support the children in our lives to blossom into the people they want to be, we need to transform our socialization strategies to ones of unconditional positive regard. Children must never work for our love, as Gordon Neufeld, Ph.D., author of Hold On to Your Kids, observes. They must rest in it. Supporting children in exploring their social mirrors. It was rough having my friends make jokes about my being in marching band, says Emmett, whom we met earlier in this chapter. But now, in college, none of that matters. I still really love music, and that's all that matters. In the moment, it can seem like there's a lot of pressure to fit into the social standards and the social hierarchies. But a lot of adults in my life told me, in the best way possible, it doesn't matter. Just do what you want. From a kid's eyes, it's very helpful to have a parent say, just do it, just try it out, just join that club, just hang out with that group of people. If people have the resources to try anything, they absolutely should. And parental encouragement is definitely helpful. Teachers, too, help a lot. In middle school, my math teacher was in charge of the band club. I would talk to her about how much I liked music and that I played trombone. And she pushed me to join the club. She pushed me to find my interests. Then in high school, there were times in English I would want to write about obscure things in history or write a murder mystery, but the curriculum wasn't so open to that. My teacher said, write what the curriculum wants you to write, and then just write about something else. Just write about a different experience. Write about some fantasy world or murder mystery. She encouraged me to recognize that there are definite structures in society that people are expected to follow, but that you can also push out of that. You can add your own take to things. Finding ourselves within the complexities of our social lives can be a challenging process. As caring adults, the best way we can support children in navigating it is to offer them our unconditional understanding and encouragement. We can also help by offering them ways to reflect on their social interactions. The community mapping activity we did at the beginning of the chapter is a great way to start. Get some large sheets of paper and some pencils, pens, markers, and crayons. You may also want to provide stickers, sparkle glue, collage materials, etc. Ask the children you are working with to think about the people with whom they spend time: family, friends, teachers, classmates, other children in school, other adults in school, people in their spiritual communities, teammates, coaches, etc. Ask the children to draw a circle for each group of people. Suggest that the sizes of the circles correspond to the amount of time they spend with each group. Encourage them to label the circles as they go. Next, ask the children to draw smaller circles within the larger ones to represent different parts of each group. For example, within family, they might include parents, siblings, grandparents, aunts and uncles, cousins, etc. Again, the size of the circles can correspond to the amount of time they spend with each group. Ask them to label the smaller circles and encourage them to notice if there are any overlaps. Once the map is done, ask the children to think about how they feel when they spend time with each group. Suggest that they decorate their map with pictures and/or words, using whatever materials are easily available. You can offer them the following prompts to help with this process. In which of these groups do you feel most comfortable? In which of these groups do you feel people really know you? In which of these groups do you feel most cared for? In which of these groups do you feel really proud of yourself and the things you can do? Encourage the children to add decorations to their maps that reflect their answers to these questions. Ask them how they feel when they look at their maps. With older children, you can suggest that they write down their feelings. With younger ones, you can encourage them to draw a picture. If they want to share their feelings with you, listen carefully and offer an empathetic mirror. In this chapter, we explored how socialization and our needs for belonging and autonomy shape our development and our perception of ourselves. In the next chapter, we will look at how prevalent societal perceptions of children affect their authentic development. Chapter 4. You've got to be carefully taught. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Ideas about children and childhood that permeate our social environments affect the ways we come to think of ourselves. Children rely on adults to support their self-discovery, yet many adults carry limiting ideas of children that can distort children's self-image in this process. Our common perception of children is that they are adults in training and therefore incomplete, deficient, and separate from the real world. Terms such as adultism and childism, which began to enter public discourse in the late 1970s, describe the innate imbalance of power between adults and children and the ways some adults exercise their power unfairly because of these societal perceptions. For children, The experience of being consistently lesser than has profound effects on their self-image. Most people carry these insecurities of childhood into adulthood, which they then use to inform their treatment of young people. It is our responsibility to halt the cycle of distorting socialization and validate the lived experiences of the children in our lives. Practice spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Consider how positive and negative interactions with adults affected your perception of yourself as a child and of children in general. Examine how attitudes, opinions, or judgments you formed in childhood as a result of interactions with adults have expressed themselves in your life and in your relationships with children. Consider how your social connections influence your ability to be authentic. One of the best things we can do to help children explore their inner worlds is to ask them what it is like for them to be a child. Ask children about their positive and negative interactions with adults and encourage them to express how these interactions affect them and the way they see themselves. As we discussed in Chapter 3, socialization is a fundamental force in our relationships with ourselves. In this chapter, we will consider how ideas about children and childhood that permeate our social environments affect the ways we come to think of ourselves. To begin, let's do a little time travel. When you think of yourself as a child, whom do you picture? Most of us return to a particular time in our lives when we remember ourselves as kids. We tend to carry with us a specific image of ourselves. I invite you to make a visual representation of that image. Use any materials you like to make a drawing, collage, or sculpture. Get as creative as you like. If you enjoy working with fabric, for instance, you might want to make a quick quilt using fabric glue. As you work on your portrait, include as many details as possible. How old are you? What name did people call you then? Where are you? Who is with you? What are you doing? How are you dressed? What does your hair look like? What is the expression on your face? When you are happy with your creation, take a little break. Get a snack, take a short walk, or just relax. Then get 2 pieces of paper and something to write with and return to your portrait. As you look at the image of yourself as a child, think about the adults in your life at that time, family members, teachers, coaches, and so on. Focus in on one adult who made you feel seen and appreciated. Place 1 piece of paper next to your portrait and write that person's name on it. Then write the answers to these questions. What did this person say to you that boosted your sense of self? How many years have you carried the memory of that positive comment? What decisions did you make because of that positive comment? Spend a few minutes enjoying the memory, then focus on one adult who hurt your feelings when you were a child with a thoughtless comment. Place the other piece of paper next to your portrait and write the person's name on it. Then write the answers to the following questions. What did this person say to you that hurt your feelings? How many years have you carried the memory of that hurtful comment? What decisions did you make because of that hurtful comment? Again, take some time with the memory. Give yourself the space to feel whatever feelings reverberate from it and be gentle with yourself. Once you are ready to proceed, step away for a little while to allow time for your thoughts and emotions to return to the present time. Then, come back to the activity with pen and paper. Consider how the positive and negative interactions affected your perception of yourself as a child and of children in general. Write down any attitudes, opinions, or judgments you can trace to either memory. Note how these have expressed themselves in your life and in your relationships with children. Mirror, mirror. I always go back to when I was 11, says Virginia, a pediatrician from Idaho, who is the stepmother of a kindergartner. That was the year we moved up here from Louisiana. My dad was a pastor and he'd gotten a new parish. He went ahead of us to let my sister and me finish out the school year. So, come June, It was the three of us, Mom, Lena, and me, in the big old station wagon taking the long way north, stopping to see all kinds of sights on the way. We had a grand old time, which took some of the sting out of leaving all our friends and going someplace cold and unfamiliar. I had braces and this big hair. I kind of loved it, but was a little self-conscious about it. And my favorite outfit was a long plaid skirt and a black-ribbed long-sleeve t-shirt with a pair of Doc Martens. I felt so cool. Starting middle school in a new place is not ideal, but it wasn't bad, actually. The kids were pretty nice on the whole. They teased me only a little about my accent and stuff like that. Honestly, it felt a little like something special I had, something that made me stand out, and I made friends pretty quickly. It was my English teacher, Mrs. Baker, who gave me a real boost that year. She was one of those people who really knows how to talk to kids. Not patronizing, not trying to be buddies, just as one person to another. I really admired her. We read Sarah Plain and Tall, and I wrote the longest book report I'd ever done up till then. When I got the paperback, I was thrilled to get an A, but it was what Mrs. Baker wrote next to the grade that really mattered. "This is a very empathetic reading," she said in her clear, strong script. "You have given each character careful, sensitive consideration. In your writing, I see a person with a big heart." I remember going to the dictionary to make sure I really knew what empathetic meant, Virginia laughs. It was just so moving to me that this woman, who had not even known me that long, got me. She saw the kind person I felt myself to be and wanted to be. My choice of vocation and the way I am with the families I work with has a lot to do with that moment. I hold myself to that standard of kindness, and the memory of Mrs. Baker is my touchstone. My mom was a real role model for me in this respect. She was always really involved in the life of Dad's congregations, visiting older people, taking food over to folks when they were sick, organizing activities for the kids. And she was mild and even-handed with Lena and me, Virginia continues with a sigh. So I wasn't prepared to hear what felt like harsh words from her. It was our first Easter in Idaho. We were doing an egg hunt for the kids in the parish, and Lena and I were in charge of hiding the eggs while Mom set up the refreshments. It was sunny and warm for a change. I was feeling happy and goofy, hopping around pretending to be the Easter bunny. I bounced up to Mom, wiggling my hands like ears on the top of my head, and yelled, "Lady, I've brought you some Easter eggs." "Oh, Virginia," she said, looking at me kind of disappointed and sad. "You can be so childish sometimes. Please get those eggs hidden. Everybody's going to start arriving soon." All the fun drained right out of me, and I was very quiet for the rest of the day. In fact, for several weeks after, any time I felt that goofy energy bubble up, I would get anxious and stifle it. Even as a kid, though, I liked that part of myself. I wasn't going to give it up, I decided. I just needed to be careful about showing it. Children rely on adults as allies in the all-important enterprise of exploring their inner worlds and discovering who they are. They pay very close attention to our words and our actions. Sadly, often adults find it difficult to live up to this responsibility because of the beliefs and attitudes they developed in the course of their own socialization. Consequently, as children, many of us gaze into distorted social mirrors, clouded by societal ideas, ideals, and stereotypes. One of the most powerful forces that affects the way children learn to see themselves is the prevalent societal conception of children and childhood. Two words in English capture our cultural ambivalence towards children: childlike and childish. Childlike invokes images of innocence, playfulness, and hope. Childish conjures up a sense of annoying immaturity. The emotional power of both words and the contrast between them point to the unresolved conflicts inherent in our understanding of childhood and its role in our lives. Children in an adult-made world. As I was getting ready to write this chapter, I took a walk on a lovely fall evening in Astoria, Queens, a bustling neighborhood of families from all over the world. I stopped to read the menu of an enticing Mexican restaurant on a leafy street corner. A boy of about 2 came running past, waving his arms high in the air and laughing his head off. His mother was in hot pursuit a few steps behind, yelling for the boy to stop. She caught up just before he reached the intersection and grabbed him roughly by the arm. Her fear made her seem larger than life as she towered over the boy. "I told you to stop," she said, as she gave him a shake. He looked up into her face with searching eyes and started to cry. My heart ached for both of them. I knew firsthand the fear of a parent whose child is in danger and recognized the bewilderment and sadness of a child who does not understand why the adult is angry. I wondered, what did that little boy just learn? The scene brought vividly to life Erik Erikson's observation that our universal experience of childhood is very much about learning how small we are. Every adult, whether he is a follower or a leader, a member of a mass or of an elite, was once a child. He was once small. Erikson writes in Childhood and Society, his landmark exploration of the significance of childhood. A sense of smallness forms a substratum in his mind, ineradicably. His triumphs will be measured against this smallness. His defeats will substantiate it. The questions as to who is bigger and who can do or not do this or that, and to whom, these questions fill the adult's inner life far beyond the necessities and the desirabilities which he understands and for which he plans. The central struggles of childhood, struggles for a sense of agency and meaning, Erikson asserts, lay the foundation for how we see the world and ourselves in it, and thus, how we perceive childhood itself. If a feeling of disempowering smallness pursues us into adulthood, it is not surprising we might be ambivalent about childhood. We come to see it as a time of incompleteness, a waiting room where we eagerly count the days till we are granted the privileges and freedoms of maturity. In an adult-made world, declares Professor Ashley Montague, the child is treated as an intruder, an alien, who has to conform to the external requirements of his socializers instead of the internal requirements of his own system of values, which are his basic behavioral needs and drives, and which cry out for the loving encouragement toward their fulfillment. We have all seen what this looks like. Children constantly admonished to calm down, behave, listen, sit still, be quiet. Whether these statements are punctuated by exclamation points or sweet sounds, they all amount to the same thing: the demand that children pay attention to the needs and sensitivities of the adults around them rather than their own. The perception of childhood as a transitional phase of immaturity and dependence informs our interactions with children. It leads to the belief that our job is to raise children to prepare them for the adult-made world. As a result, we treat them as incomplete human beings. In her remarks at the inaugural Children and Authenticity Conference, Dr. Megan Laverty, professor of philosophy and education at Teachers College, articulated brilliantly how this opposition of childhood and adulthood shapes the status and treatment of children in our society. Today, we have a concept of childhood which finds expression in the literal and metaphorical separation of children from the world of adults. We have children's meals, children's spaces, children's clothes, children's games, children's movies, and we can continue that list ad infinitum. Conceiving of childhood as a developmental stage in the human life cycle, we regard it comparatively using adulthood as the norm. In other words, we focus on how the child will develop as he or she moves into adulthood. We think of the child as moving from immaturity to maturity, from dependence to independence, from premorality to morality. Children are viewed as insufficiently rational, insufficiently self-determining, insufficiently mature, insufficiently moral, and lacking in self-awareness. In other words, we are inclined to view childhood as a deficit. This view is so common that many of us may not even realize we hold it. This pervasive conception of childhood as a deficit leads to children being seen as others, an outgroup. It thus results in a societal prejudice toward children. Let's take a breath before we unpack the idea of discrimination against children as a group. That is a lot to take in, and our very beings might rebel at the notion that we are implicated in attitudes that are anything other than loving and caring toward our children. Our love and good intentions are not in question. The very fact that we are doing this work together is a testament to our commitment to supporting children. Yet, as Bell Hooks reminds us in her beautifully inspiring All About Love, there can be no love without justice. It is in the spirit of love, therefore, that we must ask the difficult question of whether, as a society, we treat children justly. Naming the problem. The profound social changes created by the Industrial Revolution led to a new focus on the treatment of children toward the end of the 19th century. Reformers who advocated for laws to regulate child labor and to mandate education raised public consciousness for the need to codify children's rights and their protections. In 1924, the League of Nations adopted the Geneva Declaration of the Rights of the Child. This document, in an expanded form, was eventually adopted by the United Nations in 1959 as the Declaration of the Rights of the Child. In 1978, the UN began work on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was finally unanimously approved in 1989 and went into effect in 1990. The document begins by asserting that, in accordance with the principles proclaimed in the Charter of the United Nations, recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Since the Convention's approval, all UN member countries have ratified it, with the notable exception of the United States. South Sudan and Somalia were the last to do so in 2015. The term adultism entered public discourse the same year the UN began to craft the Convention. This is not really surprising, perhaps, since sociologists, psychologists, and educators, among other social scientists, had been delving increasingly deeper into questions of children's standing in society during the 1960s and 1970s. In the fall of 1978, Jack Flasher, Ph.D., a psychologist who worked with adolescents in inpatient programs, published an article entitled Adultism in the journal Adolescence. As a clinician, Dr. Flasher based his reflections on the experiences of the young people in his care. One of the roots of the distress of adolescents who exhibit unconstructive dissocial behavior, the article opens, including the misuse of alcohol, drugs, and other substances, appears to be the abuse by adults in general of the greater power they have over any and all children. The critical conceptual step here is the link Dr. Flasher makes between the suffering of his patients and the treatment of children as a group. He at once acknowledges that there is an innate imbalance of power between adults and children and points out that the way some adults exercise their power amounts to pseudospeciation, or othering, of children. It is this unfair exercise of power that Dr. Flasher terms adultism. He then goes on to analyze the power dynamics between adults and children. The extra power adults have comes from their special legal and socioeconomic responsibilities, rights, and privileges, from the generally greater physical strength of adults as compared to children, from the special abilities of adults to be nurturing, and from the need and wish of children to be nurtured by adults. This power imbalance results in our tendency to see children from a hierarchical perspective. Because they are dependent on adults, they are lesser than adults, other than simply different from us. Dr. Flasher proceeds to trace how adultism finds expression in the interactions between adults and children, as in instances when adults are overly protective toward children, seeing them as less capable than they really are. Children are discouraged from developing their potential by not being allowed or supported in thinking and talking about their feelings and experiences. Adults are primarily focused on policing children's behavior rather than facilitating their development. Children feel pressured to subordinate their behaviors and beliefs to that of adults. Adults are overly possessive and controlling toward children. Children are led to be fearful of losing adult nurturing and support. Adults discourage children from expressing their opinions and asserting themselves. Children are excluded from taking appropriate part in decision-making about their lives. Adults are unaware or unresponsive to children's need for individuation and separation. Children's trust is taken advantage of by adults. Adults demand respect from children while misusing their extra power, and social institutions, customs, and laws reflect the belief that adults are uniformly more competent than children. The publication of Dr. Flasher's article proved to be a watershed moment in the scholarly interest in the marginalization of children, and the term adultism gained wide acceptance in many academic fields, particularly in education, child psychology, philosophy, and sociology. By the early 1990s, heralded by the launch of Brooklyn College's Children's Studies program in 1991, the academic interest in children coalesced into a new interdisciplinary field known as childhood studies. As the new field quickly grew and expanded its areas of inquiry, the concept of adultism also evolved into an even more nuanced understanding of discrimination based on age. In fact, what terminology best captures this kind of discrimination itself became a point of disagreement. Isms are slippery creatures, sometimes describing attitudes that promote the rights of a group of people, such as feminism, other times describing prejudicial beliefs, such as racism. The prejudice against children is difficult to capture in a word. Ageism is too broad and is most widely understood as discrimination against older people. The influential psychoanalyst and scholar Elizabeth Young Bruhl made a case for childism in her 2012 book, Childism: Confronting Prejudice Against Children. That, however, creates confusion with the growing use of childism to describe work that strives to empower children and to change society to be more inclusive of children's needs and opinions. Ultimately, the terminology is not important. What is essential is that we recognize that children are not treated fairly in our society and that has serious consequences for all of us. Featured perspective: John Wall on the marginalization of children. John Wall is professor of philosophy, religion, and childhood studies at Rutgers University, Camden, and co-director of the Childism Institute. In 2024, we had a deeply engaging conversation about children and society. Here are edited excerpts of our conversation. I wanted to be a physicist my whole childhood because my dad is in physics, but I suddenly got bitten by the philosophy bug my first year at the University of Chicago and went in a totally different direction. I ended up getting a BA, MA, and PhD in political theory, as it turned out. In graduate school, I worked on a project on religion and families. We ended up producing 21 books, but none of those books were about children. And I realized that in the history of political theory, people from Plato onward have actually written a great deal about children. It's a central part of how they think about politics. But starting in the 20th century, children sort of just disappear out of the picture. I realized that children had come to be thought of as apolitical or pre-political or non-political beings in some ways, which historically was never the case. I had the good fortune to get a job at Rutgers University in Camden, at that point, where there was a Center for Childhood Studies run by the very influential childhood studies scholar Myra Bluebond Langner, who did work with children dying of leukemia. Together with a number of other colleagues, we ended up developing a PhD program in childhood studies at Rutgers. It was the first one in this country, and only the second one in the world. It's a very interdisciplinary program of sociologists, psychologists, historians, philosophers, anthropologists, and lawyers based on the idea of children as agents. That's what childhood studies is all about, that children are not just becoming adults, they're agents in and of themselves. That led me on a path toward increasingly working on issues around politics and childhood. As a philosopher, the contribution I've really made has been to theorizing childhood and children's rights. And that's how I came to this childism concept. I realized that not only did political philosophers hardly ever think about children, they were basically invisible to them to a large extent. But childhood studies scholars didn't have a very sophisticated theory for the work they were doing. I was trying to bridge that gap by arguing that children are not just to be treated the same as adults, but rather that the lenses we bring to all of society should be made more child responsive. Childism is this idea that children should change how we think about everything. We created the Childism Institute to explore this idea. We are looking at the ways children are systematically marginalized, whether in unjust power relations or in subtler habits of everyday discrimination. The ways children are marginalized can be hard to see because they are systemic. They pervade everything. Just a very simple example. Patriarchy is a concept we're all familiar with, but I and everybody else tend to think of it in terms of gender primarily. In fact, the pater, the father who runs the historical patriarchy, is also an adult. We don't tend to think of the age dimension as also built into that term. So, while throughout the 20th century, people in general have become attuned to sexism, I don't think they have become attuned to adultism. In a very broad sense, I think our lenses just don't allow us to see the ways in which there are unjust power relations involving adults and children. Because I'm a political philosopher, I go to politics first. At the moment, one of the ways in which children are made most invisible is a presumption that they shouldn't be involved in helping to make political decisions. Children have just as many opinions about politics and ideas about politics, and are engaged in politics through climate movements and Black Lives Matter and gun rights movements. They have very valuable perspectives that we're missing at the moment. I work in Camden, New Jersey. It's a very poor community, and about half the population is under 18. Children are disproportionately poor, and we need to hear what their experiences are to change the way we organize anti-poverty campaigns or improve education or deal with family crises or violence. That's how I think democracy needs to be rethought. Our policies would be different. We probably would have more funding for schools, for example, or children would have much stronger healthcare supports instead of just having to get it through their parents' private insurance. Climate change might actually be taken seriously by our government. I also think political discourse would be different. Michael Cummings, a political scientist at the University of Colorado, argues that one of the reasons we veer constantly into authoritarianism in democracies and non-democracies is that you spend the first quarter of your life being told your opinion doesn't matter. It doesn't count. People might grow up and become adults who are less susceptible to these kinds of authoritarian appeals if, instead, we told them from the day they're born, "You're a vital part of a democracy, and we want to hear what you have to say." It's very important to hear your perspective. They might feel more empowered to be democratic citizens. In many areas of our society, education, social media, children's labor rights, family issues, culture, there's a kind of binary opposition that takes place between adults and children that results in children being viewed as lesser humans or less important in those spheres. Childism is trying to unpack that binary opposition so that there isn't this kind of invisible silencing of children. I'm a strong believer in empowering individual children to say what they have to say and explain what they think and explore their own feelings and ideas and articulate them to other people. but that process depends on an environment and surrounding structures that support it and legitimate it. Unfortunately, children are taught from the day they're born or the day they get to school, you have to listen and learn from us and wait until you grow up to be an adult to have opinions. That idea seeps into children's lives from every angle. Education is perhaps the best example for me. All too often, the classroom is still a place where adults teach things they know to children who don't know things. That's how the curricula and education systems are set up. Education is all about the idea that you progress through stages, universal stages, where every child is not an individual, but part of a class of children, grade by grade, on a path toward becoming an adult. Of course, in some senses, that is what an education is about. But an education should also be about empowerment in this broader sense that I'm talking about, helping children learn that they have things to teach, that their lived experiences are diverse and important and of value to those around them. Unfortunately, we live in a culture, especially in the United States, where we view childhood time as a progression towards something else that's not childhood, a progression out of childhood. We impose this rigid temporality on children. Insofar as you see yourself as a child in our world, that means that you also have to see yourself as a pre-adult, or as a highly dependent person, or as not really having anything to say about important issues that affect you, or still needing to learn and have knowledge before you're able to have a voice and have an authentic perspective on things. In a certain sense, childhood itself is constructed in our world as an inauthentic way of being. You don't become yourself until you become an adult in some ways. Childism has led me to the concept of deep interdependency. Interdependency is a feminist concept. The idea is that people are related to each other at the very core of who they are. The relations define who you are. I'm taking that another step further to say that it's not just our connections with each other. It's also the ways in which we need each other that define who we are. We adults need each other just as much as children do. We rely very profoundly on our colleagues at work, our political leaders, our cultural leaders, and everybody around us for meaning and support, and to be able to be vulnerable and to deal with vulnerable situations. Undoing the disjuncture between adulthood and childhood would allow children to be treated as more agentic, independent individuals, and adults to think of themselves as more dependent beings as well. Empowerment is a kind of relational term. It's not just the individual getting to impose themselves on everybody else. Empowerment is being able to impact your community and be part of a community that you're involved in a mutual way. A lot of empowerment has to do with not being swept aside, but being allowed to become visible to others and see others at the same time, so that you recognize each other's personhood and depths and complexities. Seeds of self-alienation. I was coming home from walking my dog the other day. On the way into the building, I passed a family of neighbors. The mom was holding on to two toddlers. The dad was standing next to a girl of 4 or 5 who had just fallen off her scooter and was crying. "You are fine, Nora," the man said irritably. "Don't be a baby." Here was an everyday example of how adults impose their own interpretations of reality on children. "We don't take children seriously as authorities regarding their own experiences," explained Dr. Laverty in her remarks at the conference. "By denying children ownership of their experiences, we deprive them of access to their authentic selves. If an adult, his partner for instance, had just fallen and was crying, it's unlikely he would have spoken to her this way, and if he had, it certainly would be seen as unkind and inappropriate." Michaela, the 13-year-old from Florida whom we met in Chapter 2, elaborates on the importance of allowing children to experience their authentic inner states. We have a lot of feelings toward different things, and we need adults to let us feel them. They don't have to understand our feelings, but they have to at least let us have those feelings. If you tell your child, you can't be sad about this because it doesn't affect you so much, they're not going to want to feel sad anymore because you taught them that they can't feel sad about things that aren't directly affecting them. When we tell children that they have no reason to feel hurt or sad or scared or angry, we trespass on their sovereignty as human beings. We misuse our power by asserting that as adults, we always know better. In the process, we also shape how children perceive and relate to childhood. In Who Do You Think You Are?, their illuminating 2023 study of how children define being a child, Doctors Kate Bacon and Zoe O'Riordan found that many saw childhood as a time of powerlessness, in which their actions and autonomy were limited in relation to themselves and others. Here are some of the views the children in the study expressed. I don't have the rights of an adult. I cannot vote. Female, 16. I have to do what I am told by mom, dad, and teachers. Female, 12. I don't really have any authority over anything. Male, 15. The study also demonstrated how children internalize the implicit biases about childhood so prevalent in society. Some of the children used what may be seen as derogatory language in relation to themselves or children more generally. They even couched behaviors that may be seen as positive, such as laughing, in ways that make them seem negative. Thus, they created a picture of themselves as people who should not be taken seriously. Some of the reasons children gave as thinking of themselves as children were as follows. Laughing too much. Male, 12. I am silly. Female, 8.5. I'm annoying. Female, 8. Several children in the study echoed the social ambivalence toward childhood by distancing themselves from being identified as a child. I am a medium kid. A child is a little person who will grow up into a big person. Male, 7. I'm a big girl. Female, 5. I'm not a baby. Female, 2. Although research carried out directly with children about their conception of childhood is still relatively rare, available studies consistently show that children conform in their thinking to the dominant social construct, one that is shaped by adults. In a paper that describes early findings from a pan-continental project in which children from 11 countries explored the concept of child, Dr. Claire Cassidy and her colleagues found that children universally use the language of becoming when speaking of childhood. The children see the instrumental value of childhood as being a place where they are prepared, where they learn in order to be able to participate more fully later in their lives. Childhood, under this view, is very much a phase to be gone through in order to be smarter, to gain the knowledge and skills that allow one to adopt the mantle of adult. This quote reminds me of the opening sequence from one of my all-time favorite movies, When Harry Met Sally. As the two of them, having just graduated from the University of Chicago, set out to drive to New York City, Harry asks Sally to tell him the story of her life. The story of my life won't even get us out of Chicago, she says incredulously. Nothing's happened to me yet. At the Guild, we encountered this sense of waiting for real life to begin when we encouraged children to make expressive works from their own experiences. All too often, children of all ages looked back at us with puzzled expressions, saying, I don't know what to do. They simply could see nothing of value in their lives. No wonder, as Erickson writes, that some of our troubled children constantly break out of their play into some damaging activity in which they seem to us to interfere with our world, while analysis reveals that they only wish to demonstrate their right to find an identity in it. They refuse to become a specialty called child, who must play at being big because he is not given an opportunity to be a small partner in a big world. In our adult-made world, children absorb the message that childhood is a deficit. In a subtle way, this gives rise to the voice of self-rejection, a desire to obscure or to escape the essential part of the child's self. This, in turn, makes us vulnerable to fear, judgment, and negativity. We turn away from our authentic selves, looking for validation in adult authority and power. Supporting children in embracing the fullness of childhood. Every summer, we have this big family reunion in the UP, Upper Peninsula, in Michigan, says Lance, an 8th grader from Indiana. It's lots of fun with my cousins, but I kind of dread the conversations with the grown-ups. It's always, what do you want to do when you grow up? Or, you got a girlfriend yet? Or, look how tall you got. You're turning into a real man. Thing is, I like being a kid, and it feels like they're just rushing me along. I wish I could say something, but I don't know how to explain it. So I just kind of go along and try to get away as quick as I can. One of the best things we can do to help children explore their inner worlds is to ask them what it is like for them to be a child. We can take inspiration from the work of Drs. Bacon and O'Riordan. In their research, they asked children as young as 2 and as old as 17 2 simple questions. Are you a child? What makes or does not make you a child? You can follow these questions by asking, what is the best part of being a person your age? What is not so great about being a person your age? And you may want to finish by asking, what do you think is important for adults to understand about people your age? If the grown-ups around Lance had asked him any of these questions, they might have had a very different conversation. When I asked our friend Michaela that last question, she was very emphatic. I think more parents need to learn that their children aren't always going to be perfect, and that they need someone to teach them instead of punishing them. Kids my age make a lot of mistakes, and those mistakes should be seen as opportunities to learn. Instead of punishing kids for their mistakes, they need to say, oh, look, you messed up, but you have an opportunity to learn from this, and now you can grow because of it. To continue to explore with children how their interactions with adults affect them, you can do a modified version of the activity we did at the beginning of this chapter. Be mindful not to put children on the spot by asking about specific people. Rather, focus on how the children feel and what they think. Start by asking these questions. Can you think of something an adult said to you that made you feel really good about yourself? How did you feel? Did you think or do anything different because of these feelings? Give the children some art-making materials and ask them to create a visual representation of how they felt as a result of the positive comment. Now, repeat the process by asking these questions. Can you think of something an adult said to you that hurt your feelings? How did you feel? Did you think or do anything different because of these feelings? Then ask the children to create a visual representation of how they felt as a result of the hurtful comment. Children can be exquisitely attuned to questions of what is fair. However, we do not ask them often enough what is or is not fair about the way they are treated in our society. In a conversation we had in the late spring of 2024, Dr. Laverty related a delightful story of what can happen when we do ask. Anne Margaret Sharp, who pioneered the Philosophy for Children movement, did a lot of work with children in Hawaii. A student in one of Dr. Sharp's communities of inquiry noticed a curious thing about her school. When hot dogs were served in the cafeteria, older children were given mustard and ketchup, while younger children were only given ketchup. The adults in charge had apparently decided that young kids do not like mustard. The student felt this was unfair and worked with the administration to change the policy. In the end, everyone got ketchup and mustard. The little things matter, a lot, and we need to encourage children to advocate for themselves. Share the ketchup and mustard story with the children in your care and ask them to think about what they might want to change in your community, whether that's your family, team, after-school program, or classroom. You might all be surprised by the outcome. In this chapter, We examine the effects of the prevalent societal perceptions of childhood on children's relationships to their authentic selves. In the following chapter, we will continue to explore how societal messages influence children's perceptions of themselves. Chapter 5: So Many Reasons to Hide. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Societal messages interact with children's lived experiences to influence their perceptions of themselves. Shame, which paradoxically evolved to protect social connections, is a highly corrosive emotion that inhibits our relationships with others. We cannot shield children from shaming experiences or social stigma, but we can and must offer them safe environments and invitations to speak openly about these experiences. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Explore how acceptable you feel as your authentic self. Create a map of your inner universe to consider the parts of yourself that you prize, those that you are only dimly aware of, those you know but obscure, or those that are totally invisible to you. Learn to work with children's books to start conversations that give children room to share their experiences. There are some wonderful books for children of all ages. Talk openly with them about their lives and help them build a strong, resilient relationship with their authentic selves. Practice how to help children think about and evaluate individual emotions, actions, traits, characteristics, and abilities, and to learn to avoid making global judgments about themselves. In the preceding chapter, we explored how the very conception of childhood in our society sows the seeds of self-alienation. In this chapter, we will look at the ways children's lived experiences combined with societal messages to influence their perceptions of themselves. Public discourse about belonging, equity, inclusion, and diversity tends to focus on the ways we treat each other based on broad categories such as race, sex, gender, class, religion, abilities, and so on. How we fit into these socially defined categories plays an important part in how comfortable we feel being ourselves in the world. But our beliefs about who we are and decisions about which parts of our authentic selves we obscure are much more nuanced and personal. Our individual and family histories play enormous roles in our relationships with ourselves and the way we interact with the world. From the time I was quite small, my mother told me not to act silly, shared a high school teacher in one of our workshops. So I have always presented as very serious, afraid to show my ebullient, spontaneous side. Our individual experiences of learning about the world and ourselves are the defining factors in how acceptable we feel as our authentic selves. To explore this, let's make a celestial map of our inner universes. You'll need some paper and something with which you can draw and write. Draw a big circle and then begin to add the various parts of your inner universe. Draw and label each. The brightest stars. What are the aspects of yourself you are most proud of and want others to see? Stars in neighboring solar systems. What are the parts of yourself that shine but are harder to see? Distant galaxies. What parts are bright but only visible to those with the power to discern them? Our moon. What is a part that can shine very brightly but only under the right conditions? Planets in our solar system. What are some other parts that become visible only at times? Comets. Are there aspects of you that very occasionally shine brightly for a brief time and then retreat? Asteroids. What are parts of you that are weighty but nearly invisible except to a very few? Meteorites. What are parts that very infrequently flare up, possibly leaving a visible mark? Exoplanets, planets in other solar systems. What aspects of yourself are there in the background, objects of curiosity about which very little is known? Black holes. What parts of you are the deep gravitational regions, invisible but exerting tremendous influence? dark matter and dark energy. Are there aspects of you or impulses that you are only vaguely aware of? Give yourself a short break and then come back and take some time to explore your map. Can you identify where the beliefs and attitudes that have shaped the map originated? What experiences have shaped your relationship with yourself and the ways you share yourself with others? What feelings come to the surface as you consider your map? This may be an opportunity to do some deeper exploration in your journal as you take a holistic view of your inner universe. Learning to hide. Man, oh man, that celestial map activity was a real trip for me, chuckles Hector, a school district superintendent from Illinois. The bright stars were easy. I'm competent and friendly. Those are the two qualities I've been praised for all my life. And that's what I lead with. Truthfully, that's as much as most people get to see of me. The black hole, though, that was a gut punch. It's the image of this incomprehensible, inescapable force that really got to me. See, the huge black hole at the center of my universe is the fact that my mother suffered from mental illness. There was a lot of stigma around that in my family and our community, so it was a big secret. I've worked for decades first to deny its importance in my life and then to repair the damage. It's hard to acknowledge how it's still reverberating for me. People would describe my mom as fiery, Hector continues. What that meant for me was that she was totally unpredictable, yelling and screaming one day, laughing and singing the next, and monosyllabic and withdrawn the day after that. From the time I was very young, I learned to pay very close attention to her moods and to tread carefully. I learned from my father how to try to adjust my own energy so as not to provoke her. But of course, that didn't really work. There was no way of knowing what would set her off. Between the time I was 6 and 8, there were several stretches when Mom was in the hospital for a few weeks at a time. I don't ever remember seeing her leave. She'd be gone, and Dad's mom would show up to take care of us. Nobody told me what was wrong, just that she was fine and needed a rest. And when she came back, we all acted as if nothing had happened. He explains, by the time I went to school, I was carrying this big secret. My way of dealing with it was to be competent and friendly. Let me tell you, my executive functioning was off the charts. I got myself ready for school, I did my homework, I helped around the house, I got good grades and did well in sports. I never tried to be the star, just the reliable team player. That helped to build my reputation as a kid who got along with everybody. I genuinely liked people, so it wasn't an act. But it was also a way to show that there was absolutely nothing wrong, that I was a happy, well-adjusted kid. Hector says, that worked pretty well for a while. In high school, though, I started experiencing a lot of anxiety. The world felt unsafe, and no matter how competent I was, there was nothing I could do to change that. With that, darker moods started to show up. My freshman year of college was when things really fell apart. The girl I had started dating during orientation dumped me when we got back from winter break. Lonely, I was going to too many parties and drinking too much beer. Suddenly, I wasn't feeling so competent, and a real depression set in. I could hardly function. Fortunately for him, the school had a really strong advising program. After I had missed a week of her freshman seminar, my advisor called me to her office and said in an empathetic, firm tone, "Transition is where a lot of us stumble, Hector. You need help. Make an appointment at the counseling center. It is free, it is confidential. It is nothing to be ashamed of. I will see you in class tomorrow and back here in a week." Hector shakes his head, draws a deep breath, and goes on. The word shame cut right through to my heart. It was the shadowy feeling that was always wrapped around the family secret I tried to push further and further down. That was the feeling I worked so desperately hard to get away from. And so Hector decided. Here was my chance. I went to counseling and got some great help to get back to feeling competent. It was basically cognitive behavioral therapy, so we did a lot of work on developing strategies for dealing with stress, changing habits, building routines, that kind of thing. It felt like I was in training. I got stronger emotionally and learned how to regulate myself better. At the time, he convinced himself he was putting the whole family secret thing behind him. I did, in fact, do great for the remainder of my time in college. I had a good friend group, I dated, I enjoyed my classes, and developed an interest in education. Life was good. At the beginning of my second year in graduate school, I had a bicycle accident. I was going down a pretty steep hill and hit a patch of loose sand at the bottom. As I braked, the bike skidded, and I was thrown a fair distance. Fortunately, there were no cars on the road, but I got banged up pretty badly and broke my left leg. He continues. Laid up in my apartment, I started to get gloomy. I recognized the familiar darkness from high school and college and decided I wasn't going to wait for it to take hold. I called up the University Mental Health Services office and made an appointment. After the intake interview, they matched me with a clinical psychologist who was working on his postdoc. At the first appointment, I wasn't at all sure it was a good match. His disorderly little office was filled with books and boxes of files. The man himself was quiet and kind of distant. He didn't seem up to the job of helping me do the kind of emotional and mental training I was expecting. What I was not prepared for was how good he was at asking questions and then listening. Slowly, I started looking forward to our sessions, and even more slowly, I grew to trust him. Still, it came as a huge surprise when one day, several months into working together, I found myself telling him about my mother. I had never shared the secret with anyone, and my heart was pounding as I described what she was like, the mysterious hospital stays, and my fear and confusion. When he was sure I had run out of words, he said simply, "It must have been hard for you. It is very difficult for children to deal with a parent's mental illness." Hector said, "As you can imagine, it took many more sessions to even begin to process what it felt like to have the truth of my childhood spoken out loud. And it launched me on the project of reevaluating the story of who I am and how I show up in the world. When you carry a big secret as a kid, your whole life is built around making sure no one finds out. It's hard to get out of that posture." As we discussed in depth in Chapter 3, belonging is a fundamental human need, one that is essential to our survival. Our experience of belonging and our understanding of what it takes to belong are conditioned from the moment we are born by our social environments. Children's emerging sense of self, therefore, is profoundly influenced by their interactions with the adults in their lives, which is why it is so important that as adults we model authenticity and are mindful about what we are conveying to children. Our stories of worthiness, of being enough, began in our first families, writes Dr. Brené Brown in Daring Greatly. The narrative certainly doesn't end there, but what we learn about ourselves and how we learn to engage with the world as children sets a course that either will require us to spend a significant part of our life fighting to reclaim our self-worth, or will give us hope, courage, and resilience for our journey. Among the many facets of the power adults hold over children, none is more consequential than the power to judge. Intentionally and unwittingly, in words and actions, we communicate to the children in our lives the expectations we hold for them and whether they meet these expectations. The experience of being judged as wanting is profoundly painful, an existential threat to our sense of self and belonging that gives rise to that most self-conscious of the self-conscious emotions, shame. Shame, the engine of self-alienation. Dr. Michael Lewis, whose work on the emergence of the self was covered in Chapter 2, pioneered the study of shame as a central force in our emotional development. In his writing on the subject, Dr. Lewis often invokes the biblical story of Adam and Eve's expulsion from the Garden of Eden. In the Genesis story of creation, Dr. Lewis points out, shame is the only emotion that is discussed at any length. This might come as a bit of a surprise, since the focus of the story is Adam and Eve's transgression against God's commandment and their subsequent punishment. We may expect anger, guilt, regret. It is, after all, the story that gave rise to the whole idea of original sin. Yet when we read the text closely, a different emotional palette becomes evident. We pick up the story right after Adam and Eve have eaten the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the eyes of the two were opened, and they knew they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves and made themselves loincloths. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking about in the garden in the evening breeze. And the human and his woman hid from the Lord God in the midst of the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called to the human and said to him, "Where are you?" And he said, "I heard your sound in the garden, and I was afraid, for I was naked and I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? From the tree I commanded you not eat, have you eaten?" It is reasonable to imagine that Adam and Eve, once they act on their newfound knowledge, would become afraid of God's reaction to their disobedience. Their focus, however, remains on their own nakedness. They are afraid because they feel exposed. They have become aware of themselves, and through this self-awareness have discovered shame. Shame supposes that one is completely exposed and conscious of being looked at. In one word, self-conscious, writes Erik Erikson in Childhood and Society. One is visible and not ready to be visible, which is why we dream of shame as a situation in which we are stared at in a condition of incomplete dress, in night attire, with our pants down. Shame becomes a heightened consciousness of the self, an unusual and distinct form of self-perception, Michael Lewis elucidates, building on the groundbreaking work of Carol Izard, Ph.D., in developmental research on emotions. The self is seen as small, helpless, frozen, emotionally hurt. But what is it about being exposed that is so threatening and painful to the self? Current theories on emotional development generally agree that shame is the product of our concern about how the self is viewed by others. It is the expression of our worries about our real or imagined acceptability to the people in our lives. This is an evolutionary adaptation. In order to survive and thrive, we need to belong. And in order to belong, we need to be regarded positively by those around us. Given the power of social relationships in shaping our mind and brain, humans are highly motivated to create positive images and positive effect in the minds of others, to be seen as attractive social agents, explain neuropsychology researchers Marcela Matos and Jose Pinto Govea. So, a set of cognitive competencies for processing social information and for self-conscious awareness have evolved to evaluate the quality of our relationships and monitor our attractiveness for others. That is, how we exist in the minds of others and make predictions of what they feel and think about us. As we discussed in Chapter 2, children develop a sense of their me selves, the ability for objective self-awareness, by the time they are 2 years old. There is growing empirical evidence that elements of shame emerge at this stage, and that by the age of 3, children have the rudimentary capacity to evaluate themselves against the expectations of the people around them. By the time children are 7 or 8, they have a complex and sophisticated set of standards by which they assess themselves and their social connections. It makes perfect sense that acquiring a set of internal standards that facilitate belonging is an essential part of our development. Shame, however, is at best a very blunt instrument for helping us adhere to these standards. Let's go back to Genesis for a moment. Adam and Eve become self-conscious, but rather than feeling guilt, another of our self-conscious emotions, about their actions, They feel shame. Their own sense of exposure remains the emotional focal point for them. Dr. Lewis explains that shame is elicited when the self orients toward the self as a whole and involves the total self, whereas in guilt, it is orientation of the self towards the actions of the self, either in terms of the actions of the self alone or in terms of the actions of the self as they affected another. Here we come to the central paradox of shame. While it is an emotion that evolved to protect our connections to others, the actual experience of shame cuts us off from the people around us. Shame takes our attention away from evaluating a particular action, event, or personal attribute and focuses it on judging our entire self. In shame, Michael Lewis writes, we become the object as well as the subject of shame. In the process, we turn inward. We want to hide, run away, sink into the ground, anything not to be seen. Fundamentally, shame is an expression of our own beliefs and judgments about ourselves. It is, as Brené Brown articulates so beautifully, the intensely painful feeling or experience of believing that we are flawed and therefore unworthy of love and belonging. How shame functions. How do we come to believe that we are flawed and unworthy of connection? The details are as unique as each human being, but children and adults both believe it, and the mechanism by which such beliefs develop is universal. As we grow from infancy onward, we gather information from our environments that we use to develop a personal set of standards and values that govern our behaviors, thought processes, feelings, and actions. A key function of these standards is to ensure our connection and belonging. When we act in ways that violate our group's or culture's standards, or have feelings or thoughts that do so, we experience the dread of losing human connection. To fend off the fear and to maintain a sense of belonging, we reject the action, thought, or feeling by labeling it as bad. But what if the feelings or thoughts persist, or if we are unable to act in a way that meets social group standards? At this point, many of us come to see the self as the source of the threat of disconnection and to think of ourselves as flawed. We ourselves become bad. Gershon Kaufman, Ph.D., who wrote extensively on the psychology of shame, developed a model for how shame is internalized. According to Kaufman, shame can become linked to affects, for example, experiencing anger as shameful. Physiological drives, for example, experiencing sexuality as shameful, or innate interpersonal needs, experiencing needs for relationship, touching, holding, identification, differentiation, nurturing, affirmation, and power as shameful. Once it is internalized, shame can be activated wholly from within by experiences of affects, feelings, needs, and drives. Shame can now be experienced as a deep sense of defectiveness. Early on, as we were building the Guild, we hosted a gathering in San Francisco to begin to expand our community to the West Coast. On a sunny morning, a diverse group of about 35 folks assembled in a large conference room of a downtown law office. Once we had some time to chat informally over coffee, we began our presentation. As is our practice, we started with an interactive activity. That morning, we encouraged participants to consider the effects that gender socialization messages had had on their lives. As people shared, I noticed a man in his mid to late 30s at the other end of the room become more and more animated, nodding his head and making sounds of encouragement. Finally, he stepped forward. Tall and athletically built, he was wearing a shirt of a beautiful royal purple. "Good morning," he said in a nervous voice. "My name is Mark, and today I am coming out." The room went very quiet, as you can imagine. Mark looked around at all of us, cleared his throat, and continued. "You see, I grew up in a very conventional household. My parents had very definite ideas of what was appropriate for boys and girls. All the things people have been talking about this morning, that was all in the air in my family. There was a problem, though. I loved colors, the wrong colors, and in particular, purple. Since I was very young, purple was the dominant color in the art I made. I gravitated to any toy that had purple parts. Purple just made me happy, and I wanted it all around me. Mark said, "My parents tolerated this until it was time for me to go to kindergarten. Then they set me straight. Purple is for girls, blue is for boys. It made no sense to me that colors could be right or wrong, but that just made me feel more out of it and stupid. What was wrong with me, I wondered." This was nearly 3 decades ago. In all that time, although I have continued to harbor my love for purple, I have never allowed myself to reconnect with the color. Well, thanks to a lot of therapy, I'm changing all that. Mark grinned, stood up a little taller, and said, "I bought this shirt just for this occasion. I hoped this would be a safe crowd, and I am here to say that there are no wrong colors and that I love purple. Thank you." Everyone laughed and clapped. We were all touched by the experience of seeing a person reclaim a part of himself that he had cut off because of shame. Brené Brown reminds us that shame lives with us on a daily basis. She enumerates the shame categories that she has identified through her research: being stereotyped or labeled, appearance and body image, mental and physical health, family, religion, sex, addiction, surviving trauma, money and work, parenthood, parenting, aging. Mark's story about his love for purple illustrates vividly the corrosive power of shame to constrict authenticity. In the face of the threat of social disconnection, the self assumes a defensive posture and begins to obscure those aspects of who we are that are judged to make us unacceptable and unlovable. Social stigma and authenticity. Among the first group of boys with whom we worked, Joshua stood out as especially fun-loving and gregarious. Tall and sturdily built, he threw himself enthusiastically into the games and activities we did together. Most afternoons, as he came to the program, he had a smile on his face and bantered playfully with the adults and other boys. So it was particularly striking when a different Joshua walked through the doors one cold, rainy afternoon in early April. He was drenched and hunched over. His face was closed, and he hardly mumbled a greeting, even to his closest friend. My fellow facilitator and I exchanged a questioning look, silently agreeing to give the boy some space. Joshua remained glum and withdrawn as we ate snacks and went through our opening circle. The activity that day was free-form painting. The boys spread out on the floor of the basement room where we met, each with a large sheet of heavy paper and acrylic paints. And Joshua went to the farthest corner, as far away from the others as possible. As we always did, the facilitators circulated among the group, stopping to talk with each of the boys as they worked. Often this was the time when we learned about their lives at home and in school and got to hear what they thought about, were concerned with, and hoped for. I made my way slowly around the room. It was fun to see how much the boys were enjoying the freedom of just playing with paints. For some, the tactile experience seemed like a welcome release. For others, designs and patterns emerged. When I finally got to where Joshua was working, I asked him if it was all right to sit with him. He nodded without looking up, and I plopped down on the floor near him. Whenever possible, try to join children in the physical space they occupy, at their level. It is a powerful signal that you are offering yourself as an equal partner in the interaction. He had covered the entire surface of his sheet of paper with thick whirls of color, and he continued to work the paints in rhythmic, reiterative movements. "You don't seem like yourself today, Joshua," I said after a while. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," he said without breaking his painting rhythm. "Just something stupid happened when I was coming here." I thought this would be as much as he would want to share, but to my surprise, Joshua continued. "I took the bus cross town, and the rain was coming down really heavy when I got off. There was a lady with an umbrella standing at the bus stop. I jumped off the bus and without thinking, ducked under the umbrella for a second. She screamed like I was about to attack her or something. I was just trying to stay dry." It was heartbreaking. Here was a lively, playful seventh grader discovering that when some people looked at him, what they saw was a tall, heavy-set, dark-skinned teenager who posed a potential threat. They did not see him, but rather a phantom conjured up out of stereotypes. "I am sorry, Joshua," I said. "That's painful." "Yeah," he replied, looking up at me for the first time. "I'll know better next time." Authenticity concerns the freedom to express one's identity without concealment or suppression, explain Doctors William and Richard Ryan. Clearly, some identities, belief systems, and lifestyles are easier to integrate than others. Particularly difficult are identities that may be stigmatized or socially devalued. Being yourself is especially difficult in circumstances where one might expect others to react with negativity or prejudice. In Joshua's story, we see with excruciating clarity how social stigma affects a person's ability to be authentic. Since he has no way to mitigate the fact of his sex, age, physical appearance, or race, the only path available to the boy is to submerge a part of his personality, the joyous, trusting part that would take shelter with others in a rainstorm. He can't be a goofy kid because of the way other people see him. He does not have the luxury of being playful with strangers because of the stereotypes that exist about the various parts of his identity. Instead, he must put forward an edited version of himself designed to minimize the potential of triggering a negative reaction in others. Everyone covers. To cover is to tone down a disfavored identity to fit into the mainstream. These are the opening lines of Covering, the Hidden Assault on Our Civil Rights, legal scholar Kenji Yoshino's brilliant exploration of identity and authenticity. As the subtitle of the book makes clear, Professor Yoshino sees the cultural demand for covering as a threat to our civil rights. Yet he finds hope in our desire for authenticity, our common human wish to express ourselves without being impeded by unreasoning demands for conformity. The new civil rights must harness this universal impulse toward authenticity, Yoshino concludes. That impulse should press us toward thinking of civil rights less in terms of groups than in terms of our common humanity. To paraphrase Bell Hooks, until we begin to build a society that recognizes and upholds every person's civil right to inhabit fully their humanity, most children will not know love. Featured perspective, Joyce M. Roche on the costs of hiding ourselves. Joyce M. Roche is the author of The Empress Has No Clothes, Conquering Self-Doubt to Embrace Success. In the interest of full disclosure, I want to acknowledge that I worked as Joyce's co-author on her book. She is the former president and CEO of Girls Incorporated, the national nonprofit whose mission is to inspire all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. In 2016, at the Guild's Children and Authenticity Conference, Joyce spoke about imposter syndrome and its costs to the individual and society. We had a follow-up conversation in 2024. Here are edited excerpts of her presentation and our conversation. I am a recovering inauthentic person. I've been talking about imposter syndrome since my book came out in 2013. The term, for people who may not be familiar, focuses on authenticity and its impact on your life. In 2005, I had an incredible discovery that led to acknowledging the truth about myself and eventually to writing The Empress Has No Clothes. I was the president of Girls Incorporated at that time, and Ellen Spraggins came to talk to me about donating a portion of the proceeds of the book she was working on at the time, What I Know Now, Letters to My Younger Self, to the organization. When we met, Ellen asked me to tell her a little bit about my career. I shared that the nonprofit world was a career change for me. I'd spent most of my career in corporate and had been at Girls Incorporated for 5 years. Ellen exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, you need to be in the book." And I agreed. Ellen's interview question was, if you could speak to your 30-year-old self with the knowledge that you have today, what would you say? I was transported back to my time in corporate America and realized that through most of my professional career, while I was being successful, I wasn't being successful for me. I discovered that I didn't feel that I would be accepted or acceptable where I was and with what I was doing. It blew me away. Even though I had moved up the corporate ladder, I never felt the joy of success, and I never felt comfortable. Every time a new opportunity happened, or every time I received a new promotion, I always felt that I was about to fall off a cliff. It was just a matter of time before they would find out that I was a mistake and that I don't deserve to do or be what I was doing and being. At the end of my letter for Ellen's book, I wrote that I wish I had known that I did deserve to be there. My letter for Ellen's book was one of 3 that was reproduced in O magazine. From the responses I got, I learned 2 things. First, I learned that the feeling I was describing had a name, the imposter syndrome, and had been researched by psychotherapists Drs. Pauline Clance and Suzanne Imes. The second thing I learned was that there were a lot of people like me. I always thought that my imposter syndrome was a personal character flaw that I had to hide and carry with me my entire career. When my letter was published, a lot of people I didn't know reached out to me and said, "You're telling my story. You need to write a book." Their comments made me realize that I needed to make imposter syndrome feel okay. I wanted to tell people who felt like I felt growing up that they were going to be fine. That's why I wrote the book. When we started to work on my book, I came to the realization that I was willing to be authentic, and the book is extremely authentic. There's nothing you don't know about me when you read the book. I learned about my moments of hiding as I wrote the book. I started to explore growing up. One of the first times that I felt myself hide was when I was a teenager. I grew up in New Orleans in a family that didn't have a lot of money. Up until high school, the kids that I went to class with had all been in my same economic level. When I enrolled in a public college preparatory high school, I was all of a sudden with kids whose parents were teachers and doctors. In our black community, those were the jobs and the people who really represented having made it. In contrast, I was growing up in a family where my mother and my aunt were domestics. At my new school, I felt that I needed to hide the fact that I didn't equate because I didn't feel like I would be acceptable to this new group that I was a part of. Because I felt that I was not going to fit in, my mechanism became to hide who I was. My second big moment of hiding occurred right here at Columbia University. I went to a historically black college, Dillard University in New Orleans. After I finished my undergraduate degree, I decided I would go to business school, and I was accepted at Columbia. I had never been in an environment where I was competing, engaging, and involved with people whose majority population didn't look like me. So again, my mechanism for managing was to hide. I felt like if I raised my head, not raised my hand because I would never raise my hand, they would find out that I was not supposed to be in my seat, that I had been a mistake and I had just been put there by some luck. If I dared to lift my head and let the professor call on me, they would all know that I didn't deserve to be there. So my method of coping was to keep my head down and just pray. My third big time of hiding was actually when I started in corporate in the early 1970s. Even though I was in marketing in the consumer products beauty industry, there were still not a lot of women in top positions at the company. So what I did was to hide again, because we were like foreigners. We were not necessarily supposed to be there, and they didn't particularly like the fact that we were there. Because we didn't really have a place, we had to mold ourselves to what the leadership looked like. I felt that my book was important because I found out that there were other people who dealt with imposter syndrome as well. Interestingly enough, the first person I found that out from was the retired CEO of AT&T. When the article in O Magazine came out, he said, "You know, Joyce, that is not just something that women deal with. I've dealt with it my entire career." It blew me away. For the book, I interviewed people who are generally understood as successful. I have interviews with men as well as women because I wanted to emphasize that it's not just women who deal with imposter syndrome. I have people of color and Caucasians in the book because imposter syndrome is not just something that people of color deal with. I interviewed two CEOs who are white males. I wondered, what would their problems be? The first CEO I talked to shared about his time as a teenager. He talked about growing up among families of limited economic means, having parents who didn't go to college, and finding himself in a rarefied place of dealing with people who grew up with money. I learned that there are triggers to imposter syndrome. The triggers are situations whenever you are different from the majority of the people who you are competing against, engaged with, or somehow involved with, and you are the marginalized or minority person in that equation. For example, being a woman in a majority male environment will be a trigger to the imposter syndrome. Dr. Clance told me that imposter syndrome is an emotional reaction to what you think people are thinking about you. It may or may not be based in reality, but it is what you think, so you will work like crazy to counter what you think the majority is thinking about you. For example, a woman in a predominantly male environment will think that the men are thinking, she's not as smart as we are, she doesn't have the experience, she's not a good leader. The woman will then work like crazy to prove that I deserve to be here, I deserve to be where I am. The same thing applies to a person of color in a majority white environment. The person of color will worry, I'm not as smart as they are, I didn't have the same kind of educational background. It's the same thing for somebody who grew up with limited economic means. You find yourself in that place where you're engaging with people who grew up differently from you, and your question is always, am I accepted and am I acceptable? The boxes other people put us in, or we think they might put us in, are huge factors in how we see ourselves and where we fit in. I remember a letter that we got at Girls Incorporated from a young girl. She said, I'm African American, I'm growing up in the inner city. By the time I'm 16, I'm supposed to be pregnant, be on welfare, etc., etc. That's not the life I want. If those are the expectations you are dealing with, that's what you are going to be struggling against. The context of where you grew up or your family structure or being a first-generation college student can all become triggers for the imposter syndrome. Even when people compliment you on your accomplishments, it can feel insulting. When someone says something like, you've come a long way, you think, I just happened to maybe be in the right place at the right time for an opportunity that wasn't afforded to my siblings or to my classmates. We grew up in the same neighborhood, but they had a family structure that was looser than mine, or something happened to a family member that caused them to have to do things that they did not necessarily want to do. It's hard to be comfortable with yourself when you're never comfortable in your surroundings. You're constantly in a prove me mode, constantly feeling like you've got to go beyond in order just to be seen as on the same level. It's this angst that is always with you. And when you think about kids especially, they're getting so many messages constantly about what's accepted and what isn't accepted, how they are perceived. A lot of them, I would say probably the majority of them, just aren't strong enough to counter it. Kids don't have enough tools to be able to counter a lot of the assumptions and pressures that come to play in attacking your authentic self. You've got to be really strong as a kid to deal with the messages your environment is giving you, with the pressure to go along with whatever is hot right now, to fit in with your peers. It's always been tough wanting to belong, wanting to not stand out, wanting to be accepted and to fit in. Pile on that all the social media stuff, and you've got a firestorm happening constantly. It used to be that it was just a group that everybody identified as being negative or who always threw shade. Now, it can come from anywhere, and it can be anonymous. That's why I talk about being strong enough to counter those things that attack you. And I think attack is the right word. That's part of what is so hard for a kid growing up now. As a kid, you have to have some adults to help you understand that you have value in and of who you are, and that you have options based upon that value. Whether it's a parent or a teacher or a neighborhood adult, Kids need adults to help them gain the strength to see the value in themselves. We have to talk to kids about what feels real and right to them. We have to ask, what do you believe about yourself? And in the context of what you believe about yourself, how consistent is that with what you think other people believe about you or see as you? What do you think your value is? Who do you really believe you are? Not who your mom or your dad or your friends think you are, but who do you really see and believe you are? Where you come from shapes a lot of that. But I think within yourself, you have a sense of who and what you are and how you see you. It's whether or not you're willing to hold on to that, even in the face of your group, even in the face of your community, even in the face of your family structure. That requires a whole lot of strength. It's rare that people talk to kids about that. Kids need people who are willing to see beyond what the facade might be and really try to get to know them. It's not going to be necessarily easy to help them understand themselves and how to maneuver and navigate in an environment that's not necessarily going to be that friendly to them doing something different. So often I think we are dealing with symptoms or trying to find the easy fix and not getting to the root of what the challenges are. What you're talking about at the Guild is trying to get to the root of the issue. We need a major movement to take on the whole idea of what we are doing with kids at early ages and what kind of support and encouragement and strength we are giving them. We need to make sure that as many kids as possible know that there is someone there to help them gain that resiliency, that strength to stand up to all the pressure. Supporting children in building self-acceptance. We cannot protect children from shaming experiences or peer pressure or social stigmas. What we can do is talk openly with them about these issues and help them build a strong, resilient relationship with their authentic selves. There are some wonderful books for children of all ages that can help start conversations. Among our favorites for younger children are the following: Anne's Anger by Gail Silver, illustrated by Christiane Cromer. The Bad Seed by Jory John, illustrated by Pete Oswald. The Invisible Boy by Trudy Ludwig, illustrated by Patrice Barton. The Proudest Blue, a story of hijab and family by Ibtihaj Muhammad, illustrated by Hatim Ali. And for older children, we love these chapter books. El Defo by Cece Bell, also now a series on Apple TV. Fish in a Tree by Linda Moulay Hunt. Inside Out and Back Again by Tang Ha Lai. Wonder by R.J. Palacio. The movie is great too. The key in offering support to children is to help them understand how to think about and evaluate individual emotions, actions, traits, characteristics, and abilities, and to learn to avoid making global judgments about themselves. It is also critical to acknowledge how important a sense of community is, how great the pressure to fit in is, and how unfairly our society treats people who are labeled as different for any reason. Self-portraits are a great tool for exploring these ideas. Large sheets of paper are fun, especially for younger kids, because you can actually trace their bodies for the portraits, or you can work with the paper doll cutout we used in Chapter 1. Markers, crayons, pens, and pencils are all great. If you want to give the children even more room to exercise their creativity, you can offer them paints, glitter glue, and any other materials you have available. This activity can take a good deal of time. Consider doing it over a number of days. Ask them to start with one outline to create a portrait of how they see themselves by answering these questions. What do you think about? What do you care about? What do you worry about? Who do you spend your time with? How do you spend your time? Where do you come from? Where are you headed in life? What do you believe in? Now ask them to create a portrait of the person their families expect them to be by answering the following questions. What do they think you should think about? What do they think you should care about? What do they think you should worry about? Who do they think you should spend your time with? How do they think you should spend your time? Where do they think you come from? Where do they think you should be headed in life? What do they think you should believe in? Next, ask them to make a portrait of the person their friends expect them to be by answering the same questions. Then ask them to repeat the process to make a portrait of the person their teachers expect them to be. Finally, ask them to create a portrait of the person they think the world expects them to be. When all the portraits are finished, encourage the children to compare them to each other and think about the similarities and differences they notice. Ask them to reflect on whether they downplay or hide parts of themselves in order to appear more like the people others want them to be. Encourage them to talk about how they feel about people's expectations and their own response to them. Ultimately, we need to help children learn that an important part of exploring and developing their authentic selves is the process of choosing and cultivating public representations of who they are that are responsive to their social environments without compromising their innermost truth. In other words, we have to help them discern between hiding and opting for privacy. This chapter concludes our exploration of the fundamentals of authenticity. We will take a brief interlude to consider how we may put these ideas to use in our own lives, and then turn to thinking about how to champion authenticity in the lives of children. Interlude. We have reached the midpoint of the book. It's time to take a breath and reflect. Over the course of the first 5 chapters, we have delved deeply into some very big questions about the self, authenticity, and the forces that shape our perceptions of who we are and how we show up in the world. Big ideas are fun and inspiring, but they only become useful when we understand how to apply them in our own lives. We have developed a set of empathy maps designed to help caring adults think about how to model authenticity for the children in their lives and how to support children in exploring and developing their authentic selves. These are deceptively simple yet hugely powerful tools. As we prepare to turn to the second half of the book, let's take a little time and complete a couple of empathy maps of our own. For the first one, think about your own relationship with your authentic self. Consider what you have learned so far in the book. What has resonated most for you? When you are ready, create your map by answering the following question. In order to be more authentic with the children in your life, what do you need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? Empathy map for you. The empathy map shown here is a template. Please draw out the chart and write your answers in your own notebook. In order to be more authentic with the children in your life, what do you need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? Here is an example of an empathy map a middle school teacher created for himself in one of our workshops. You can find this and all other diagrams and forms at forrealbook.org/pdfs. The question we had asked was the same as the one above. In order to be authentic with your students, what do you need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? Here, in order to be authentic with my students, I would want to hear what is important to them. I would like to hear how and why they are feeling a certain way. I would like to hear them talk to me about who they are. The end goal would be to listen to whatever they needed to speak about and be someone they can rely on if they ever needed advice. Say, in order to be authentic with my students, I would like to say what is really important. I would try to discuss the most important aspects in life and not to stress things that are not a serious issue. I would say that life is too short, and we all need to be better people in order to make it better. By saying this to my students, I can help them grow into good people who understand morals and respect. Feel. In order to be authentic with my students, I would feel open to discuss anything they may seek counsel on. I would feel that they may need to discuss something major and that I need to put the student's best interests first. I feel that if you are open and honest, you can give real and authentic advice to someone seeking it. Do. In order to be authentic with my students, I would do whatever is necessary. It is always the student first and foremost. Give the advice and do what you think is best for that individual above all else. I need to do a good job at listening to what I'm being approached about. There are many things I can do to be authentic. These words on the assignment are a good start. C. In order to be authentic with my students, I would see things from their perspective. If they are looking for some type of guidance, I need to be able to see where they are coming from. It is important to see what is right and wrong in the matter. This will ensure that I am being real with what is in the best interest of the student. Learn. In order to be authentic with my students, I would learn more about the student. I would learn about them in a different aspect and relate to them on their level. I need to be interested in learning who the student is and their habits on a personal and professional level. This can help build relationships and ultimately be true to what matters. Consider your empathy map closely. Is there something particular in it that calls out to you, that asks for your attention? That's probably a good place to focus on to take your authenticity work deeper. Creating a SMART goal will help you chart a path for taking action. SMART goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. You can go back to Chapter 1 to review an example of a SMART goal. The template that follows will help you create one. You can find this and all other forms and diagrams at forrealbook.org/PDFS. Remember, the key to creating successful SMART goals is to make them as concrete and achievable as possible. Focus on building the muscle of setting and achieving goals by taking small steps over short periods of time. SMART goal for your authenticity work. Again, working in your own notebook or computer, fill out the following. What larger objective is this goal helping you achieve? Specific. What do you want to accomplish? Measurable. How can you measure progress and know if you've successfully met your goal? Achievable. Can you accomplish this goal? Do you have the resources, support, and time to do so? Does your ability to accomplish the goal depend on the actions of other people? Relevant. How is this goal helping you achieve the larger objective? Time-bound. When is the deadline for achieving this goal? Is it realistic? As we get ready to shift our attention to the ways in which we can champion authenticity in children's lives, I invite you to create a second empathy map by answering the following question. What do children need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn in order to explore and develop their authentic selves? Empathy map for your kids. What do children need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn in order to explore and develop their authentic selves? A high school science teacher created the empathy map below for her students in response to the following question. What do you want people in your learning community to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? You can find a PDF copy of this by going to forrealbook.org/PDFS. Here, everyone's voices, interesting chatter, or sometimes silence when we're listening carefully. Say, words of affirmation, encouragement, their own stories and experiences. Feel, safe, validated, understood, seen, motivated, encouraged, empowered. Do, brave things, science experiments, creative things. Take risks, listen carefully. See, different perspectives, beautiful souls, different experiences, colors, and shapes. Learn from each other, from me, the teacher, from the environment. We will revisit our empathy maps for children at the end of the book. Now, with the vision of what we want for our kids in our hearts, let's move on to exploring how we can best support them in exploring and developing their authentic selves. Part 2, Championing Authenticity. Chapter 6, Never Say Cheese. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Adult expectations. Sometimes, as simple as telling a child to smile for the camera can pressure children to perform rather than be authentic. These expectations, even when they come from the love and concern of caregivers, can often inhibit the development of the child's inner self. The industrialized education system imposes many limitations and expectations through the standards and policies set in place. Practice spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Shift toward a mindset of shaping children to produce one specific outcome to nurturing their growth in whatever form they take. Practice using the love framework, learn, open doors and windows, validate, engage, as a way to foster authenticity in the children you care for. Let's do a little experiment. If you have a smartphone or a digital camera, get that ready. If you don't, please stand in front of a mirror. Now, say cheese and then take a selfie or simply look closely at your reflection. Notice the expression on your face. Is the smile relaxed or strained? What are your eyes saying? Does the image reflect how you feel on the inside? Close your eyes for a moment, shake out your limbs, take a couple of deep breaths, then allow yourself to be as you feel in the moment and take a selfie or look at your reflection. What do you notice now? How is this image different from the one in which you are smiling on command? The point of this experiment is to look at the way we change in response to external expectations. As we saw in Chapter 3, socialization is an enormous force in shaping our relationships with ourselves. And the expectations of the people in our lives are a major component of our socialization. In this chapter, we will examine how we as individuals can begin to move from a posture of expectation to one of inquiry as a way of supporting children's authentic development. Smiling on the outside. When our daughter Rosie was 4, Sarah and I began to plan a family trip out of the country. To get ready, we needed to apply for Rosie's very first passport. So, on a muggy and kind of fussy spring day, Rosie and I set out to get the required picture. We had other errands in Midtown Manhattan and found a storefront passport photo place near Grand Central Terminal. The photographer, a friendly man with an easy manner, stood Rosie up in front of a backdrop and said, "Okay, honey, give me your best smile." Rosie gave it her best shot, but it really was not a smiling kind of day. In the photo, which has been the subject of many fond family conversations, she is clearly trying her hardest to smile, but managing only something between a grimace and a maniacal grin. When we tell children to say cheese, we are asking them to show us a smiling version of themselves, whether they feel like smiling or not at that moment. Inadvertently, what we might be telling them is that we are more interested in our experience of them than in themselves. Children, in turn, oftentimes come to anticipate that adults expect happy smiles in photographs and act accordingly. I first encountered this dynamic while working at Girls Incorporated. We had launched a big project to learn from girls about their lives, concerns, and dreams to help inform the public about how society had and had not changed for girls. As part of the project, I traveled all around the United States and in parts of Canada with a small crew, which included a photographer and a videographer, to conduct focus groups and individual interviews. I noticed right away that as soon as girls saw the photographer train her camera on them, whether for a candid shot or a posed portrait, they arranged their faces into smiles, which often looked like veneers. Since we were working to get a sense of what their lives were really like, it felt very important to see and capture images of the real people. That proved to be a bigger challenge than I had imagined. The girls were so accustomed to smiling for the camera, they had a hard time knowing how to simply be themselves in front of one. We ended up developing a whole process for helping girls relax and trust that we wanted to see them as they were. It was well worth it. We got to meet and photograph hundreds of beautiful young people. Our culture is saturated with yardsticks against which to measure children. From the moment we are born, we are surrounded by the expectations of the adults in our lives, from developmental milestones and weight and height percentiles to reading levels and test scores. Added to that are the individual beliefs and perceptions of adults, and what you have is an environment in which children are taught to strive to meet others' expectations rather than develop and pursue their own. I'm constantly amazed and honestly alarmed by the level of worry parents express about their children, confides Barbara, the family therapist from Wisconsin whom we met in Chapter 2. Whether it's the mom I was telling you about who is concerned that her child is not walking when she is supposed to, or the dad who is scared that something is wrong because his baby will only do the army crawl, or the couple who want to test their son for dyslexia because he is not yet reading at 6, or the woman who is worried that her preteen boy is not showing any interest in girls. It's like we are surrounded by all these ideas about how children are supposed to be, and that makes it really hard to focus on the actual kids. The bitter irony is that these concerns are motivated by our love for our children. We want them to be happy, well-adjusted, and successful. This deep, visceral wish coexists with our equally powerful awareness of just how limited we are in our ability to shape our children's futures. The expectations we create, consciously and unconsciously, for our kids are a tool to help us manage this sense of helplessness and assure ourselves we are doing our best. We do want children to smile when we take pictures of them, because that tells us they are all right, or because we want a nice memory. Unfortunately, if they learn to smile in order to tend to our feelings, we defeat the original purpose of giving them what they need to grow into the people they are meant to be. Our expectations take on greater importance in the relationship than their authentic inner selves. A while ago, a friend shared with me a particularly poignant example of how an adult's concern about social perceptions derailed a child's ability to express himself. A cousin of his is the father of fraternal twins, Thea and Ben. When the kids turned 2, their grandparents took them shopping for birthday shoes. The twins came home absolutely delighted with their new sparkly sneakers. Hers were silver, his were red. They had Velcro straps which made them easy to put on and take off. The kids demonstrated this over and over. The next day, the family went to the neighborhood playground. The twins proudly wore their new shoes, naturally. There was lots of running around, sliding, snacking, and general excitement. When they got home and the kids went down for their nap, the dad said, "Did you see how people were staring at those red shoes? I don't think he should wear them outside." At this point in the story, I interrupted and asked, what was he concerned about? He was worried that other kids would make fun of his boy, apparently, my friend replied, then continued with the telling. The parents had some further discussions, finally agreeing that the red sparkly shoes would be for home only. They took the kids to the shoe store and bought regular sneakers for outdoors. The problem, though, was that Thea was allowed to wear her regular shoes and her sparkly ones outside. When Ben tried to wear his red shoes out, he was told, "No, these are your inside shoes." He cried, he got angry, but he still loved his red sparkly shoes and wore them around the house, for a time. Over the coming weeks, he put them on less and less frequently, and soon, not at all. What did this little boy learn? Did he get the message that something he loved and that gave him joy needed to be kept secret? Did he absorb the idea that some things are for girls only and others for boys only? Did he get the message that to be acceptable, he had to conform to certain expectations? The signals we send children about how we think they ought to be are ubiquitous. Often they are so subtle we don't even know we are sending them. Some time ago, while touring colleges with Rosie on the West Coast, we stopped in to see longtime family friends in Northern California. Their son, who lives a couple of hours away, came up with his partner and 5-year-old daughter. We all enjoyed a lovely brunch and a leisurely afternoon catching up. Flora, as the youngest in the group, enjoyed all the attention. She showed us where she sleeps when she visits her grandparents, introduced us to her stuffed giraffe, Ginger, and demonstrated some of the moves she learned in dance class. Then she settled down to draw, something she loves to do. For what seemed like a good 15 minutes, Flora worked diligently with her markers on a portrait of Sarah and me, rendered in exuberant colors and with close attention to detail. These were not mere stick figures. True to life, in the picture, Sarah has curly blonde hair, and I, short, dark hair. There is clear differentiation between the shape and size of our heads and our bodies. I am squarish, and she triangular. We are both wearing big smiles and very colorful outfits, including shoes. And both of us have our arms extended, as if offering the world a big hug. When she was finished, Flora carefully printed her name at the top in big, slightly unsteady letters. She then took the picture around the living room to show each of us, and each of us in turn expressed our appropriate appreciation until Flora reached her grandmother. "That's so nice, honey," our friend said, smiling. "But where are their hands?" Dismayed, the girl looked back and forth from her grandmother to her drawing a couple of times, and then stole a quick, concerned look at the rest of us. She ran back to her markers and hurriedly added hands to the figures, making sure there were 5 fingers clearly visible on each. Then she held the picture out for the rest of us to see. Our friends are kind, thoughtful, loving people. Undoubtedly, Flora's grandmother did not intend to turn what clearly felt like a success to the child into a failure. Yet inadvertently, she communicated to the girl that she had come up short. These kinds of experiences of failing to live up to the expectations of the important people in their lives can be very wounding for children. No matter how small each one is, their effect is cumulative and insidious. In time, through repeated disappointment, many children come to believe that they are not able to meet expectations, that they themselves are not good enough. Children suffer when they feel they cannot meet our expectations. In Letters to Judy, Judy Bloom shares the deep pain young people experience as a result of feeling not good enough. The book is a collection of letters sent to her by young readers. Here is one letter from a teen boy struggling to make his father proud of him. Dear Judy, nothing I do is good enough for my father. If I get all A's and 1 B, he says I could have had all A's if only I had tried harder. If I am elected co-captain of the soccer team, he asks why I wasn't elected captain. He expects me to be perfect. I lie sometimes to get him off my back. Josh, age 13. As important as our immediate family is in our socialization, it is only a part of a much larger ecosystem of extended family, community, social institutions, and culture. Caring for children has never, in all of human history, just been the role of biological mothers and fathers, writes Dr. Alison Gopnik in her inspired and inspiring book, The Gardener and the Carpenter. From the very beginning, it's been a central project for any community of human beings. This is still true. Education, for example, is simply caring for children broadly conceived. Education is also where our collective expectations of children are crystallized and expressed as benchmarks, standards, evaluations, codes of conduct, and instructional policies. In Troublemakers, Lessons in Freedom from Young Children at School, Carla Shalaby paints a startling picture of how oppressive these institutionalized expectations are in many children's lives. She cites research that reports nearly half of kindergarten teachers saying that more than 50% of their students have difficulty following directions. A third of teachers say children are unable to work independently, and 1/5 say their students have poor social skills and are immature. These figures ought to lead us to question whether the demands of early schooling are reasonable, Dr. Shalaby observes. After all, it seems we should expect immaturity from a 5-year-old. Instead, we turn a gaze of pathology on children. At the age of 5, if you cannot follow directions and work independently, You are likely to begin a long series of interactions with the school's various mechanisms for identifying, labeling, and remediating deficits. Suddenly and swiftly, children become problems. Escaping the expectations trap. In creative schools, Sir Ken Robinson, PhD, traces the evolution of the modern system of education as a response to the demands of industrialization. In doing so, he argues powerfully that industrialized education, designed as it was to meet the needs of the labor market and patterned on the model of mass production, is poorly suited to helping human beings thrive, both when it began and today. The purpose of industrial manufacturing is to produce identical versions of the same products. Items that don't conform are thrown away or reprocessed. Systems of mass education were designed to mold students to certain requirements. Because of that, not everyone makes it through the system, and some are rejected by it. Robinson points out that as the product of the Industrial Revolution, the education system was designed to satisfy the needs of the industrial economy. Students came to be seen as the raw materials necessary to produce the workers required by this rapidly advancing and transforming economic system. Industrial processes, Robinson continues, commonly overlook the value of raw materials that are not relevant to what is being made. This same is true in education. The preoccupation with particular subjects and types of ability means that students' other talents and interests are almost systematically marginalized. If we step back for a broader view, the stamp of industrialization is visible not only in our educational systems, but also in the very ways in which our society approaches children. Conditioned to define success in economic terms, we began to think and dream in the language of upward mobility. In this way, we find ourselves trapped in a culture of expectations, dictated not by our hearts, but by the demands of the market. Dr. Gopnik brings her perspective as a psychologist and philosopher to illustrate this societal trap of expectations by unpacking our modern idea of parenting. She says, to parent is a goal-directed verb. It describes a job, a kind of work. The goal is to somehow turn your child into a better or happier or more successful adult, better than they would be otherwise, or, though we whisper this, better than the children next door. The right kind of parenting will produce the right kind of child, who in turn will become the right kind of adult. She is quick to point out that this view of adults as responsible for doing the work of turning the raw material of children into desirable products extends to all people who care for children. In The Gardener and the Carpenter, Gopnik lays out the evidence that this way to conceive of the relationship between children and caregivers is fundamentally misguided and has made life worse for all of us. The way out of this trap, Gopnik argues, is to shift our perspective in order to approach caring for children in a different way. As the title of the book suggests, she proposes a change in metaphor, coming to see this special work of caring as that of a gardener rather than a carpenter. This is a lovely way of embodying the distinction between the two mindsets. Carpenters, no matter how much they love their materials, engage in crafting those materials into the designs of their own making. Gardeners, on the other hand, while nursing their own dreams and aspirations, content themselves with preparing the soil, planting the seeds, and tending to the plants that emerge. When we shift into the mindset of a gardener, our understanding of what our role is in caring for children changes. We come to see that our job as caregivers is not to make a particular kind of child. Instead, our job is to provide a protected space of love, safety, and stability in which children of many unpredictable kinds can flourish. And when we free ourselves and our children from the bonds of expectations, we create the space for the nurturing connection of unimpeded, open-hearted love. Featured perspective, Tessa Benau on being in relationship with children. Tessa Benau is a high school math teacher with the New York City Department of Education. In 2024, we had a wonderful conversation about her experience of being in relationship with children, both as a teacher and a new parent. Here are edited excerpts of our interview. My parents got divorced when I was pretty young, when I was 5, and that really shaped a lot of my identity and my experience with and understanding of family. We lived in Manhattan until I was about 2 years old, and then moved to Staten Island because my mom thought Staten Island was the country. We lived in an old house with a yard. After the divorce, my father lived in a studio apartment in Lower Manhattan. We'd spend weekends with him, and there was kind of an adventure component to it. We'd ride the ferry, and we'd spend mostly all day out on the weekends because he was in this little apartment. We would go out to eat. His place was where Chinatown and Little Italy came together. So some days we'd go get Italian food. Sometimes we'd go get Chinese food. We'd go to all the museums. There was definitely joy in my childhood. My brother, who's 3.5 years younger, and I had a lot of freedom as kids. I think as the oldest child, they gave me a lot of freedom. And also, it's just sort of how my parents are. I think it was good in some respects. And then in some ways, now I think it would have been nice to be parented a little bit more. It took me many years to come to this realization. I'm still sorting through different experiences from my childhood, and as a mom, that offers me a new opportunity to do that. It was actually my brother who said it a handful of years ago. Well, we weren't really parented, he said. They're not really like parents per se. They expected us to do a lot ourselves, and I had the additional responsibilities because I was the oldest child and had to take care of my brother. A lot of it was socioeconomic. My mom was working a lot, trying to pay the mortgage. My dad wasn't doing so well financially during those years, so we definitely experienced financial instability. It just depended on the year. In some ways, it was just like that. They didn't really have a choice. But also, it's the way both of my parents are. They don't like to push. So they didn't really ask me a lot of questions about what I was experiencing in school or other parts of my life. They didn't really like to bring up conversations that I would have been developmentally ready for and that I think would have been beneficial. I didn't realize what a big influence that has had on how I take care of people in my life, on how I teach and how I parent. I always want to at least open a conversation. And it's the conversations and the connections that have been the most gratifying parts of teaching, and that have helped me through the inevitably difficult years you experience as a teacher. Teaching basically found me. I went to Boston University, and I was a psychology major and a women's studies minor. In my junior year, I was sitting in an African American literature class, and these other girls, I think they must have been seniors, came in, and they were so excited. They said, "Oh, we got accepted to Teach for America." I had never heard of that program before, so I started looking into it. My plan was to get a master's or a PsyD to pursue counseling, and so I thought, I'll do Teach for America for 2 years, and then I'll go to grad school. With Teach for America, you can put your location preference throughout the country. There were 20-something sites at that point, and I was like, oh, I need a challenge. I need to get out of New York City. I'm going to challenge myself and go to the South. Which was so silly because teaching is really challenging. You don't need another challenge of navigating a new culture. Well, they placed me in New York. There was a teacher shortage in 2005 and a math teacher shortage. I had just enough credits to be a math teacher, and I was assigned to a math position. 2 years became 3 years, became 5 years, became 8 years. There were a number of years where I thought, I really think I need to do something else, get out of the classroom. I was really stressed. I didn't feel effective. It was really challenging. What kept me going was definitely the relationships with my students. I've had incredible relationships with them and their families. At my former school, where I taught for 15 years, we had so many students who lived in poverty. There was a lot of violence in their lives. My guess is they had experienced a lot of childhood trauma. I learned that you can't really just teach math without addressing any of that other stuff. If a kid's hungry, or they're hurt, or they're not being accepted by their family because they're transitioning, or they're experiencing a time without a home, that's hard. That stuff all manifests as not paying attention in class, not working, not studying, disrupting the environment. So you learn to deal with those things in the moment, to understand that it's not really about the kid not wanting to do the quadratic equation. There's a reason why they're so dysregulated. If the kid's hungry, you give them a granola bar. You just always have snacks in your locker, the closet. But then there were longer-term, systemic things built into the school. Advisory was a big part of that. Our kids stayed with us as advisors for the whole 4 years, so we really got the opportunity to know them. The school was really good at doing a team effort. You're working with them as the advisor, but you're communicating with their teachers. They're talking to the guidance counselor. Maybe they're getting therapy with the social worker. Maybe you're connecting them to community services. The advisor was the first line of defense. You're not asked to provide therapy, but you are asked to just notice. So you learn to notice what's going on and then communicate with whomever you need to communicate with to support the kid. The advisory program, when it was every single day, was really great because even if it was only 15 or 20 minutes, you had just a moment to catch the kid and say, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" Whatever it is, it's just a chance to check in with them. When you don't have that, it's just more challenging. School is a place to learn academics, but it's also a place to learn about yourself and how to work with other people, how to exist in this world. That's something we have to model for students. Good communication, kindness, working as a team, we can only teach by being in relationship with kids. We need to find ways to connect with them. We need to be willing to be authentic with them so they can be authentic with us. A former student of mine who was in my advisory is in college now. She texted me recently to tell me that she had shared with her English professor how we would journal together. She would write in the journal, and then I would write her back once a week. She loved it, and I really loved it too. And the professor liked the idea so much, she started journaling with the class. It's so great to see your students take these ideas into the world. I am working with ninth graders right now. For them, trying to push themselves out of their comfort zone a little bit is really, really hard. They're so nervous about presenting themselves in a certain way, and that's exhausting. That exhaustion that comes from the anxiety of not feeling at peace in your body. Their bodies are really changing all the time. Their world is changing. It's really hard to find yourself in that. Learning and growing is a lifelong process. That's something we need to show our students by doing our own work as we sit with them. Being authentic is really freeing to me. I feel like I can just be free and breathe. Even talking about it leaves my body with a really good feeling. When I'm trying to force myself to do something, it's a battle. Instead, I've learned to just wait until I'm ready. I trust in my internal compass. That's what I try to share with my students. This is a lifelong process, I tell them. What you're working on is just lifelong. You'll know when you are ready for the next step. As a new mom, I've had the opportunity to learn this all over again in a different way. I've had to learn that Sela is going to do things when she's ready, and when she's ready, she'll communicate that to me in some way, or she'll just do it on her own. Everything I've stressed about with her, like sleeping and eating, she just does it when she wants to, like 2 months later. She's a very persistent person, and she does things in her own time frame. The other thing I have been learning since Sela was born is the depth of relationship, the closeness she requires. All the stuff I read before having her said you just have to make sure they're eating enough and getting all this stimulation, and they'll be fine. Sela needs physical closeness. She needs emotional closeness. Not every kid is like this, but it is a requirement for her to exist. She needs to co-regulate in order to be independent. She depends before she can be independent. Once she has that, then she'll explore. If we're going into a new experience, even if it's to my best friend's house whom she's met a million times, Sela first wants to make sure she's okay. They love her, they want to hold her or play with her, and she's not ready for that yet. I think it's like a tuning for her. First, she is going to sit on my lap while we all sit and talk together. Then we'll sit on the floor and play. Maybe eventually she can sit on the floor and interact. So I've learned to be really attuned to her specific needs, because if I try to plop her down, she's going to freak. It's not going to be good for anyone. And also, learning to understand that these are the building blocks to make sure that she feels comfortable and safe to one day just go and plop on the floor and do whatever it is that she needs. Sela has taught me a lot about patience and trusting your gut. I've learned to trust her to do things on her own timeline and to trust myself to know what she needs. Mostly, she just needs love all the time. It's just the most joyful experience of my life. She's so incredible, and she changes every day. Every single day, she becomes more and more herself. To me, it's been such a powerful reminder about kids. They are so special. Just take the time to really notice them. That's all they want from you. They don't care about anything, like toys or classes. They just want you. They're biologically creative. A lot of what we are fed in our culture is about all the things we have to give kids. They don't really need any of that. Sela learned how to put lids on things now, so she has 10 lids, 10 containers, and hours of fun. Shut, open, shut, open, shut, open. She likes books, and she likes to just explore whatever's in my house. It's work to block out the noise of all the parenting advice. I still get nervous sometimes. Is it okay that she is putting rocks in a box and taking them out for a half an hour? But there's work in that. She's looking at the rocks. She's studying the smoothness, the ridges. She's hearing the clank in the box. There's value in it. I just try to let her be. There's value to everything she's doing. And when she wants me, she'll come and tug on my legs, and then she can have me. It's so important to let kids be quiet to explore their world. We don't need to talk to them, to bother them, to let them know we are there. We just need to be there for them. Tending children with love. Dr. Gopnik proclaims that to care for a child is to be part of a profound and unique human relationship, to engage in a particular kind of love. Love, she continues, doesn't have goals or benchmarks or blueprints, but it does have a purpose. The purpose is not to change the people we love, but to give them what they need to thrive. The question for us as caring adults is how to put our loving purpose into action. How do we intentionally, effectively, and consistently create environments that give children what they need to thrive? Just as we discussed in Chapter 1 about practicing authenticity, it helps to have a system. The Guild, inspired by many thinkers, practitioners, and our own experience, has created a framework for caring for children in a way that supports their authentic development. The central premise of the framework is this: tend children with love. Here is an outline of the 4 principles to put this premise into action. In the subsequent chapters, we will delve in depth into ideas about putting these principles to work. Learn from and with the children in your care. When you are with your children, be one with them. Let every part of your body relax and become as supple as your child's. Allow all expectations and anxieties to melt away so that you can see clearly. Love them as they are in this very moment without needing to change a thing. This passage from William Martin's The Parents' Tao Te Ching reminds us that our most important job in caring for children is to discover who they are. This is no easy task for any of us, parents, teachers, or other caregivers, yet it is critical that we create strategies and opportunities for seeing each child clearly and for continuing to learn about them as they grow. The greatest gifts we can give children are our attention and our time. Open doors and windows for children. Children are born to learn. This is an evolutionary imperative, and children learn best when allowed to explore, experiment, use their imagination, and try new things. The best thing we can do to support their learning is to give them the space and the tools to do their work. This is not about buying them educational toys or taking them to museums. It's about gently and systematically giving them exposure and access to lots of different learning opportunities, and then getting out of their way. My wife often tells the story of taking Rosie as a baby to the story time at our local library. After the children's librarian finished reading, Rosie crawled around on the floor with several other young children. She made her way to a pile of board books, picked one up, and promptly started chewing on it. Sarah, slightly embarrassed, pulled the book away and said to the librarian, "Sorry, she loves books." Without missing a beat, the librarian reassured her, "Oh, I can see that. What she is doing is a pre-literacy activity." So give the kids in your care lots of things to chew on, and watch what they do with the ideas and experiences you offer them. Validate children's experiences by sharing your own. Throughout the book, we have emphasized how important it is to model authenticity for the children in our lives. An essential part of this modeling is actively giving kids ways to know us by voicing our feelings in mindful ways and sharing our stories. Whether it's the doctor's office or a difficult situation or just a fun time, explain the authors of The Danish Way of Parenting, kids like to hear about your experiences and how you felt when you were little, particularly when it's true and heartfelt. This gives them a better understanding of who you are and lets them know that their situation is normal, even if they are scared, happy, or sad. This kind of sharing also allows children to locate themselves in the culture and history of their families, classrooms, and larger communities. Engage children in conversations about big ideas. Philosophical wondering begins in childhood, writes Professor Jana Moore-Lone in The Philosophical Child. During those early years, children are wide open to the philosophical mysteries that pervade human life, often lying awake at night thinking about such issues as whether God exists, why the world has the colors it does, what the nature of time might be, whether dreams are real, why we die, and what is the meaning of life. Sadly, conditioned as we are by our culture's adultist attitudes, most grown-ups dismiss children's attempts to engage with the profound questions of being human. At best, we might think it's cute. At worst, we might declare that kids don't have the mental capacity to think about such things. As caring adults committed to supporting children in exploring and developing their authentic selves, it is essential that we encourage children to ask the big questions and create opportunities for them to talk about these questions with each other and with us. Supporting children in being comfortable being themselves. It might seem like a small thing, but helping children learn to believe that they don't have to put on a smiling mask every time someone takes a picture of them can be a big step toward letting them understand that there are people in the world who want to know them as they are. The Say Cheese activity is a fun way to play with these ideas. You can do it with children of pretty much any age. Infants and toddlers might be a hard sell. And you can do it with individual kids or large groups. You don't need to go into lengthy explanations of what you are doing. Just say you are going to have some fun taking pictures of each other. If you are doing the activity with an individual child or a small group, start by posing first. Remember, if you do not have a smartphone or a digital or instant camera, you can do this in front of a mirror. If you work in this way, it's helpful to write down quick reflections as you go. Give the phone or camera to the kids. Tell them to tell you to say cheese when they are ready to take a picture. Then strike a pose. Now tell the kids that you want them to take another picture, one in which you will pose without a smile. Ask them to say ready when they are about to snap the photo. As you did at the beginning of the chapter, close your eyes for a moment. Shake out your limbs, take a couple of deep breaths, and allow yourself to be as you feel in the moment. This is a great opportunity to model for the children how to relax into letting others see us. Now, look at the two images together with the kids. Ask them what they notice about how the two photos are different. Allow time for reflection and comments. Then switch places, with you taking the pictures and the children posing. If you are doing this with a small group, you can have the children draw numbers to determine the order in which they will be photographed, so there are no arguments. Ask the child being photographed to say cheese, take a picture, then encourage the child to relax. You can suggest that they do what you did and close their eyes, shake out their limbs, and take a few breaths. Most importantly, tell them to relax their faces. Be prepared to be patient. Kids are so conditioned to smile for the camera, it is often difficult for them to act otherwise. You may need to encourage them by suggesting that they think of something serious. When you see the child's face relax, take a picture. When all the photos are ready, ask the children to compare the images of smiling and relaxed faces. If you are working with more than one child, take extra care to set boundaries by telling the kids that there is to be no teasing. What do they notice? How are the photos different? Allow time for reflection and comments. When working with a large group, it's helpful to have several phones or cameras. Demonstrate the activity by posing first, as in the directions above. Then ask the kids to divide up into pairs by counting off. Have each pair do the activity. When every child has been photographed twice, ask each pair to discuss the images. Then come back as a group and share impressions and thoughts. In this chapter, we have begun the process of thinking about how to champion authenticity in the lives of children by shifting away from the trap of societal expectations and toward tending the children in our care with love. In the coming chapters, we will explore each component of this approach in detail. In the next chapter specifically, we will discuss how we can modify our behavior to support our learning from and with children. Chapter 7. Love starts with learning to listen. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Mindful interactions between children and adults. How we listen and respond. Foster environments in which children can grow and develop a positive, accurate sense of self. The prevalent societal ideas about children often lead well-intentioned adults to make careless comments about children's appearance, behavior, and abilities. Listening is a skill that requires intention. Empathic listening involves giving children undivided attention, reflecting their feelings, and resisting the urge to fix. In a culture that prizes productivity, simply being with children can feel draining, but is essential for nurturing their authentic selves. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Practice the gates of speech, a tool that encourages adults to choose words that build trust and connection rather than shame or objectify. Deepen empathic listening. Practices like looping, in which adults paraphrase and confirm what they've heard, can help children feel understood and valued. Learn mindfulness practices such as pausing, breathing, or reflecting on daily interactions to help adults sustain meaningful connections. Model these skills for children and give them opportunities to practice the gates of speech, empathic listening, and being mindful. In the preceding chapter, we outlined the steps we can take to implement the system of tending the children in our lives with love. First, is the goal of getting to know children by tuning in and learning from and with them. To do so, we need to think about how to create environments that encourage children to share their inner worlds with us. We will start by considering how we can speak with kids to invite this kind of sharing. We will then explore ways to listen to children that help us learn who they are and how best to support them. In Chapter 4, you traveled back in time to recall the effects a positive comment and a negative comment from adults had on you and your perception of yourself. Now, think about interactions between children and adults you have witnessed in the past few weeks or months and answer the following questions. Please take special care to think of comments by adults who are well-intentioned but whose words strike the wrong tone. Have you heard a well-meaning adult say something to a child that made you raise an eyebrow? What was the comment that made you raise an eyebrow? Have you heard a well-meaning adult say something to a child that made you cringe? What was the comment that made you cringe? Have you heard a well-meaning adult say something to a child that made you wince? What was the comment that made you wince? Write down the comments for each category. Take time to reflect on them and note any thoughts and feelings that come up. Are there memories from your own childhood that surface? Are there memories of interactions you have had as an adult with a child in your life? Are there sensations in your body that you experience as you consider the comments and your reactions? This might be a place where especially difficult feelings like shame or regret come up. Take good care of yourself and ask for help. This exercise is a reminder that no matter how well-meaning we are, adults can be a little clueless in how we speak with kids. To engage children in positive, authentic interactions, we need to choose our words carefully and practice a level of discernment in the way we communicate. The gates of speech. In 2022, as the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic subsided, my family and I were elated to open our home to friends for the traditional Thanksgiving gathering we had hosted for years. As I wrote at the time in an essay published on Medium, I found myself at a loss for words when I welcomed our guests to the table, overwhelmed by the simple joy of being together. A couple of weeks after the holiday, I was catching up on Zoom with my friend Maxine, who lives in Georgia. We talked about how wonderful it was to be with friends and family again after the pandemic enforced isolation, agreeing that COVID had given us the gift of rediscovering just how much we need each other. Maxine looked away for a moment, chewed on her lip, and said, "Yeah, it also reminded me how tough it can be to spend time with family." She went on to tell me how she had watched her teenage son wither under the attention of several well-meaning relatives. The boy had had his hair cut after wearing it long for most of his life. The comments started almost immediately, Maxine said. "Oh, you look so great. I can see your beautiful eyes. You were so shaggy before. Now you look like a proper young man," and on and on. Maxine is a mental health professional, and she was able to help her son process the uninvited comments. Still, she worried that some hurt would linger. Most adults are well-intentioned when we speak with children, and yet we blithely say things that most of us would at least think twice about saying to another adult. We comment about children's height, shape, hair, clothes, shoe size, familial resemblance, intelligence, eating habits, just about anything and everything personal, never pausing to ask ourselves how the young person in front of us might be experiencing our comments. It seems we forget how hurtful it can be to have a well-meaning adult treat us as objects on display for public discussion. Words are important, especially to kids who, in spite of all appearances, listen to what we say very carefully and take it to heart. I started paying close attention to how we use words with children when Rosie was a baby. As she began to scoot around our apartment and explore, I found myself saying, "Be careful," over and over and over, concerned that she would pull a piece of furniture down on herself or touch a hot cup of tea on the table or put her head in the toilet. One day, I had the reverse of semantic satiation, the experience so brilliantly brought to life in Ted Lasso, whereby a word loses its meaning through too much repetition. I felt the full weight of careful as I said it again and again. Did I actually want my little girl to be full of care? No, of course not. I wanted her to be safe. Now the question became how to tell her that we can get hurt if we do not pay sufficient attention to the way we are in the world. I realized that I wanted to teach her to be mindful of her surroundings and her actions. Be mindful became my watchword phrase as I helped this small person explore and learn. Being mindful in the way we speak with children asks us to pause and consider our words, to think about what we might be actually communicating to children. For that, we have a wonderfully simple and powerful tool in the gates of speech. This practice is most often attributed to Rumi, the renowned 13th century Sufi mystic and poet. You may also have heard of it as the Selves of Socrates. Here is how it works. Before I speak, I ask myself 3 questions about what I am about to say. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? If my words do not meet all 3 criteria, don't pass through all 3 gates. I keep them to myself or find a different way to say what is on my mind. Most importantly, the practice encourages me to think carefully about how the child I am addressing might experience what I am about to say. The idea is not to remain silent. We want to engage with children, to show them how interested we are in them. The point is to be mindful in how we speak to young people. For instance, the adults at Maxine's Thanksgiving celebration might have simply said something like, "I like your haircut," or even better, asked about the boy's interests. In workshops and through surveys, we have asked parents and educators to share with us what they have heard well-meaning adults say to children. Let's bring a few of the statements we have gathered to the gates of speech to practice using this great tool. For each statement, I invite you to use the gates of speech first and then compare your thoughts with our take. Write down the original statement in your notebook or on a piece of paper. Then, write your answers to each of the 3 questions of the gates of speech. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Finally, write a possible alternative statement. Don't be shy to suggest silence or a different topic of conversation. Here are the statements. You are blossoming. You don't look like your parents. What are you going to college for? Your thighs are so muscular. Are you sure that's a dog you drew? You are smarter than I thought. Grow up. You're wearing that? Do you like boys or girls? Have you lost weight? Everyone's perennial favorite. And here is our take on how they fare at the gates of speech. Original statement, you are blossoming. Is it true? Probably. Most often, when we don't see children daily, we are struck by how quickly they are growing and maturing. Is it necessary? No, not really. The speaker might have wanted to compliment the child, but it is not clear that the child would hear the statement as a compliment. They might just feel embarrassed. Is it kind? No. The words are ambiguous and can be interpreted as an observation about physical development. Commenting about a child's body, and to my mind, any person's body, is never kind. Possible alternative. I am so happy to spend time with you and get to know you. Original statement. You don't look like your parents. Is it true? Probably. Heredity is a funny thing. Many of us don't look anything like our parents or siblings. Is it necessary? No. What can a child possibly gain by hearing that they do not resemble their parents? Is it kind? No. The statement labels the child as other. Kids have a hard enough time finding a sense of belonging without adults pointing out ways in which they do not belong. Possible alternative? Best think of a different topic of conversation. Original statement, what are you going to college for? Is it true? Most likely not. Anyone who has a desire to learn will learn. Even if the young person is not a great student, they will benefit from continued education. Is it necessary? No. The statement just expresses the speaker's opinion about the child's potential and is in no way helpful. Is it kind? No, it's just mean. Possible alternative. What are some things you dream about doing later in life? Original statement. Your thighs are so muscular. Is it true? Probably. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. As the person who shared this comment said, why would any adult comment on any body part of any child? Is it kind? No. A child hearing these words is most likely going to be embarrassed. Possible alternative. What kind of exercise or sport do you like to do? Original statement. Are you sure that's a dog you drew? Is it true? It is most likely true that the adult does not recognize a dog in the picture. Is it necessary? No. The fact that I don't see what the artist intended only says something about the way I perceive the world and is of no use to the artist. Is it kind? No. Questioning a child's reality is never kind. Possible alternative. What kind of dog is it? Invitations to tell stories, to share what is in their imagination are wonderful ways to get to know children. Original statement. You are smarter than I thought. Is it true? It is probably true that the adult is surprised by how smart the child is. Is it necessary? No. The speaker is simply telling the child that they did not think very highly of the young person's intelligence. Is it kind? No. While likely intended as a compliment, the statement is hurtful. It is never fun to hear that someone holds a low opinion of us. Possible alternative. I am so impressed with how you approached this question or problem or assignment or situation. Original statement. Grow up. Is it true? Most likely it is true that the speaker thinks the young person is acting in an immature way. Is it necessary? It is possible that the adult feels a responsibility to help the child act more thoughtfully. Is it kind? Not at all. The statement is shaming by its very nature. And as we discussed in Chapter 5, shame is the most insidious and unproductive of all emotions. Possible alternative. How do you think you could have approached this situation differently? Original statement. You're wearing that? Is it true? The speaker is clearly surprised by the child's choice of clothing. Is it necessary? The adult probably wants to guide the young person to choose clothes that will be more comfortable and/or appropriate for the situation. Is it kind? No. This is another shaming comment, offering no support or guidance. Possible alternative? I would bite my tongue. If I absolutely had to say something, I might ask, how do you feel in those clothes? Original statement. Do you like boys or girls? Is it true? The speaker is definitely expressing an interest in the young person. Is it necessary? No. Other than trying to show that they are cool, hip, and groovy, the adult is prying into the young person's private life for no reason. Is it kind? No. The question forces a child into an emotional arena for which they may not be ready. Possible alternative. How are people your age handling relationships? Original statement. Have you lost weight? Everyone's perennial favorite. Is it true? Most likely the speaker noticed a change in the child's appearance. Is it necessary? No, not ever. Talking about a child's weight is just a way to pass on our hang-ups about bodies. Is it kind? No. While probably meant as a compliment, this comment suggests that the speaker thinks the young person could have benefited from losing weight. Possible alternative? I am so glad to see you. How are you? Some readers might find it odd that a book on authenticity is advocating self-censorship. Let's remember that being authentic is not the same as being unfiltered. In fact, an authentic commitment to helping the children in our care thrive leads naturally to approaching our interactions with kids in a mindful and empathetic way. I encourage you to practice the gates of speech in your conversations with the children in your life. It works wonderfully well with adults also. As you do, Notice whether there is a difference in the way you feel during the conversation and in the kinds of responses you get from the children you speak with. We will talk about teaching children how to use the gates of speech at the end of this chapter. From doing to being. One of the many things I love about the gates of speech is its quiet power to help us take a step back from the narrow perspective of our busy, overworked, overstimulated brains and to invite our hearts into the conversation. As soon as we ask ourselves whether our words are kind, we move into an empathetic state. We allow ourselves to see the world from the perspective of the person we are speaking to, creating an emotional connection much more powerful than any information, advice, or wisdom we might offer. The need for such connection, to be seen and known for who we are, is important to children's ability to thrive as their authentic selves. To be children's champions, we need to develop our capacity to show up for them consistently in mindful, attentive ways. Showing up means bringing your whole being, your attention and awareness when you're with children, write Drs. Daniel J. Siegel and Tina Payne Bryson in The Power of Showing Up. When we show up, we are mentally and emotionally present for our children in that moment. In many ways, there is no other time but now, this present moment of time. It's this power of presence that enables us to create an empowered mind for our children, even if we mess up on a regular basis. Of course, it is one thing to talk about showing up, and quite another to actually do it day in and day out. The title of the delightful parenting podcast, The Longest, Shortest Time, crystallizes the experience of being present for children. This present moment can feel like an eternity, not because we do not enjoy our time with children, but because presence requires a tremendous amount of energy. This is particularly true in our culture, which equates value with productivity. Jenny Odell opens How to Do Nothing, her best-selling meditation on resisting the attention economy, with a stark description of what our modern experience is like. Nothing is harder to do than nothing. In a world where our value is determined by our productivity, many of us find our every last minute captured, optimized, or appropriated as a financial resource by the technologies we use daily. We submit our free time to numerical evaluation, interact with algorithmic versions of each other, and build and maintain personal brands. For some, there may be a kind of engineer's satisfaction in the streamlining and networking of our entire lived experience. And yet, a certain nervous feeling of being overstimulated and unable to sustain a train of thought lingers. Our brains, conditioned by this paradigm, are constantly telling us that to support children, we must be teaching or prepping or parenting or enriching or doing something for them. Add to that the 24/7 flow of information demanding our attention, and it can feel nearly impossible to simply be with our children. Donna is a former corporate executive in Tennessee who recently switched careers to become a high school teacher. I raised 2 kids of my own, she says, so I know how demanding it is to give them the right kind of attention at the right time. Going into my first year of teaching, I wasn't too worried about the interpersonal stuff. I was really focused on getting my lessons ready, making sure I knew what I was talking about. As it turned out, that was, if not the easy, at least the easier part. What I found completely exhausting was being on all the time. My students were great. They welcomed me and made me feel at home. They behaved, for the most part, and did their work most of the time. She continued, but within weeks, as we got to know each other, I started to feel like I was constantly surrounded. Somebody was at my desk all the time asking questions. Someone else stopped by during my prep period to tell me about something that happened at lunch. A child who was having a difficult time and had acted out wrote me a note which, of course, I needed to respond to. I loved connecting with the students and realized that it was a sign that I was doing a good job, but I would be absolutely beat by the time I got home every day. All I wanted to do was lie down in a darkened room. It took me a couple of years, really, to build up my stamina and to develop some strategies for sustaining the connections without getting totally depleted. Donna's story reminds me of another teacher we met in one of our self-care for educators workshops. Tasha, a junior high school teacher from Louisiana, was nearly in tears as soon as she started speaking during the introductions. "My schedule is so crazy," she explained. "I don't even have time to eat my lunch. There's always somebody needing something, students, colleagues. I'm just ready to chuck it all." As we went through the activities and Tasha sorted through all the demands of her workdays, she identified that the biggest source of stress was not having the time to recharge. "I'm an extroverted person," she said, "but I know myself, and I need me time on a regular basis." With support from the other educators in the workshop, Tasha made a SMART goal to lock her classroom door for 15 minutes during lunch and to put a note on the door saying, "I am taking a break. Please do not disturb." The hackneyed metaphor of self-care is that you've got to put your own oxygen mask on first before you take care of the people around you. As overused as it is, it captures a fundamental truth. I also like it because it gets us thinking about breathing, which is an essential pathway to mindfulness. Take a moment now, lower your gaze or close your eyes, and breathe. There is nothing you need to do. Just observe your breath, going in and out. Just be. How did that feel? Don't worry if you felt fidgety or if your mind suddenly got extra busy. Being mindful takes practice. The good news is that it does not require tons of time or special equipment or even quiet and privacy. All it takes is the intention to connect with your inner core, your authentic self, on a regular basis. My favorite mindfulness practice is one we learned from our friend Maya, whom you'll meet in Chapter 9. Maya did body work before she became a teacher, and as part of her professional development, she studied meditation. She tells the story of attending a retreat led by a teacher whom she particularly admires. At the end of the teaching, Maya recalls, everyone started asking what her daily practice was like. She got this funny little smile on her face and said, "I just get my coffee and enjoy it. I don't read the paper. I just sit and drink my coffee." That's as complicated as mindfulness needs to be. Find something that allows you to go inside yourself for a time and enjoy it. If you would like to take your mindfulness practice deeper into building your presence with children, here is a daily exercise that will help you do so. Breathe and get quiet. Review the interactions you had with children during the day with gratitude. Pay attention to your emotions. Choose one interaction you had with a child or children during the day and think about what you learned. Look toward tomorrow. You might choose to do this as a silent meditation or as a journaling exercise. However you decide to practice, it will strengthen your connections with the children in your life. Featured Perspective: Kezia Harvey on connecting effectively with children of all abilities. Kezia Harvey is a speech pathologist with the New York City Department of Education. Kezia and I spoke in 2024 about her practice of communicating with and connecting with children. Here are edited excerpts of our interview. I grew up in Brooklyn, in Crown Heights. I'm the oldest of my mom's children. I come from a very large family. My mom has 6 children. My father has 16 children. Being the oldest, I had a lot of responsibility for my younger siblings, taking some of them to school before I went to school, doing chores, helping my mom because she was a single parent. I'm really grateful for that now because I feel that it's made me a very responsible adult. In college, for my bachelor's degree, I studied communication sciences, and then I got a master's degree in speech pathology. I started working with children when I was 15 years old in a daycare center through the Summer Youth Employment Program. I really enjoyed working with children at that age, so I worked with children part-time all through high school and summers in college. I didn't necessarily want to be a teacher, but I wanted to do something where I could work with children, help them improve, and grow and become their best selves. So I started exploring different professions. I had a neighbor who was about 8 years old, and I knew she had special needs. I didn't know exactly what it was because I was just a few years older than her. I did know that she had a cleft palate, so that was one situation that got me thinking of going into speech pathology. Then my cousin had a stroke at a very early age, in his 20s. When I went to visit him, I got to see what the speech pathologist was doing. It seemed interesting to me, and I got more into it and started taking courses. I'm very happy that I chose this profession. I really enjoy working with children. They add a lot of joy to your life. Even if I'm having a bad day or a bad week, when I go to school and I see my kids, they really, really brighten my day. There's a lot we can learn from children. They're brutally honest. They're fun, they're curious, they're always wanting to learn and find out new things. Children are just so innocent and funny, and they just want to have connections in whatever way. I work with a lot of children who are nonverbal. They find ways to make connections through touch or by showing you what they want through their facial expressions or with their gaze. In my school, I work with children who are 3 to 10, and then after school, I work in an early intervention program with children ages birth to 3. There are children with delays. Some are mild, some are moderate, and some are moderate to severe delays. Some of the children have Down syndrome and cerebral palsy. Some have multiple disorders and delays. But they all come with many, many fascinating abilities. A lot of my children who are nonverbal, for instance, have amazing abilities with numbers and being able to remember numbers. Just tell them the birthday and the year, and they know what day it falls on. Children on the spectrum have really creative minds. When they're working with Play-Doh and Lego, the things that they build are really, really impressive. I was working with a student just a few days ago, and he used the Play-Doh to make the word T-Mobile. I asked, "Does your mom have a phone with T-Mobile? Do you like T-Mobile? Do you like the symbol?" So the next time I worked with him, he made the Google symbol. He does it, and then he taps me, he shows me, he smiles and laughs. He's showing me, "Look what I did." Even though he doesn't have the words, he is communicating, making connections. Every child, every individual, wants to be recognized. Working primarily with children who are nonverbal, I've learned so much about connecting with them. I watch for their nonverbal communicative gestures and actions, and then I try to teach them a functional way to communicate what they're trying to say. I present them with picture symbols, objects, a lot of choices. For example, if I say to a child, "Do you want this?" and show them something and they smile, I say, "Oh, you want to say yes." Then I'll show them a yes symbol and say, "This is what you want to say. You want to say yes." If I say, "Do you want this?" and they're shaking their head or pushing it away, I say, "You want to say no." Every child has a way to show you what they like. Just look at what they do. Watch them. Watch what they pick up and play with. Watch the things that they gravitate toward. You take those things, the things that make them laugh and smile, and use those things to form a bond. If a child loves balloons and you play with balloons with that child, every time that child sees you, he's going to think about that fun time with that balloon, whether he's verbal or nonverbal. Instead of focusing on the fact that this child has limited language and limited communication skills, you have to think about how you are making this child feel when they're in your presence. A part of my school of practice is trying to get children to connect with their interior worlds and how they're feeling. My students do need some help with making connections with how they feel, beyond happy or sad. Are you feeling silly? Are you frustrated? Are you excited? For example, the little boy that likes to make words with the Play-Doh, he makes it and shows me and just laughs. So I show him a feelings chart and say, "You're feeling really silly today. You're happy. You're laughing." And he goes, "Silly." I had a really profound experience with this same young man. A student intern, Peter, was working with me. He would bring in his guitar and he would play for the kids during the sessions. This child walked into my office one day when Peter wasn't there and asked for him by name. I was like, wow, here is this child who is minimally verbal, who really doesn't speak much, asking a full sentence, "Where's Peter?" I said to him, "You really like Peter." He smiled this big smile. It was such a big moment. I shared it with the student's mom, and she was so surprised herself. The boy really connected with Peter, and the connection was so strong it helped him articulate his feelings. As a parent, too, I've learned so much about how to facilitate that with my son and to cultivate that with my son. For a lot of parents, the focus is just on caring for your kids, getting through the day, and meeting basic needs. There's no time to sit and hear how they're feeling or why they're crying or what they want. I think that as parents, if we can just be a little bit more mindful about finding those little moments to acknowledge something about our child and have them express themselves, that can be really, really important. I've found that getting into their world helps. So even if your child likes something that you don't like or you find completely annoying, if, for example, all they want to focus on are Pokemon cards, the things they are interested in give you a way to get into their world, and that makes them feel seen. It really opens up a lot of doors for an authentic relationship. This can be really hard, particularly for classroom teachers. Classroom teachers have a lot on their plates, a lot of students, a lot to do. But there are simple ways to connect. Something as simple as the way you greet kids when they come in, or making a point of giving a child a compliment. "I really like your sweater. I love your shoes. I like the way you're holding your pencil." It doesn't take much to give a student a compliment once in a while. You don't have to do it every day, but it makes such a difference for them. Small things go a long way with children. Because children, they're eager to please. They want to make adults in their life happy and do the right thing. But if they're not hearing good things, if they're not being motivated and encouraged, it's kind of hard to get the results you want from them. In my school, because I work with such a special population, the teachers have to work extra hard to make that bond with students. You have to look at your students and see what they're trying to communicate. You try to give them more choices. You look at their mannerisms when they come in, when you speak to them, their facial expressions. You see if there's any pattern with the way that they behave and comment on it. We have students who are really challenging behavior-wise, and they can really turn some teachers off. They can turn people off. I have found working in the Department of Ed for 19 years that those students also just want to be seen. They want to be heard. You listen to the things that they want, and you can build a relationship with a child like that. There is a former student of mine who is now 25. He started at my school when he was 9 or 10, and he was very challenging in his behavior. But I was able to build a bond with him. I had given him my number before he graduated from 5th grade, and to this day, he still knows my phone number by heart, and he calls every so often. He calls and gives me updates. He tells me that he's living in assisted living, he's working at Dollar Tree, he goes to church. I'm so moved to have this connection. I think that a lot of people can build these bonds with children if we put ourselves aside, not take things personally. It's really hard because some kids can be very, very challenging. But if you can just take a breath and remind yourself that this is not about me, it's not personal, you can have the opportunity to reach that child. It's really important to focus on the good, because very often when you have students who are challenging, they hear a lot of what's not good. They hear a lot of what they're doing wrong or what they're doing that's bad. Parents and teachers can forget to focus on what's going right. The more you focus on the good, the more that child will slowly turn. It may take a while, but you will start to see changes. But the change has to start with you. I think that parents and teachers and other adults forget that sometimes. They want the change to start with the child, but the change has to start with you. Listening to learn. When I first joined a men's group, I discovered an uncomfortable truth about myself. I was not that good at listening to people. During opening circles, while other men were describing how they were feeling and what was going on in their lives, I very often found myself preparing to speak rather than listening. It was disconcerting to refocus suddenly and realize that I had no idea what had just happened, as if I had not been in the room at all. With time, I learned the technique of active listening. I quieted my mind, kept my gaze and my attention on the person speaking, and nodded along to show that I was engaged. And I made a new discovery. I was taking in what my friends were saying and busily coming up with comments, questions, advice, and solutions. In other words, my primary focus was still me. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand, writes Stephen Covey in The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. They listen with the intent to reply. They're either speaking or preparing to speak. They're filtering everything through their own paradigms, reading their autobiography into other people's lives. In a now famous study, Doctors Howard Beckman and Richard Frankel analyzed recorded conversations between physicians and patients. In 70% of cases, physicians interrupted their patients within 20 seconds of asking about the reason for their visit. Only 2% of patients were allowed to finish what they were saying. It's ironic, of course, that doctors trying to help people don't take the time to listen to them. And yet, if we reflect on it, this dynamic is so familiar, especially to those of us who care for children. With the best of intentions, we adults tend to rush in to offer children our expertise to support their growth and development. The problem is that this does not allow us to learn about the ways in which each child needs to grow, is capable of developing, and wants to be supported. Covey's 5th habit, seek first to understand, then to be understood, offers a powerful way to transform how we communicate with children through empathic listening. This kind of listening is designed to help us learn and understand how each child views the world. In empathic listening, you listen with your ears, Covey explains, but you also, and more important, listen with your eyes and with your heart. You listen for feeling, for meaning. You listen for behavior. You use your right brain as well as your left. You sense, you intuit, you feel. The thinking about empathic listening has evolved to draw an important distinction between what psychologists define as perspective taking and perspective getting. In a fascinating set of experiments, psychologists Tal et al., Mary Steffel, and Nicholas Epley showed that simply putting yourself in another person's shoes does not help us understand that person's mind accurately. In fact, perspective taking has a tendency to make people overconfident in their judgment of the situation and thus to reduce the accuracy of their understanding. Increasing interpersonal understanding may come most readily from becoming a more effective questioner and listener, the researchers write, like a skilled journalist or a survey interviewer, rather than by trying to become a more routine perspective taker. If you want to know what another person is thinking, it may be best to put them in a situation where they can answer honestly and then ask them directly. In other words, rather than assuming that we can see the world through the eyes of another person, effective empathic listening is all about inviting the person to describe their experiences and feelings to us and to endeavor to understand them. A simple but powerful practice for doing so, called looping, is used by mediators, journalists, and counselors. The idea is to approach every interaction in the spirit of genuine inquiry and openness. Let's look at how we can apply looping to listening to children. Offer the child your undivided attention and, to the degree possible, a sense of privacy. Listen with your whole being. As Stephen Covey advises, listen to meaning, to feeling, to body language, to behavior. Most importantly, get your own story, judgments, and interpretations out of the way and listen for what is most important to the child. Do not interrupt. When the child is done speaking, tell them what you heard in your own words. Do not repeat back what they said verbatim. Pay particularly close attention to identifying the emotions they expressed. Once you are finished describing your understanding of the situation, ask, "Is that right?" Chances are, you will not have gotten at the heart of the matter on the first try. Ask the child to clarify what it is you might have missed or misunderstood. Be patient and keep going. Once both of you agree that you've understood the situation, ask the child what needs to happen next. Resist the urge to fix or smooth things over. Remain kind, present, and understanding. Offer guidance and comfort if the child asks for it. Most importantly, trust the child. When you have a quiet moment to yourself, reflect on the conversation and note what you learned. To talk about the child's emotions, you might want to look at the feeling wheel, which was developed by Dr. Gloria Wilcox and is a great tool for building our own capacity to describe a broad emotional palette. That, in turn, will support you in helping children recognize emotions and develop their feelings vocabulary. The feeling wheel is not a mood meter and should not be used that way. Helene, a Head Start teacher from Minnesota, describes how this kind of listening changed her practice. The real aha moment for me was this one incident with two little boys in my class, Simon and Tyler. They were good buddies and played together all the time. This particular day, they were in the blocks area, busy building a tall tower. That was one of their favorite things to do together. I was circulating among the various activity centers, keeping an eye on things, listening to the chatter. Suddenly, there was a huge clatter of blocks and shouting. I walked over to the two boys, who looked like they were ready to go at each other. "You're a doo-doo head," Simon shouted, and Tyler kicked at the pile of blocks on the floor. I sensed that it was Simon who needed my attention and asked Tyler to go play in another area. He stuck his tongue out at Simon and walked off toward the sand table. Once I saw that he was settled there with the other children who were at that activity, I took Simon over to the quiet corner we have for times when people need a little time to themselves. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked Simon. "He is a doo-doo head," he said, stomping his foot. "So what happened?" I asked again. "He knocked down the tower," Simon replied. "Tyler knocked over the tower and that made you angry," I tried. "He knocked it over and he said it was stupid," the boy said, tears welling up in his eyes now. "And how did you feel, Simon, when he said it was stupid? Did you feel hurt?" And he said he didn't want to play with me and my stupid blocks anymore," he burst out, his whole little body deflating. "Tyler said that he didn't want to play with you anymore, and you feel sad," I reflected back to him. He nodded, and the tears came for real now. I wanted to hug him so badly, to tell him it was okay, but I just waited. Slowly, he moved closer to my knees where I was sitting, and then climbed up into my lap, and we just sat there together for a little while, feeling our feelings. And then it was over, and it was time to move to the next activity. Simon was subdued for a little longer, but not too long. Best of all, at the end of the day, he came over to me and gave me a big hug. It was such a powerful experience for me, Helene reflects, just being there for this child and helping him sort through the layers of feelings that were there for him, and then self-regulate so he could find his equilibrium. It sounds like such a simple thing, but it was really profound. It was like watching this person grow right in front of my eyes. That is exactly what happens when we listen, really listen, to children. We offer them the nurturing environment they need to do their work of developing and growing. Helping children learn to listen to themselves and each other. Let's review the elements of being a powerful, loving listener. Be mindful in the way you speak, be generous with your presence, be empathetic in the way you listen. To support children in their authentic development, we need to practice and model these ways of being. We also need to give children opportunities to practice these skills themselves. Here are some suggestions for engaging kids in the kinds of activities we have described in this chapter. Practicing the gates of speech with children. Children are finely attuned to the social environments around them, particularly to the way people treat them and each other. So, starting a conversation about how we speak to each other is generally not very difficult. Begin by asking whether they have heard a person say something to another person recently that they thought was sus or cringy or mean. Adjust the descriptors according to the age of the children you are in conversation with and what you know of their vocabularies. Write down the comments the children share on a large piece of paper or big sticky notes or a whiteboard. Then, introduce the gates of speech. You can tell them a little bit about Rumi if that seems appropriate. You might even want to read one of his poems. Describe how the process works. Before I speak, I ask myself 3 questions. Is what I'm about to say true? Do I need to say it right now? Is it a kind thing to say? If what I'm about to say doesn't pass through all 3 gates, either I don't say it or I find a different way to express what is on my mind. Go back to the statements the children shared and ask them to apply the gates of speech to each. First, ask the children to decide whether each statement passes through the gates, and then ask them whether it can be rephrased or should just go unsaid. You can also use this practice to encourage children to think about how they speak to themselves. Just as we did in Chapter 1, ask the kids whether they ever say mean things to themselves and what they say. Then encourage them to use the gates of speech to try to develop a different way of communicating with themselves. Being present. I'm so bored. How often have you heard that lament from a child in your life? Volumes have been written about the causes and uses of boredom. Our digital age has created a whole new level of boredom, as Dr. Anna Lemke describes in Dopamine Nation. Because we've transformed the world from a place of scarcity to a place of overwhelming abundance, the increased numbers, variety, and potency of highly rewarding stimuli today is staggering. We must recognize this reality and begin to address it. We might start by taking our own eyes off our phones and not handing them to fussy infants in their strollers and fidgety toddlers in restaurant high chairs. But that is a topic for a whole other book, or a series of books, smiley face. Here we must acknowledge and honor the fact that children's brains are designed and primed to learn. Sitting quietly with their thoughts while sipping a favorite beverage is simply not something kids are built for. Focused play is the best way to help children cultivate being present. Here are some of our favorite activities that encourage mindfulness: building with blocks or Lego, working with Play-Doh, doing origami, playing Jenga, and drawing. When you think the children you are with are ready for a challenge, you can try to do a silent meditation race. It's something we dreamed up with a group of elementary school boys early in the Guild's evolution and had a lot of fun with. The idea is simple. Everyone gets comfortable. You close your eyes or lower your gaze. You turn on a stopwatch, and then everyone goes quiet. Whoever can stay quiet the longest wins. Listening with empathy. To get children ready to listen to each other, you might start with an attentive listening exercise. Ask the kids to get comfortable. Encourage them to be as quiet as possible. Then ask them to listen to the sounds in the space around them. Let them listen for a few minutes and then regroup. Have the children describe what they heard. Ask them to describe the sounds, how soft or loud they were, how far away the source was, who or what made them. When you think children are ready, try this empathic listening activity. Sit in a circle. Use a talking token, such as a small stuffed animal, to indicate whose turn it is to speak. Explain that each person will be paired with the person who is sitting directly across from them. Confirm that everyone knows who their partner is. Explain that after each person speaks, that person's partner will repeat what they said in their own words. Offer a simple prompt, such as, "What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?" Go around until every pair has had a turn. Offer another prompt, such as, "What do you like to do most with your friends?" You can continue to pose questions, gradually getting to prompts that lead to deeper sharing, such as, "When was a time when you were really happy?" Or, "What makes you mad?" Read the room to make sure the children are comfortable and engaged. Once you complete the final round, ask the children what it was like to listen to each other and to be listened to in this way. Allow plenty of time and space for this conversation. In this chapter, we explored ways to communicate with children with the intent of getting to know them and how they view the world. In the following chapter, we will focus on how adults can support children's native creativity to help them build a relationship with their authentic selves through self-expression. Chapter 8: Opening the Doors and Windows of Possibilities. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Creativity and imagination are central to children's ability to take ownership of their identities and futures. Misconceptions surrounding the value of play and creativity are deeply rooted in our society. Self-guided play cultivates essential skills for lifelong learning and adaptability. These skills are frequently lost in adulthood if not nourished in childhood. By encouraging children to explore, play, and imagine, we as caregivers help them develop confidence, curiosity, and a sense of agency. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Reframe your narrative and reclaim your own creativity and sense of play. Practice showing up authentically and playfully with children to create a safe environment for children's creativity to flourish. Help children free up their own creativity and play through fun cooking activities like building with blocks and doing Raid the Kitchen cooking projects. In Chapter 7, we explored how to listen more closely to the children in our care in order to learn about their inner lives. Here we will discuss how to put this learning to work to support children in engaging their imaginations and creativity in shaping and taking ownership of their life narratives. We'll start with a brief exercise. Please get a piece of white paper and a black marker. Draw a dot about the size of a dime on the paper. Tape the paper to a blank wall or a door. Blue masking tape is best since it does not leave marks on your walls. Now, take 5 long steps back, away from the paper. Take a few moments to look at the dot. Allow yourself to relax. Notice any thoughts or images that come to you. Notice how you are feeling. Now, invite your imagination to join you in regarding the dot. Do any new images suggest themselves? Can you tell a short story about one of these images? What else might you see in the dot? What other stories can you tell? Finally, travel back in your memory to a time in your childhood when you felt really happy and playful. Allow that part of yourself to step forward. How old were you? What did you love to do? Whom did you play with? What was your favorite game? When you feel a strong connection with that childhood part, invite it to look at the dot on the paper. What images do you see? What story can you tell about what you see? Take time to reflect on the 3 stages of the exercise. You might want to make some notes in your journal about the images, stories, and feelings that came up. Did your perceptions change as you went through the exercise? If so, how did they change? What was the dominant emotion you experienced in each stage? This activity is inspired by a story Roger Van Erck tells in A Whack on the Side of the Head, his best-selling book on creativity. When I was a sophomore in high school, Van Erck writes, my English teacher put a small chalk dot on the blackboard. She asked the class what it was. A few seconds passed, and then someone said, a chalk dot on the blackboard. The rest of the class seemed relieved that the obvious had been stated, and no one else had anything more to say. I'm surprised at you, the teacher told the class. I did the same exercise yesterday with a group of kindergartners, and they thought of 50 different things it could be. An owl's eye, A cigar butt, the top of a telephone pole, a star, a pebble, a squashed bug, a rotten egg, and so on. They had their imaginations in high gear. Do you identify with the 10th graders or the kindergartners in this scenario? For most of us, sadly, a dot on a piece of paper is just that. Van Eyck's anecdote has become one of the most widely quoted illustrations of the decline of creative thinking in children as they move through the processes of maturation and socialization. This decline has been confirmed through scientific research. In 2005, Sir Ken Robinson, then chair of the British government's Report on Creativity, Education, and the Economy, publicized data that showed that young people lose their ability to think in divergent or nonlinear ways with age. In the study, 98% of children aged 3 to 5 showed they could think in divergent ways. By ages 8 to 10, 32% could think divergently. And only 10% of 13 to 15-year-olds could think in this way. The loss of creativity has only accelerated. By 2016, as the Washington Post reported, K through 12 children's performance on the most reliable measure of creativity, the Torrance test, has declined more than a full standard deviation in a generation, i.e., 85% of today's children are less creative than their 1980s counterparts. And the most striking decline occurred in the youngest children. Creativity and imagination are indispensable tools children need for the project of exploring and developing their authentic selves. In order to choose the path that will allow them to grow and be themselves, they need to be able to picture many varied paths, try on different identities, and play with myriad possibilities. Our job is to help them hold on to the magical power of divergent thinking, to provide fertile ground for exploration, and to offer stability. Paper planes and inside voices. Early on in our evolution, the Guild was invited to do after-school programming at one of the premier independent schools in New York City. We were delighted to work with an educational institution that prides itself for its commitment to striking a balance between strong academics and personal development. It was also a great opportunity to see how our program worked in a new setting. Since the heart of all our programs is creative self-expression, we always asked to use the art rooms of our school partners. As we were preparing for the start of the term, we had a tour of the room we were to use. It was lovely, with lots of windows, ample supplies of materials, and lots of children's art proudly displayed all around. I walked about the room admiring the art, and my attention was drawn to a prominently placed handmade poster. It showed a sleek paper airplane gliding between two billowy clouds. A big red "No" symbol, drawn in red, encompassed the airy scene, its diagonal slash cutting right through both clouds and the paper plane. The image seemed so dissonant in this place clearly devoted to children's creativity. And it was such a specific prohibition. Why no paper planes? I wondered to myself. The mystery began to resolve as I visited more art rooms in other schools. In each, I found something that, in its own way, sent the same message as that poster. At a well-respected charter school, the smartboard displayed a structured agenda for the art lesson, with start and end times for each segment of the class and a large timer. In a progressive public school, there was a printed poster of art room rules, accompanied by one that described what happens if students don't follow directions. At a parochial school, the art teacher had written on the board in colorful chalk, "Inside voices, no mess." What I understood from all these messages was that the teachers wanted their students to know that art class was serious work and not time for play. Art teachers get little enough respect without earning a reputation for not being good at classroom management, and the arts themselves get short shrift in most schools, usually being among the first to be cut when money gets tight. So it is not surprising that teachers in the arts might be keen to set a tone of academic rigor and discipline. That is what schools demand of them. Tangled up in this dynamic are two key misconceptions about creativity and play that are deeply rooted in our education system and our culture. In order to champion children's authentic development, we need to understand these misconceptions and work to transcend them. Child's play. The casual dismissiveness of the phrase child's play offers a hint of the larger forces undergirding the opposition of work and play that we observed in art classrooms. We explored the idea of adultism, the power imbalance between children and adults, in Chapter 4. Adult centrism is a related concept that addresses the way adults perceive children. As early as 1903, the noted writer and critic Patterson Du Bois wrote in his fireside child study, The Art of Being Fair and Kind, "The child is at best an intimate stranger. From all that is deepest, most potential, and abiding in him, we are estranged. With all that is superficial, weak, and ephemeral, we are only too intimate. We know that, but we do not use the knowledge that we have." Du Bois' main argument is that to do well by children, we must see them clearly. Our perception is clouded, however. The principal obstruction to our clear vision of the nature of the child is our own adulthood. Interestingly, Du Bois referred to this perceptual incapacity as adultism. It was not until 1986 that David A. Good coined the term adult centrism to describe this phenomenon. Adult centrism, according to Christopher G. Petter, who has written extensively on human services, families, and social work, shows up when we measure children by adult standards, when we fail to suspend our assumptions about them, when we decline to see the world from their point of view. In turn, everything we do for children, with the best of intentions, is based not on their actual needs and wants, but on an image created through the cloudy lens of our own adulthood. That brings us back to the way we regard play and work. Erik Erikson, in Childhood and Society, offers an insightful analysis of how our culture's adult-centric perspective shapes our understanding of what it means to play. The adult at play is on vacation from social and economic reality, or, as is most commonly emphasized, does not work. Erikson then gets at the crux of the problem. It is true that even the most strenuous and dangerous play is by definition not work. It does not produce commodities. Where it does, it goes professional. But this fact from the start makes the comparison of adult and child's play somewhat senseless. For the adult is a commodity-producing and commodity-exchanging being, whereas the child is only preparing to become one. The playing child, then, poses a problem. Whoever does not work shall not play. The way we seem to have solved the problem of the playing child is to assign kids the work of learning. We talked in Chapter 6 about the development of the modern system of education as a product of the Industrial Revolution. Education is the mechanism by which we prepare children to become successful, commodity-producing and commodity-exchanging beings. Play, in this adult-centric paradigm, becomes the earned reward of work. Think of the ever shorter recess in the ever longer school day. The average recess in elementary schools in the United States was about 27 minutes in 2014, with many kids not getting any recess at all. In fact, as a result of our own economic anxiety, we have increasingly usurped play as a tool of instruction. We invent and sell educational toys for children of all ages. We insist on play-based academic enrichment programs. We gamify test prep, and on and on. This conception of learning as work and play as mere fun is fundamentally flawed. Play for children, as well as for a huge range of young animals, is learning. In The River of Consciousness, the renowned neurologist Oliver Sacks gives a beautiful description of the role of play in kids' lives. All children indulge in play, at once repetitive and imitative, and equally exploratory and innovative. They are drawn both to the familiar and the unusual, grounding and anchoring themselves in what is known and secure, and exploring what is new and has never been experienced. Children have an elemental hunger for knowledge and understanding, for mental food and stimulation. They do not need to be told or motivated to explore or play. For play, like all creative or proto-creative activities, is deeply pleasurable in itself. Let them eat Play-Doh. Sarah and I have been best friends since we were about 3, when her family moved into the house next to us. Literally from the day they moved in, smiles Nina, a theater educator from South Dakota. We had a swing out back, and my mom invited Sarah to come play while her parents were busy setting up the house. From the get-go, we were like 2 peas in a pod. We really liked to pretend and, right away, fell into this almost hypnotic way of creating a world all our own. That first day, we decided to be puppies who were sisters. In most of our games, actually, we were sisters. In kindergarten, we learned how to make Play-Doh. Sarah and I were really into it and begged our moms to let us make it at home. As usual, they were happy to help and got us all the ingredients we needed, and didn't mind when we made a mess in one or the other of our kitchens. We got pretty elaborate with our creations, focusing more and more on shaping pastries and cakes out of the Play-Doh. One day, we threw a tea party for a large number of our stuffed animals. We sat at the big farm table in my family's kitchen and served out a tantalizing array of cream puffs, cookies, and pies. My mom looked on with amusement, but I think she got grossed out when we started eating the Play-Doh creations. We'd been doing it all along, but maybe she never took notice. "Girls," Mom said, "I have an idea. This weekend, let's bake some actual pastries and have a party for the 2 families. You can invite all your stuffies, too. What do you say?" That sounded like fun, and for the next few days, we enjoyed looking at recipes, especially the pictures, and deciding what to make. We settled on a rainbow layer cake, chocolate chip cookies, and lemon bars. Friday, my mom picked us up at school, and we went shopping for ingredients and decorating supplies. Sarah slept over Friday night, and after breakfast on Saturday, we baked. It was a lot of work, and then a lot of waiting, and then a lot more work. It was cool how impressed everybody was, and the desserts were delicious. But honestly, it wasn't nearly as much fun as our Play-Doh party. Sarah and I never said anything to each other. We just kind of drifted away from Play-Doh. I think we didn't want to hurt my mom's feelings, but we also didn't really want to bake. I've thought about that experience a lot in my own practice, Nina reflects. It's such a delicate balance, giving kids a structure to channel their imagination without encroaching on their worlds. Scientists who study play broadly agree that an activity can be classified as play, explains Dr. Peter Gray on Scholarpedia, when it meets the following criteria. Play is self-chosen and self-directed. Play is intrinsically motivated, means are more valued than ends. Play is guided by mental rules, but the rules leave room for creativity. Play is imaginative. Play is conducted in an alert, active, but relatively non-stressed frame of mind. Research strongly suggests that an important part of children's conception of play is that it is an activity that they themselves initiate and guide. An analysis of 12 studies that ask children to say what is and isn't play, for instance, found that children believe that play is an activity that takes place with other children with little or no involvement from adults. It's reasonable at this point to scratch our heads and ask, how exactly are we to encourage learning through play if children play best when adults are not around? That's where the idea of opening doors and windows comes in. As Dr. Gopnik explains, our role as caregivers is to create the safe environments essential for children's play. And you are the most important resource for creating such environments. By showing up authentically, helping the children in your care know that you see and hear them, and trusting yourself enough to give them the space and time to play, you can build the scaffolding they need to support their growth. To make the environment even more hospitable for children's imaginations and play, it is important to be intentional in making it as rich as possible with materials for play. Again, this is not about spending tons of money. Rather, it's about learning from the children about the kinds of stuff they gravitate to and making it available to them, along with stuff you think they might be interested in but don't yet know about. A Wired magazine contest, Dr. Gopnik reminds us, awarded sticks the prize for the all-time best toy. But they can be joined by pots and pans, watering cans and flower pots, goldfish and caterpillars, and even iPhones and tablets. Kids want to play with everything because they are learning about everything. Kids also get a real kick out of wordplay and jokes. In that spirit, I'll close this section with one of my all-time favorite kids' jokes. Question: what's brown and sticky? Answer: a stick. Reclaiming creativity. I am enough of the artist to draw freely upon my imagination, Albert Einstein told an interviewer in 1929. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. Many of us reading this today might shrug ruefully and think something like, easy to say when you are Einstein. After all, it was Einstein's job to be a creative genius. In our worldview, conditioned by the dictates of industrialization, creativity is reserved for professional content creators and geniuses. We have come face to face with this belief in our workshops for parents and educators. To get a sense of the kind of modeling children get from their caregivers about creativity, we ask people to raise their hands if they consider themselves creative. In a group of 20 or 30 people, usually only one or two hands would go up. Delving deeper, we hear comments like, "I don't have a creative bone in my body," or "I am still mad at my parents for letting me quit piano when I was 10, or "Who has the time?" I am flabbergasted by the idea that people who teach and take care of children day in and day out do not recognize the vast stores of creative energy they bring to their work. When we suggest that what they do would be impossible to pull off without being inventive and flexible, most people are bemused but receptive. They simply have never looked at themselves from this perspective, which does not fit neatly into our cultural definition of creativity. To rephrase Erik Erikson slightly, in our modern minds, creativity has gone professional. This makes sense in light of the fact that our educational systems, as we discussed in Chapter 6, are organized on industrial principles, which demand conformity, compliance, and the division of labor. Industrial education is specifically designed to channel us into ever narrower specializations. To succeed, students must conform to a single standard of ability and comply with a prescribed way of thinking. This, in turn, determines, as Ken Robinson points out, whether and how students are encouraged to ask questions, to look for alternative and unusual answers, and to exercise their powers of creativity and imagination. Roger von Eck explains that our education systems are structured to teach people to find the right answer. This way of thinking becomes so ingrained that we lose the ability to see other possibilities. The dot on the blackboard becomes just that, and our paper airplanes are grounded, possibly permanently. Carla Shalaby, in her keynote presentation at the Guild's 2018 Children and Authenticity Conference, gave a sobering illustration of the effects on children of the demand for the right answer. Young children, Even those not particularly artistic or creative are imaginative geniuses. The younger, the better, but their creative genius gets taught out of them the longer they're in traditional schooling. That harm is critically dangerous, not just because it prevents young children from offering their most authentic selves, but also because a lack of imagination is going to prevent us from being able to dream up the world we want and need. Schools could invite this creative dreaming, but we value other things in school. We value progress, narrowly defined, learning, narrowly defined, and academics, especially narrowly defined. Let me give you an example. This is from one of the classrooms in my book. The teachers did a portfolio activity that asked the children to draw a tree at the start of first grade, and then again at the end of first grade, so that families and children could observe growth over time. The activity is called A Tale of Two Trees. Your child's artwork is more than just pretty pictures. It shows maturity and growth in their reasoning ability. That's why we have your child draw a tree more than once. The first tree, done at the beginning of the year, is often a lollipop tree, with a ball of green for leaves and a straight trunk. And then they go on to describe developmentally what you'll typically see in a first grader's drawing of a tree. The second tree, done at the end of the year, is usually a more realistic representation. Branches now are crooked, leaves have shape and definition, roots can be showing, and bark may have texture. Colors are typically blended to be more accurate. Children take more risks to represent the world they see with their eyes versus that which they imagine in their minds. They replace what they think things look like with a more accurate version of the way they really look to the best of their skill level as artists. So let's look at one of these trees. Rather than invest very much in the tree, this child artist created a world of animals interacting with the tree. There are red birds living at the top of the tree. There's a nest with a mama bird sitting on top of some eggs. She's saying, "Cheep." There's a little speech bubble. And down at the bottom, there's a dog with its wagging tail shown by arrows. This child explained to me that the dog was marking her territory. Anybody who read Troublemakers would immediately be able to guess which child this tree belongs to. I could see this drawing anywhere and know exactly who made it. This is what a tree looks like in a child named Zora's imagination. It's alive with the living things that interact with it, adding humor and drama and excitement. It is characteristically Zora. Nobody else could have made this drawing. But by the end of the year, her tree is as instructed, and it's beautiful, no doubt. It's much more advanced. It's progress. But why would we want to teach children to see the world as it is rather than how they imagine it? If I want to see a tree as it is in real life, I can look out the window. Only Zora can show me a tree as she imagines it. And wouldn't I want to see that? She might help me see that tree in a new way, a way that helps me redefine progress and set more human, more imaginative, more freeing goals for children. This is the time to teach kids not to see the world as it is. This is the time to teach kids to see the world as it might be, as it could be, as it should be. They need to see it as they dream it, and we need to see it as they dream it, as they choose to draw it. Usually, when in our workshops and presentations we start talking about the loss of creativity in children, a particular kind of buzz rises in the room. It's the sound of adults traveling back in time to experience the hurt, confusion, and embarrassment of a child being told that something you made was wrong or not good enough. It seems that most, if not all, of us have had some such experience. I can't tell you how many people have stories of being in a classroom or with a parent who said, "This doesn't look like anything," and literally having their art ripped up, says Brené Brown. In her studies of shame, 85% of respondents remembered painful and shaming experiences that changed how they thought of themselves as learners. Approximately half of these were related to creativity. Ronald Beghetto, PhD, an internationally recognized expert on the psychology of human creativity, elaborates on the breadth of negative effects such wounding experiences produce. Most people have experienced some form of creative suppression, sharing a unique and personally meaningful idea, insight, or product, only to have it dismissed, ignored, or misunderstood. Some forms of creative suppression are more profound and can result in what is herein called creative mortification. Creative mortification refers to the loss of one's willingness to pursue a particular creative aspiration following a negative performance outcome. A key finding of Dr. Beghetto's research is that creative mortification is strongly correlated with the belief that one's creative abilities are fixed, the idea that either you got it or you don't got it. In turn, the degree to which we believe we can cultivate and develop our creative abilities depends heavily on our conception of what constitutes creativity. Dr. Beghetto and his colleagues developed a model of creativity that is really useful in capturing all the ways human beings can be creative and expanding our understanding of the ways in which we are creative in our lives. The model identifies 4 levels of creativity. Mini C creativity is all about how each of us absorbs and synthesizes information and experiences to develop new ideas and grow as an individual. Little C creativity is what we use in everyday life when we decorate our environments, find the best way home, or cook up a dish we've never made before. Pro C creativity is pretty much what it sounds like. The endeavors of people who are successful in creative fields, but are not legendary in those fields yet. Big C creativity is what most people likely think of when it comes to creativity. Einstein, the Beatles, Leonardo da Vinci. In the project of exploring and developing the authentic self, creativity is an indispensable tool. The work does not require us to be creative professionals or geniuses, but it does demand that we trust our ability to learn from our inner and outer worlds and to imagine new possibilities and pathways for growth. The task for us adults is to offer the children in our lives the scaffolding necessary to recognize, value, and nurture their creativity. Just as importantly, we need to be there to help make sure that creative suppression does not become creative mortification. The best way to do that is simply to show up and let them know that what you value is their perception of the world, their unique voice and vision. Featured perspective, Emily Mwaja on feeding children's curiosity. Emily Mwaja was the director of programs at Girls Incorporated of Omaha for many years. When we spoke in 2024, Emily was serving as Vice President of Experience at the Kiewit Luminarium in Omaha. Here are excerpts of our conversation about children's creativity and hunger to learn. I was born in Kenya, but I primarily grew up in the U.S. We moved here when I was 11. In Kenya, school was year-round. We left in the summer, so I didn't finish the 5th year. But once we got here, I went into 6th grade, so I kind of skipped a grade. I thought that was kind of cool. We moved to the Midwest, and I grew up in Champaign, Illinois, West Lafayette, Indiana, and Nebraska. In the summers, we spent a lot of time on the Jersey Shore, where we have family. My parents are pretty awesome, outgoing. My mom was a teacher, my dad was a professor and also worked in the corporate world. When we first came to the U.S., my dad was a student and my mom couldn't work because she was raising 3 children. I have 2 brothers who are younger than me, so we were kind of working class. It is difficult when you move to another country. I look back now and I think that what I do for work makes a lot of sense. I was one of those kids. I liked school, but I didn't like all of school. I enjoyed some classes, and those were the classes I wanted to go to. And of course, that's not a choice you have as a kid in our school systems. So I would excel in sports, I would excel in some science, but not math. I did not like art. I didn't like history. I remember liking history in Kenya, but then in the US, I found it really boring and dry. I was just an okay student because I didn't put effort into things that I felt I didn't want to do. I had my favorite teacher and two subjects that I liked. The rest, I just went through the process. I enjoyed friends more than school. I really looked forward to going to school not because I enjoyed going to learn. The best part of school was hanging out with my friends. When I went to college, I did not know what I wanted to do. And I dropped out of college twice because, again, I just wanted to take only the classes I was interested in and not what was required. Freshman year, I realized that this was not my thing. I just couldn't do it. My parents struggled with me dropping out and working. That's challenging for immigrant parents. I went to Kenya for a year. My parents said, "Okay, fine. You go to Kenya, but you should apply to the international university there so that you're not missing out on your education." I did that for a semester, but I still struggled with liking school. I liked learning, but I didn't like school. It took me until I was 25 to graduate. I'd think, maybe I'll go to law school and take a couple of classes. Then I'd realize that I didn't want to do that. I thought maybe I want to be a nurse. I took some classes and said, no, I don't want to be a nurse. Then I just got a degree in education. I even attempted to go back for my master's, but then I realized that I was still forced to do things that I didn't want to do rather than being able to explore the 2 or 3 subjects that I enjoyed. So I only did a semester of my graduate classes, and then I never went back again. I did some student teaching when I was still in school, and I realized I didn't want to be a traditional teacher. Here, I got really lucky. A friend's mom, who was very good friends with the executive director of Girls Incorporated of Omaha, knew that I was in education and that I was looking for a job. She introduced me to her friend at Girls Incorporated. I had an interview and decided to go work a summer job at Girls Incorporated to give it a try. Once I got there, I could see the potential. I could see the research work and the programs that they had, their mission. It was the first time I got to see what we now call informal education. I was able to use my skills and my love for learning to figure out what would be exciting for young folks to learn. I felt like I understood that. I was like, this is so cool. You mean if we have girls who want to learn about, I don't know, soil and water or whatever, we can actually figure out how to do soil and water? We can do the basics or the deep dive, whatever they want to do? That was really cool, realizing how impactful informal education is and how it can spark joy in kids. It gives them a chance to learn different things, to try different things in a way that is not scary. You don't feel like you're going to have a test or somebody's breathing down your neck, forcing you to learn something you don't want to know. You can dip your toes into something and decide if you like it or not. Or you can sign up to go deep with these couple of things that you truly enjoy. That summer, I was a facilitator for 8 weeks working with the kids. And then Girls Incorporated created a full-time position for me as a specialist. I was able now to actually look at programming, curriculum, objectives, and outcomes. I did that for 2 years. I was then connected with the regional and national offices of Girls Incorporated to work with the research department and the curriculum specialist. As I understood the work better, I was like, this is it. This is what learning should look like. We all learn differently. How do we encourage different ways of learning and support every student differently? I think that's a question we as a society are still trying to figure out. How do we make learning more fun? How do we make learning inclusive for everybody with all the diversity of how people think and learn? I can imagine schools doing partnerships with a nonprofit or university service learning students, where teachers teach the necessary subjects in the morning, and then the rest of the day, you do inquiry and exploration. It might look like you're just playing, but you're really not. You're giving students a chance to touch, feel, have that critical thinking among themselves. At the museum, it has really been awesome to watch how we have intentionally and purposely decided to host field trips for teachers. We have over 125 exhibits in our museum, from physics to math to social sciences and all of that. We looked at the exhibits and looked at the school standards for Nebraska from the second grade and up. We were able to match up every exhibit to the school standards. That has allowed teachers to bring their students to the museum on school days. When we talk to teachers, we want them to understand that when the kids come, they are not just going to sit and hear a talk like, here's physics, here's how light works. We want the kids to come, touch, explore, and to tie it into what they are learning in school. Our exhibit staff are young people, 15 to 25-year-olds, who engage with guests. When kids come in with their teachers, they get an orientation, and then our young people take a group of 10 to their favorite exhibits. This is not scripted. Those young staff members have explored. They know what they love and the reasons why. They take the kids to their exhibit and do a 10-minute little deep dive. What do you guys think this is? How do you think it works? After that, we're able to let the kids spend a whole hour or 2 hours going around and exploring by themselves, figuring out what it is they like. Do they want to be in our gallery of air, water, light, heat? Do they want to go to where we have compost, soil, maps, and rivers? Do they want to go to the makerspace and tinker and build whatever they think of? Or do they want to explore the exhibits in the social sciences, the math area? That has been working so well. Teachers love that the kids are able to actually learn by doing and looking and investigating themselves the things that they are teaching from books. They look for answers by themselves or with their friends. So teachers have been pretty excited and really supportive of us implementing that way of learning. I love being around young people. I'm a curious person, and I think the energy and the way kids look at the world resonates with me. It's more than curiosity. It's that hunger to learn. I was very lucky to hang on to that as a kid and young adult. My mom was here visiting recently, and we had a really interesting conversation about that. I asked her how I was as a child. "You were a really hard kid," she said. "Not because you were bad. You were just super busy, always curious. You just would learn things so fast, and you wanted to do things. I had to learn to deal with you the right way. I would give you something to do, thinking that it should keep you busy for an hour or two. Then in 30, 45 minutes, you've already figured it out, and now you're being kind of crazy." So she had to learn how to keep me busy. She would give me 4 things to do at once. My mom just never put out that fire for me. She kept just feeding it, and she never stopped. So even as an adult, I'm always wanting to wonder or learn something or figure out how something works. That way of being in the world also makes you resilient. I found that out during the pandemic. After we realized that it wasn't going to be over in a couple of months, I started learning all kinds of things I've been interested in but hadn't had the time to do. I learned to keep bees, to knit, to braid my own hair. That kept me sane through the long months of isolation and the stress. I kept my curiosity because nobody ever told me, "Stop it, that's childish." That kind of support really matters. It matters to have adults or a community that supports you, where wanting to learn is the norm, where people help you feed your curiosity. That adult support could come from your immediate family or extended family, or it could be a teacher or an after-school program. Sometimes people can't help who their families are, so having support from people outside your family and community is very important. Supporting children in cherishing and preserving their creativity. Carl Rogers wrote in 1969 in his book Freedom to Learn that the goal of education, if we are to survive, is the facilitation of change and learning. The only person who is educated is the person who has learned how to learn, the person who has learned how to adapt and change, the person who has realized that no knowledge is secure, that only the process of seeking knowledge gives a basis for security. Slightly more than 5 decades after Rogers articulated our modern reality, the entirety of human knowledge is now available to us at our fingertips, and the demand for mental agility, creativity, and divergent thinking is greater than ever before, both on the individual and societal levels. As champions of children's authentic development, we must help children understand and embrace an expansive, realistic conception of creativity, one that is inclusive of all forms of creativity, from mini C to big C. The dot activity we did at the beginning of the chapter is a great way to start the conversation. If you are doing the activity at home, please draw a dot about the size of a dime on a piece of paper and, using blue masking tape, tape it to a blank wall or a door. If you are working in a classroom, you can use chalk or a dry erase marker to draw a dot on the blackboard or whiteboard. Ask your child to stand about 5 long steps away from the paper. In a classroom, ask the children to line up facing the board, about 12 to 15 feet away from it. You might have to move some furniture to clear the space for this. Invite the child or children to take a few moments to look at the dot. Ask them to relax and notice any pictures or ideas that come up as they look at the dot. After a minute or two, ask them to say out loud what they see. Can they tell a story about what they are seeing? Listen attentively and empathetically. If working with a group, remind them that this is not a competition and to treat each other with kindness and respect. Once every child has spoken, ask them to take 2 steps to the right. Invite them to look at the dot from this new vantage point and notice if they see anything different or if a different story emerges. Again, after a minute or two, ask the children to share what they see. When everyone has spoken, tell the children to take 2 steps to the left to return to their original spots. Now invite them to take 2 steps to the left and repeat the process. When every child is shared, take a break. Have everyone move around the room, shake out their limbs, make some animal sounds. Then sit together and talk about the activity. Ask the children what it was like for them. How did they feel? What thoughts went through their heads? In a group, ask whether hearing other people's ideas and stories made it harder or easier to come up with different ways of seeing the dot. Ask them for their hypotheses about the way a change of perspective might affect our perception. You can extend the conversation by reading one or both of our favorite books about creativity, The Dot by Peter H. Reynolds and The Big Orange Splot by Daniel Manis Pinkwater. These are great resources to have in any library. There are also lots of read-aloud videos of both online. At its core, creativity is the capacity and willingness to look at what's in front of us from a very slightly different angle and to be open to the new possibilities this vantage point offers. The dot activity is a great way to explore this fundamental nature of creativity with children. The next version of the dot activity is designed to explore the creative learning spiral, which Dr. Mitchell Resnick of MIT Media Lab describes in his book Lifelong Kindergarten. The spiral consists of 6 iterative steps: imagine, create, play, share, reflect, imagine. It is, as Dr. Resnick says, the engine of creative thinking. In using it, children learn to develop their own ideas, try them out, experiment with alternatives, get input from others, and generate new ideas based on their experiences. For this version of the exercise, you will need some uncoated white paper plates or large sheets of paper and crayons, markers, pencils, and other materials for drawing. Draw a black dot about the size of a dime in the center of each plate or paper and give one to each child. Invite the children to use whatever art materials they like to decorate the plate or paper with a design that incorporates the dot. Here is how the activity follows the creative learning spiral. Imagine, When they first look at the black dot on their plate or paper, children use their imaginations to begin to see a picture around the dot. Create. They then use the materials to represent the mental image and to begin to formulate a story about it. Play. As they work, the picture itself and the story that goes with it become more elaborate. Share. Give the children plenty of time for the first 3 stages of the activity. When everyone's pictures are well developed, invite them to pause and take turns sharing their pictures and stories with you and the group. Reflect. If you are working with the group, ask the kids to count off into pairs. Invite them to take turns telling their partners one thing that they really like about that person's creation and one thing they see that the creator did not mention. If you are working with one child, it's particularly important that you create a drawing also, so that you both have the opportunity to offer reflections. Imagine again. Invite the children to think about their partner's comments and see if they want to elaborate their drawing and/or story based on what they heard. You can incorporate the creative learning spiral into all kinds of fun activities at home and in the classroom and other group settings. One of my favorites at home is what I call the Raid the Kitchen cooking project. Rosie and I love to do this together. We open the fridge and the pantry to see what we've got on hand, including leftovers. Then we begin to imagine how some of these ingredients might fit together into a dish. We pull out what we want, select seasonings, and decide on how we are going to cook whatever it is we are making. Then we get to work. As we cook, we taste and we tinker. Once the dish is ready, we eat, all the time discussing the flavors, texture, etc. Finally, we decide whether we would cook the dish again, and if so, we talk about what we would change. With groups of kids, Lego, wooden blocks, and paper airplanes are fantastic tools for sparking creative learning. Children of all ages gleefully use their imaginations to create elaborate fantasy worlds of complex machines, castles, towers, and aerial acrobatics contests. In the process, they inhabit their own creativity and playfully explore infinite possibilities. In this chapter, we look at ways to support children in seeing the possibilities open to them by holding onto their imaginations and creativity. In the next chapter, we will talk about helping children take ownership of their life narratives by sharing our own. Chapter 9. It's all in the telling. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Humans think of their lives as stories. We need to strive to help children shape their life stories as autobiographies instead of merely living out scripts written by others. By encouraging children to see themselves as the major characters in their life stories, we can boost their life satisfaction and well-being. In working with children, it is crucial to provide a variety of scaffolding to embolden their narrative identities by asking questions and sharing your own life narrative. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Practice telling your own life story through Where I'm From poems. Draw inspiration and courage from the life stories of people you admire. Invite children to share their life stories through poems, comic strips, and self-portraits. Explore books with kids that help them see themselves as heroes. Practice asking questions that encourage children to express being proud of themselves, overcoming challenges, and growing. Try activities such as the life story interview and questions to unlock stories. Living authentically is writing our life as an autobiography rather than a biography, Dr. Brian Goldman observed at the Guild's 2016 Children and Authenticity Conference. In the previous chapter, we explored how to support children in recognizing and valuing their imaginations and creativity. Here, we will think about ways to help children tap into that creativity, to shape their life narratives, and to take ownership of their autobiographies. The opening activity for this chapter requires some time for reflection and a workspace that is conducive to free self-expression and creativity. The only other things you will need are paper and something to write with. When you are ready to start, sit comfortably and allow yourself to relax. You may want to do some mindful breathing or a quick check-in with yourself. The PERMS process we talked about in Chapter 1 is really handy. Once you feel calm and connected with yourself, begin to focus on the story of your life. Don't start telling the story. Just picture it stretching out before you as a series of scenes, memories, sensations, thoughts, and feelings. Now, think of the children in your life. Is there one child or a group of children with whom you would like to share some of the elements of your life story? Conjure up a mental picture of that child or children and write their names at the top of the paper you'll be using for this activity. Now, imagine that child or group of children sitting in front of you and asking you, "Where are you from?" Write down the question right underneath their names. And under that, write, "I am from," and begin to make a list of the experiences, ideas, events, beliefs, interests, traditions, and habits that make you who you are and that you would like to share with the child or children you imagine sitting in front of you. At this point, I recommend taking a short break. Get a snack and something to drink. Stretch, play with the cat, or take the dog for a walk. Okay, are you ready to go on? Next, return to the mental image of the child or children sitting in front of you, and with them in mind, look over the list you made. On a new sheet of paper, write, "I am from," and begin to pull elements from the list and arrange them into the form of a poem. If you would like some inspiration before you get started, you can find read-aloud videos of one of our favorite Where I'm From poems, the wonderful Mama, Where Are You From by Mary Bradby and illustrated by Chris Sonpete. If you have the opportunity, find a copy of the book to read. Here are a couple of examples of Where I'm From poems written in the Guild's courses for parents and educators. The first is one I wrote in an artful parenting workshop. I am from my great-grandparents' fruit trees, hidden behind a tall stone wall, the forbidden peach in the center, and the neighbor's white cherries dropping over the wall. The grapevines trained along a trellis covering the paving stones that lead to the wooden gate. And Alma, the German shepherd, chained in her doghouse, gently watching me as I pick bread soaked in milk from her bowl. The next poem was written by a high school teacher in one of our Authenticity in the Classroom workshops. I am from the radio, from Pine Sol and Mr. Clean. I am from a clean, well-kept house, spotless, fresh, smelling like Clorox bleach. I am from bush tea, the senna leaves whose taste evokes mixed memories of comfort and dread. I'm from setting up the Christmas tree on Thanksgiving and vulnerable women from Rosemary and Jez. I'm from tough love and funny jokes. From wait till you get home and you have one foot outside of my door. I'm from Lord protect me and guide me. I'm from the Lord woke me up this morning. I'm from Antigua and the motherland, saltfish and choba. From the licks Uncle Alfie received one night while sleeping in bed, the stylish and refined taste of my mother. A suitcase, a place where the countless pictures and greeting cards gather because they have no nesting place. I am from the strength, resilience, and faith of the women before me. Take your time creating your Where I'm From poem. Inhabit the emotional space that the memories and words evoke. Savor the connection with parts of yourself you may encounter only occasionally and with people who are part of the fabric of your life. If you encounter difficult memories, acknowledge how much you have grown and the strengths you have developed. Most importantly, celebrate the fullness of your being. Read the poem out loud to yourself, and then take some notes to reflect on what this experience was like for you. If it feels right, find a time to share the poem with the child or children you pictured at the beginning of the activity. We will explore how to work with Where I'm From poems with kids a little later in this chapter. Selves Making Stories, Making Selves. Philip Pullman, the beloved author of The Golden Compass and a whole universe of best-selling fantasy books, is often quoted as saying, "After nourishment, shelter, and companionship, stories are the thing we need most in the world. Stories are essential to us as a species, to our cultures, communities, and families. Storytelling has played a central role in our evolution. It is one of the defining characteristics of humankind." It was not until the mid-1980s, however, that social scientists began to investigate the role stories play in our individual lives. Dan McAdams, Ph.D., a psychology professor who specializes in human development, is a pioneer in the study of what has come to be known as narrative identity. McAdams credits Erik Erikson's writings as his inspiration for looking at identity as a story. When you ask people how they came to be who they are, and when you ask them to talk about the future, they typically tell stories, McAdams writes. Imagine identity as an internalized and evolving life story, providing, in Erikson's evocative words, both a retrospective and prospective sense of a life in time. I articulated a model of identity as a life story, complete with setting, scenes, characters, plots, and themes. I imagined it as a big story, an integrative autobiographical project, a personal myth that situates a person in the world, integrates a life in time, and provides meaning and purpose. McAdams's 1985 book, Power, Intimacy, and the Life Story, sparked interest among investigators in a wide range of disciplines, from developmental psychology to sociology and medicine. By 2017, there was enough research on various aspects of narrative identity to warrant a special issue of the journal Imagination, Cognition, and Consciousness. Of particular interest to many researchers has been the connection between the stories we tell and our conceptions of ourselves. In their influential article, Selves, Creating Stories, Creating Selves, a process model of self-development, psychologists Kate McLean, Ph.D., and Manisha Pasupati, Ph.D., proposed a comprehensive model of how our stories, within the context of culture and community, influence how we process our experiences and incorporate them into the larger stories of ourselves. For narrative identity, it is not so much what is remembered that is critical as how memories are expressed, what researchers term narrative meaning-making, explained Dr. Robin Fivouche and her co-authors. Individuals who express more coherent, evaluative narratives show lower levels of maladaptive functioning, i.e., depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and anxiety, and higher levels of adaptive functioning, i.e., subjective sense of well-being, meaning, and purpose in life. What is particularly important to note for the project of supporting children in exploring and developing their authentic selves is the fact that kids need our involvement to engage in and develop the skills of narrative meaning-making. Children begin referencing the past almost as soon as they begin talking, write Dr. Fivouche and her colleagues. From toddlerhood on, children's early recollections include emotional and evaluative content that provide a foundation for richer reminiscing in later development. However, these early attempts at reminiscing are limited in coherence and emotional richness. At this early point in development, most narrative meaning-making is co-constructed with assistance from sensitive adult scaffolding. Social context and the quality of the support children receive in telling their stories are instrumental in their ability to establish a unified sense of self that persists over time, what some psychologists call the continuing me. To develop a narrative identity, elaborate Drs. McAdams and McLean, a person must first learn how to share stories in accord with particular cultural parameters and within particular groups, in families, with peers, and in other formal and informal social contexts. Research demonstrates that adults who use an elaborated conversational style, focusing on causes and explanations in personal stories and underscoring emotional evaluations of past events, tend to stimulate the development of strong self-storytelling skills in their children. We have touched in previous chapters on the importance of mirroring and co-creating memories. Here, we will explore how to systematically engage children in crafting their self-narratives by learning from an elementary school teacher about her practice of weaving storytelling into the life of her classroom. Where we are from. Asking the proper question is the central action of transformation, in fairy tales, in analysis, and in individuation. Clarissa Pinkola Estes writes in Women Who Run with the Wolves. The key question causes germination of consciousness. Questions are the keys that cause the secret doors of the psyche to swing open. Where are you from is one such key question. Its very simplicity allows and invites a breadth of responses that encompasses everything from the minute details to the leitmotifs of our lives. You may have encountered Where I'm From poems before. It's a wonderful form of storytelling that was popularized as an educational and self-reflection tool by writer and teacher George Ella Lyon in the early 1990s. On her website, Lyon describes how she was inspired by the narrator of a friend's poem to begin to think about how to answer the question of where we are from. I decided to see what would happen if I made my own Where I'm From lists. I edited them into a poem, not my usual way of working, but even when that was done, I kept on making the lists. The process was too rich and too much fun to give up after only one poem. Realizing this, I decided to try it as an exercise with other writers, and it immediately took off. The list form is simple and familiar, and the question of where you are from reaches deep. Since then, the poem as a writing prompt has traveled in amazing ways. I encourage you to explore Lyon's website, georgellalyon.com/where.html, for great ideas about ways to work with Where I'm From exercises and to see and hear examples of poems from children and adults all over the world. And if you'd like to go deeper with thinking about writing poetry, I highly recommend Lyon's lovely and accessible book, Where I'm From, Where Poems Come From. I first came across Where I'm From poems when Rosie was 4 and we were touring the single public elementary school in our neighborhood that had a pre-K program at the time. As we walked through the halls, I was instantly drawn to the exuberant displays of children's artwork that lined every wall. And I was particularly taken with the set of drawings that accompanied poems that described in exquisite detail the lives of the children who wrote them. As I lingered to read the poems and look at the art, I listened to the happy buzz of kids' voices that came through the open door of the classroom I was near. I peeked in and saw a group of children and their teacher sitting in a circle on the floor. They were deep in an animated conversation. It was clear to me that this was a special place for kids. Happily, the gods of public education smiled on us, and Rosie got a spot in the school through the district lottery. It was indeed a wonderful place. One of the things that made the school special was that caregivers were welcomed in to drop off and pick up children in their classrooms. We got to see what was happening not only in our kids' classes, but in the entire school, and we had the opportunity to meet the whole staff. In time, I got to know Maya Projansky, the teachers whose students' work I had admired on the tour. My first impression of her was accurate. Maya was remarkable in how she showed up in her classroom, in the hallways, and in meetings as the person who she is. We eventually had the chance to work together in designing and facilitating workshops for educators. In 2017, Maya spoke at the Guild's Children and Authenticity Conference about working with her students on Where I'm From poems. Here is an excerpt from her talk. I teach 4th and 5th grade at the Earth School in the East Village. This is my 14th year in the classroom, and I couldn't be happier there. I start every school year by sharing a read aloud with my students within the first couple of days. It's called Mama, Where Are You From? By Mary Bradby. There are lines from that book that demand some talking about. We spend a lot of time noticing the details. There's a lot there to unpack. Then I share one or two or three of the Where I'm From poems that I've written through the years. The first week of school, kids want to know, who's my teacher? Who is this lady? Where is she from? Here is one of the poems I wrote that I share with my students. I'm from a little town with cornfields, apple orchards, and a muddy river. I'm from a little town with little mountains and big forests of oak, mountain, and shimmering white birch. I'm from an old wooden house on a street full of really, really old stone houses. I'm from the big room in the attic. I'm from a family of three sisters with weird names and a dad and a faraway mom. I'm from silly sisters who name their cats after vegetables and dress them in doll clothes. I'm from Granny's lasagna and Grandma's matzo ball soup. From red snapper from the boat and peanut butter and fluff for dessert. I'm from Japanese tea ceremony, sitting, monkey gods, challah on Fridays, singing in the church choir by candlelight, and gnomes and fairy houses on the mossy forest floor. I'm from a small town and a big imagination. Then I have the students write their poems. We spend a couple of weeks brainstorming, writing, and illustrating the poems. The kids choose something from their poem that they want to make a visual image to go with. And we work in watercolor and Sharpie. And that gives me an opportunity to talk about how we use materials and all sorts of things in our classroom. So, right from the get-go, this book, this project, and this artwork has signaled something to the class about the culture of our room and who we're going to be together in our classroom. I chose 3 student poems at random to share with you. I am from my family, my bike and helmet, teddy blanket, and my books. My sisters is where I'm from. I'm from brush your teeth and see you in the morning, from my family saying I love you and see you later. I am from game night, birthday parties, and Christmas. My aunt's cookies and dad's chicken salad. Dad's white chocolate covered strawberries is where I'm from. I am from mom's cat, dad's tomatoes, Emma's ducky, and Miss McMarrow's Bible is where I'm from. I'm from drawing animals. I'm from making friends. I'm from doing gymnastics. I'm from figuring out arguments. I'm from s'mores and marshmallow. I'm from my grandmother and grandfather and my mom and dad and my 2 big brothers. I'm from roller coasters and birthdays. I'm from Christmas and holidays. I'm from school, my favorite. Note, this student chose to start the piece as a list and then shifted to poem form. I am from Minecraft. I am from Red. I am from school. I am not from broccoli. I am from airplanes flying in the wind. I am from my elm tree standing in one place. I am from a game. I am from soccer scoring 12 goals. I am from football catching the ball. I am from hockey scoring 4 goals. I am from Wii games. I am from jelly beans. It's always amazing to me to see what they come up with. This work helps me immediately know my students. It's such a window into who the kids are. I have dialogue with them about the things that they've written about, and they enjoy sharing the poems. Writing is something that can be so daunting for children and for adults. The idea of writing can be so hard, and yet this is an easy entry at the beginning of the year that says, hey, we all have something to share. As I said, this is an early signal of our community culture, what my expectations are in the classroom, and who I hope we will be together as a group. The hope that we will bring our full selves from home, whoever that is, whatever is important to us. Their sports teams show up in the work, their after-school programs, their families, travel, their favorite foods. One of my poems that I share with the kids talks about living in 2 houses. I talked about what exit on the thruway I lived in with my father, and what exit on 84 I lived with my mother at. That is a signal right away to the kids that we're going to talk about things that can be difficult in life in this class. My parents were divorced. They divorced when I was very young. I was very honest with the kids about what that experience was like for me of living in 2 different homes. And there are kids who instantly say, hey, that's me too, or Oh, I don't even have a dad, or I don't even have a mom. So suddenly, that's out in the circle for all of us to talk about. It's warts and all. It's all the things that make our lives. I often say to the kids, adults like to tell this lie. The lie is that childhood is easy. And it isn't always easy, is it? And so they get to have the space to talk about the things that aren't easy, the going back and forth between homes and forgetting a favorite book or something, all those pieces. This project creates this container. It creates this space, this time for us to talk about things that are real in a safe way. It's a writing assignment. You can decide what you want to put on that paper. You can decide what you want to talk about and how much you want to share. But it invites and it contains. Those of you who are familiar with emotionally responsive practice will recognize this work. What we're doing is inviting kids to bring their whole selves and giving them a safe space and a way to do that. Telling our stories to encourage theirs. At the heart of Maya's approach to children is an essential truth. Childhood is not easy. To support children's authentic development, we must own up to that truth and help kids acknowledge it in the stories they tell about their lives. The most powerful way to do that is to share our own stories of challenges and struggles. We have to be mindful, of course, to make sure that the language and the details of the stories we share with children are developmentally appropriate. I find the metaphor of scaffolding especially useful in thinking about the interplay between adult stories and children's stories. We can picture children busily at work constructing their narrative identities. These structures are a little unsteady since the kids are learning as they go about how the pieces fit together, what works and what doesn't. Now picture that these emerging structures are supported by a framework of scaffolding made of adults' stories. The external support offers stability, while the internal coherence and strength develops. The scaffolding flexes and grows with each child's narrative structure until that structure stands on its own and the scaffolding is no longer necessary. It takes courage and strength to show up as our whole selves and to tell our stories. In the featured perspective that follows, educator and advocate Kevin Jennings illustrates how life-changing the support of an authentic, courageous story from an adult can be for young people. Featured perspective, Kevin Jennings on supporting children by speaking our truths. Kevin Jennings founded and led the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network, GLSEN. He also served as Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Office for Safe and Drug-Free Schools in the U.S. Department of Education. Kevin is currently the CEO of Lambda Legal. In 2016, Kevin offered a very moving presentation at the Guild's inaugural Children and Authenticity Conference. Here is an excerpt from his talk. Thank you for engaging in the very important work of enabling young people to be themselves. When young people can be themselves, they can fulfill their potential. When they can't be themselves, they can't. It's as simple as that. We all know this, and we are all dedicated to making sure that we create a world and a school environment that enables young people to be themselves. I grew up in Louisville, North Carolina, which was an unincorporated town about 20 miles west of Winston-Salem. It was a very, very different time when I was born in 1963, particularly for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. It was still illegal in 49 states for people to have sexual relations of the same sex. Being gay was still considered a mental illness. It could get you interned in a mental hospital, where you could be lobotomized or castrated against your will. Thanks to President Eisenhower's 1953 Executive Order 10450, which banned the federal government or any of its contractors from employing gay people, being known as a gay person was a career ender. 1963 was a very different time for LGBT people. It was also a different time for African American people. The state in which I grew up, North Carolina, would not legalize marriages between African American and white people until 1967. It was a very different time for women. My mother was a victim of domestic abuse at home. When I asked her as an adult why she had not left my father, she said, "Where was I supposed to go?" Naively, I didn't realize that there were no battered women's shelters until the 1970s. So my mother might have wished to have left her husband in 1963, but there was nowhere for her to go. In a world in which it was not very easy for many people to be themselves, I grew up in a particular cul-de-sac that made it even harder. My father was a Southern Baptist evangelist. My father had very, very narrow ideas about the proper behavior for men, women, white people's relationship to people of color, and gay people. As a young person, this made my life very, very difficult and constrained. From an early age, I began to realize that I was different. I didn't yet understand what the word gay meant, but I knew I was different from other boys. The Playboy magazines that my older brother hid under his mattress just didn't interest me very much. As I grew older, I learned there was a word for people like me, which was faggot, and I recoiled in horror from that word. I tried very, very hard to not be gay. Then, through an incredible stroke of good luck, I got into college and got a scholarship to go to Harvard. I was able to achieve my mother's dream of becoming the first of 46 first cousins in my family to ever graduate from college. At Harvard, I learned that there was life beyond the fundamentalist path that I had been raised to believe was the only way to go. I decided to be true to myself rather than trying to be something I wasn't, and this decision started me on the path of my adult life. At my graduation, my mother pulled me aside and whispered in my ear, "Kevin, remember, to whom much has been given, much will be expected." I was very aware that I had been given an opportunity unlike anything anyone in my family had ever had before, a chance to get a college education. I decided to return to education to work with young people to try to help them live out the dreams that I had been privileged enough to experience. I tried very, very hard to live up to a certain script when I was a teenager, but it was a very costly mistake. It was a mistake that almost cost me my life. When I was 16, I decided that there was no way I could be the straight person that I was trying to be, and I attempted suicide. I'd like to tell you that my story is unique. However, the CDC published a study where they compared heterosexual students to lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth, who they found represent 11% of all high school students in America. The CDC found that lesbian, gay, and bisexual kids were about 5 times more likely to attempt suicide than heterosexual kids. My first teaching job was at Moses Brown School in Providence, Rhode Island. I was scared to death because I had the entire offensive line in my first period class. These were kids like the ones who had been bullying me just 5 years before, and I was now supposed to be in charge. I eventually moved to a school in Concord, Massachusetts. After I was there for some time, I had a student come to me who was struggling. In that conversation, he told me that he was gay. Of course, he had figured out that I was gay. In 1988, Wisconsin was the only state that protected people from being fired based on their sexual orientation. So I was not out in Massachusetts at that point, but kids are smart. Kids know who is and who isn't. When this student came to me, he told me that he was thinking of killing himself. I said to him, "You have so much to live for. Let's get you some help." He said to me something I've never forgotten. "Why shouldn't I? My life isn't worth saving anyway." His words took me back to when I was 16 years old and had felt the exact same way. I said to myself, whatever I do, I will make sure that I spend the rest of my life helping young people not feel the way I felt when I was growing up. The first thing I did happened a few weeks later. It wasn't a religious school, but they had a tradition called chapel, where every senior and any teacher could start the school day off by giving a 15-minute talk on a topic of their choosing. On November 10th, 1988, I came out to the entire school during the height of the AIDS crisis. There were no laws protecting you unless you were lucky enough to be in Wisconsin. I assumed I would probably lose my job. The night before my chapel, I had a nightmare that kids had written faggot all over my car. When I got to my classroom after I spoke, I discovered kids writing on my blackboard. I immediately blacked out because I thought, they're writing faggot on my blackboard. I can't believe this. I opened the door and they all scurried away. I thought, just erase the board and look like it doesn't bother you. But before I erased it, I decided to read the board. What they'd actually written was, "We love you, Kevin, and we're so proud of you." Every kid in the classroom had signed the board. A year later, a young girl got up and did her chapel. She wasn't a girl I knew terribly well. She had been in my sophomore history class, but she wasn't a kid I was particularly close to. I am going to share with you a part of her talk. By the time I entered fourth grade, I hated being a girl. Why shouldn't I? I had to fight harder for attention than the 20 boys in my crowded classroom of 37. My fifth grade teacher told me that I'd never have a boyfriend if I didn't learn how to keep my mouth shut. Every storybook I read, every TV show I watched, every billboard on the highway seemed to tell me that I mattered less, that any value I had was purely aesthetic. Perhaps most of all, I hated my body for making me vulnerable. When I was a little girl, a man taught me that I had no control over what happened to my body, and I believed him. I never blamed him for my abuse. I blamed my sex. After all, he couldn't have done those things to me if I wasn't a girl. I started having regular nightmares about rape and being raped when I was 12. If I wasn't born a girl, I thought, I would be immune. If I did not possess this anatomical vulnerability, I would be free. I remember staring at the reflection of my naked 12-year-old child's body and feeling like I wanted to die, overwhelmed with shame and disgust at fat me. I began to grow terrified that I would gain weight and lose my value in the eyes of my parents, my teachers, and the boys I mindlessly wanted to please. So finally, one Sunday morning in April, I bought my first package of diet pills. Some women I know can and do lose 10 pounds in 1 week. I found it impossible to stop eating altogether, so I took triple doses of diet pills and went to class shaking too hard to take notes. Fasting got harder and harder. When I gave in at 8 pounds, I hated myself for being weak, for being out of control. It didn't take me long to find the solution. 1, 2, as many as 7 times a day, I would carefully tie my hair back and purge. When my stomach was empty, I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and continued on with my day. For close to 2 years, nobody knew what was going on. I was good at hiding the truth. My parents, my sisters, and my friends were all oblivious to what was going on, often in the next room. Then last year, Kevin Jennings gave a chapel that changed my life. He talked about courage and about strength. He said that while it takes a certain amount of strength to force oneself to do what society demands and to conform to someone else's ideal, it takes far more to be what you want and to be true to who you are on the inside. That has stuck with me throughout my struggle to change my definition of strength and courage. I used to pride myself on my control and willpower. I used to congratulate myself on every pound shed. To me, that was strength. What I've since realized is that what I was doing was giving power back to who deserved it least. Every time I stepped with trepidation onto the scale, I supported the English teacher who told me that I was too pretty to be smart. Every time I ate a diet pill for breakfast, I agreed with my dad that, yes, indeed, I could stand to lose a couple of pounds. Every time I purged, I let the man who abused me tell me yet again that my body was not mine, but his. With this chapel, I am rejecting all of that. I am telling everyone that most of the time, I love who I am, and I love what I am. The ghost of my abuser will no longer haunt me because I now know that I have the power to say no, and I know I have the right. I am no longer willing to live my life for other people or by other people's standards. I will say what I want and do what I want and eat what I want, not because I'm a woman, but because I am me. I am taking back my body and making it my own. I wasted 4 years hating myself because of the body I was born with, and I don't deserve to be hated. None of us do. Just so you know, this woman is now a PhD and a practicing psychologist. She made it. She figured out that my chapel was about something much more profound than whether or not you're gay or straight. It's about whether or not you have the freedom and the right to live your life by your own standards and to be who you are. Even though we were in different closets, she and I were suffering from many of the same things. When we are authentic with kids, we enable kids to be authentic with us. That is the first step to building truly meaningful adult-child relationships that foster well-being and learning. In the end, that is what this work is about. Being the heroes of their own stories. A key responsibility for us as caring adults is to help children recognize themselves as the major characters of their life narratives. As Maya pointed out earlier in the chapter, childhood is not easy. It is essential that we not only acknowledge that fact, but also support kids in celebrating the courage and perseverance it takes to meet the challenges of growing up. A fascinating study published in 2024 in the Journal of Research and Personality by investigators Ryan Goffredy and Kenan Sheldon found that seeing ourselves as major characters in our life stories correlates with higher levels of need satisfaction and well-being. In literary terms, Goffredy and Sheldon explain, major characters are those whose actions advance the storyline. They are central figures to the story, playing an important role in how the plot progresses, often via making decisions that aim to further their goals or affecting change through interactions with other characters. Minor characters, in contrast, tend to have less influence on the story. One whose actions are either irrelevant to the storyline or who may only have an indirect effect on the plot. It might seem odd that anyone would see themselves as a minor character in their own life story. Yet, when we pause to consider our own narratives, we discover that sometimes, at least, we have felt controlled by events, or by other people, or by our own indecision. It is natural to have moments like that. What is essential is that such moments do not become the dominant themes of our narrative identities. When people see themselves as being the agentic force in their lives, write Goffredy and Sheldon, and make decisions for themselves as major characters do, rather than being swept about by external forces and other people, they are more integrated and fully functioning selves. Such individuals feel more autonomous, more competent and effective, and also experience better relational satisfaction with others, as evidenced by their increased basic psychological need satisfaction. Conversely, those who see themselves as minor characters are more likely to feel thwarted in getting these needs satisfied, a condition associated with diminished self-integration and well-being. Comics are a great way for children to explore the heroic themes of their lives. This is an activity you can do with a single child or a large group. All you need is paper, some simple art supplies, and lots of imagination. It's often best to start by sharing some books for inspiration. There are tons of wonderful picture books and graphic novels for kids of all ages. Your local library should have at least a few, and the librarians more than likely will be happy to recommend some. Here are some of our favorites. For younger children, Jabari Tries by Gaia Cornwell, Pete the Cat and the Space Chase by Kimberly and James Dean, Rosie Revere, Engineer by Andrea Beatty, illustrated by David Roberts. The Thing Lou Couldn't Do by Ashley Spires. For older children, Cat Kid Comic Club by Dave Pilkey. This is a series from the creator of the hugely popular Dogman and Captain Underpants series. Just Roll With It by Veronica Argawal and Lee Durfee Lavoie. Smile by Raina Telgemeier. Sisters and Guts are also great. Speechless by Aaron Nels Steinke. Take your time and enjoy choosing and exploring the books with the children with whom you are doing the activity. Once the kids have had sufficient time with the books, explain that they will be making their own comics. Start by giving each child a piece of paper and a pencil. Ask them to think about a time in their life when they had to be especially brave to do something. Give a few examples, such as getting a shot at the doctor's office, speaking in front of their whole class, traveling alone, or standing up for something they believe in. Invite the children to tell the story by making a simple 6-panel comic. Explain that this is a first draft and that they will have a chance to spend more time on developing the story and the drawings. As always, we encourage you to work right along with the children. If you are working with a single child, share your comics with each other and tell the stories you illustrated. Offer constructive comments where appropriate about what works well and what might need to be clearer. If you are working with a group of children, ask them to count off and work in pairs to share their comics. Remind them to use the gates of speech to offer encouragement, questions, and suggestions. Invite the children to make a second version of their comics, incorporating ideas that came up as they worked with their partners. Encourage them to use all the available art supplies to add color and complexity to their drawings. When everyone is done, make sure to allow lots of time for everyone to share their work. If the children agree, create a display by mounting the comics in a special visible place. This activity can be done as a standalone exercise or as a starting point for an iterative process. If you and the kids want to continue, you can elaborate the comics you made into larger stories, possibly working toward creating a whole graphic novel. Alternatively, you can create new comics to tell different heroic stories. Some questions you may pose to get started are these. When was a time you felt especially proud of yourself? When was a time you tried something completely new? When was a time you learned you can do something you didn't know you could do? What are you really good at? When was a time you worked really, really hard on something? For other ideas about life narrative questions, there are great resources online. We really like the Life Story Interview, developed by Dr. Dan McAdams, and George Ella Lyons' Questions to Unlock Stories. This can be found online and is a downloadable PDF, georgeellalion.com/files/unlockstories.pdf. Where I'm From poems are, of course, a wonderful activity to do with children. I hope Maya's description of the process she uses has inspired you to try it with the kids in your life. A variation on that theme are Where I'm Going poems, in which you can ask children to use their imaginations to picture themselves in the future. Back in Chapter 2, we met Henry, the small hero of Sarah O'Leary's sweetly silly When You Were Small. The follow-up book, When I Was Small, opens with Henry wishing that he had known his parents when they were small. Tell me a story, he begs his mother. Tell me about when you were small, too. His mom obliges by taking him on a delightful adventure through her imagination, where she could sleep in a mitten, wear a daisy for a sun hat, and have a ladybug for her best friend. I hope that you have many wonderful adventures sharing stories with the children in your life. In this chapter, we explored how we can support children as they come to know themselves through stories and develop their narrative identities. In the next chapter, we will consider how children endeavor to understand, in the inimitable words of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, life, the universe, and everything. Chapter 10. The Soul of Authenticity. Learning Spotlight. Explore these ideas. Children are natural philosophers, deeply curious and eager to engage with life's big mysteries. Our role as caregivers is not to supply ready-made answers, but to help children become creators of their own meaning. By nurturing the philosophical child within, adults support ongoing self-inquiry and evolving authenticity throughout life. By fostering a lifelong commitment to considering the grander questions of life, we can support children in their practice of authenticity. Practice Spotlight. Put these ideas into practice. Reconnect with the profound ideas that fascinated you as a child. Learn to recognize and encourage naturally occurring opportunities for kids' sagaciousness, nooks. Invite kids' big questions into the classroom and the home. Help children engage with the big questions through philosophical conversation among themselves. Develop your personal approaches to using storybooks, online resources, and discussion guides to create space for deep conversations. When I was about 8, I became preoccupied with the idea of infinity. I would lie awake for hours at night and try to imagine what it means for the universe to go on forever. More specifically, I would try to picture myself flying through this infinite space. Many years later, I realized that this fascination came over me after I had read Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's The Little Prince. The sweetly melancholy, solitary little hero had moved me in that fundamental way that encourages profound questions. The book had been an invitation to embark on my own quest for meaning. Think back to when you were a child. Was there a profound idea that fascinated you? What was it? How old were you then? What name did people call you? On a piece of paper or in your notebook, write down the answers to the questions above. Then, as you did in Chapter 4, please make a visual representation of yourself at the time you were engaged with this idea. Use any materials you like to make a drawing, a collage, or a sculpture. Spend some time with this representation. Feel what it was like to be that age, to be absorbed by a big idea. Then write down the names of the books you loved at the time, the movies you watched, and the games you played. Did any of these suggest the big idea or influence the way you thought about it? Were there adults with whom you discussed your thoughts about this big idea? Were there peers with whom you talked about this idea? How has this big idea shaped who you are? Back in Chapter 2, as we explored how we know ourselves, we touched briefly on the metaphysical question of what makes us who we are. The lifelong commitment to posing this question to ourselves is the soul, the animating principle, in the words of Merriam-Webster Dictionary, of the practice of authenticity. Children at all ages engage with the world in remarkable, deep ways. They look at it in wonder and ask big, probing questions. Part of being human, observes Jana Moore Lone in The Philosophical Child, is reflecting on the oddity of the situation in which we find ourselves, alive on this planet for a span of limited years, and consciousness of the mystery of our lives is a natural feature of the human condition. Children are by nature scientists, explorers, and storytellers. They are also philosophers. They are drawn to contemplate with curiosity and awe the imponderables of our existence. Sadly, most of us, unless we become professional philosophers, are taught that there is no profit in pondering the mysteries of life. We exchange contemplation for acquiring information. Instead of asking, "Why is the sky blue?" we learn about the atmosphere, the color spectrum, and the physiology of our eyes. And in the process, we lose a little bit of ourselves, the mystery and the magic of being human. To know who we are, to be in conversation with our authentic selves as we move through the various stages of our lives, it is essential that we preserve the philosophical child in us. The authentic self is not static. It evolves and grows, sometimes in surprising ways. We need to approach it with the spirit of curiosity and wonder, pursuing a mindful inquiry about our beliefs, values, and ways of looking at the world. In this chapter, we will contemplate ways to support children in asking big questions and in valuing and developing their skills of inquiry as they grow. Wrestling with the big questions. I was 7 when A New Hope, the first Star Wars movie, came out, says Michael, an auto mechanic from Ohio. My dad was a huge science fiction fan, so all of us, my 2 older sisters and mom and dad and me, drove like 2 hours from where we lived to Dayton to go on the first Saturday the movie was in theaters. It was like a holiday. We could get anything we wanted at the concession stand. I think I came close to eating my weight in candy and popcorn. The whole thing was just incredible. The droids, all the creatures, the blaster fights, the millions of little details. It was all so real. What totally blew my mind, though, Michael continues with a note of awe in his voice, was the scene on the Death Star when Obi-Wan fights Darth Vader. There's that moment when he puts up his lightsaber and allows Vader to strike him down. And poof, he's gone, and only his Jedi cloak, somehow still in one piece, and his lightsaber are left on the deck. I was like, whoa, where'd he go? And then, just a few seconds later, he speaks to Luke, saying, "Run, Luke, run." We weren't raised religious, so I didn't have any concept of spirit or afterlife. I'd seen dead animals before, and that was my idea of death, just an inert body that eventually starts to decompose. The whole thing about the Force kind of registered, but I couldn't connect it to Obi-Wan's death. Was he now in the Force? Was he not really dead, but just somewhere else? I spent days trying to puzzle it all out on my own, laughs Michael. But I just couldn't. Next weekend, when Dad picked me up from Little League practice, I couldn't hold it in anymore. "Where'd Obi-Wan go?" I burst out as we walked home. To my surprise, Dad was right there with me. "You mean after Darth Vader struck him down? He just disappeared, right?" "Yeah," I said, but somehow he was still around to talk to Luke, and not just one time. He's there the whole time Luke is trying to blow up the Death Star. I don't get it. We were just passing a little playground with some swings and one of those merry-go-round things that make you dizzy. "Let's go sit on those swings for a bit, buddy," Dad said thoughtfully. "I want to tell you a story about a friend of mine." Although the day was nice, we somehow had the whole place to ourselves. We sat side by side on the swings. As I waited for Dad to start talking, I pushed off and pumped my legs. I love the swings. "My roommate in college," Dad began, and I stopped pumping and let the swing come to a stop, "was a guy named Dale. We got assigned to each other freshman year, and then just went on rooming together, even when we moved off campus. And we got really close, and we stayed close." Dad was silent for a while. "We were just 5 years out of college when Dale got sick," he finally continued. "It took a little while for the doctors to diagnose what was going on, but they finally found out that he had liver cancer. He had surgery and treatment. He fought and fought, but just kept getting sicker. The cancer kept spreading to other parts of his body, and the doctors just couldn't keep up with it." Dad got quiet again and swung his long legs back and forth a few times, making the chains on the swing creak. "When Dale got so sick, he couldn't stay home anymore," Dad said, looking over at me. "He went into a special kind of hospital called a hospice that takes care of people at the very end of their life, as they are about to die. I spent a lot of time with Dale at that place. I would sit with him while he was dozing. We'd talk when he was comfortable enough to socialize. I brought him the food he liked, although he wasn't eating much by that point. I stayed overnight, sleeping in a special recliner they had in the room. I just wanted to have as much time with Dale as I could." He looked away and stopped talking for what felt like a long time. "I'd never seen anybody dying before," Dad began again, looking back at me, "and I was scared, but I didn't want him to be alone. One day, I had to stay at work late. When I got off, I stopped and picked up some food and headed over to the hospital. As I walked past the nurse's station, one of the people who took care of Dale waved me over and said that he hadn't been doing well since the night before. I thanked him and hurried to Dale's room. He looked like he was in a deep, deep sleep. I stood by the bed and touched his hand to say hello. Suddenly, Dale opened his eyes and raised himself up, like he wanted to sit up. He let out what sounded like a gravelly groan and then fell back, gone. Dad sat quiet for a while, swaying side to side a little. "I saw him leave," he finally said. In that moment, I watched Dale go somewhere else, and what was left behind was sort of like Obi-Wan's cloak, something he'd lived in, but that wasn't him. I think the people who made the movie tried to show how a person goes from one way of being to another, Dad explained, but I don't think it's something you can capture on film or in words. Michael pauses and rubs his forehead. At the time, I was like, okay, it's a mystery, but maybe there's something more that happens after we die. Maybe there's another way of being. With time, I got to understand how that one conversation became a foundation for the way I look at things. Dad gave me this incredible gift. At the age of 7, he trusted me enough to tell me about his own experience and what he believed, without pretending that he was telling me some universal truth. He left it up to me to decide what to believe. Michael's story is a powerful example of an adult responding authentically to a child's posing one of life's big questions. In this case, possibly the biggest question of all. This is no easy task. Questions like, what happens when we die? How does time work? Where did we come from? And what will happen as the universe keeps expanding? Almost by definition, have no answers, or at least no easy answers. They require that we at once acknowledge the ineffable nature of the human experience and share our own beliefs with children. It might be difficult and, depending on the relationship, even seem taboo to discuss our beliefs with children. In the preface to Schools with Spirit, Nurturing the Inner Lives of Children and Teachers, education pioneer Linda Lantieri shares her own struggles with the juxtaposition of her role as an educator and her personal spirituality. When I began teaching in a 5th grade classroom in East Harlem in 1968, I was only 20 years old. It seemed to me at the time that I was forbidden to discuss with my students a vital source of purpose and meaning in my own life. I had been raised in a faith-based home, and my spiritual experience was and is still a central and defining aspect of my life. It was this part of me, I concluded, that was not welcome in my classroom and my teaching. And so, my very rewarding life as a teacher was also a divided one. Lantieri goes on to describe the challenge of answering children's big questions. I soon noticed that the students at PS 171 were often confronting deep questions as well. A 6-year-old boy named Jason came up to me in the lunchroom during the first week of school and asked me, "Where did my grandmother go when she died?" I remember saying something like, "Maybe you should ask your mother. We can talk about it sometime, but not now." I now regret that I didn't say, "That's an interesting question, Jason. I also wonder about that. What do you think?" Most importantly, the big questions demand that we recognize that our job as caring adults is not to give children the answers, but rather to help them become the authors of their own meaning. Engaging with children's wisdom. One of the first times I had the pleasure of taking part in a philosophical exercise with a group of very young children was early on in our efforts to bring the Guild's programming into classrooms. We had been invited by the principal of the Earth School, the public elementary school in the East Village where we would eventually establish our after-school program hub, to work with students in pre-K through 2nd grade on exploring their inner lives through creativity. An important part of this work was looking at the ways gender socialization affected how children saw themselves and each other. I was working with the kids in pre-K, an energetic, playful group who were eager to learn and have fun. On the day we were scheduled to do the activity about gender, after we had gathered in a circle on the floor and did a short check-in, I explained to the children that we were going to talk about boys and girls. I then asked them to get up and gather the things in the classroom that they liked playing with most. When the kids came back to the circle, I asked them to show and describe what they brought and then place it in the center. Soon we had a large pile of blocks, dolls, stuffed animals, toy tools and pots and pans, books, puzzles, you name it. Next, we began to sort the toys into 3 piles, for girls and boys, for girls only, and for boys only. There was a quick, intense scrum. When it was over, there were 2 piles of toys on the floor. The tools and blocks were for boys. The dolls and pots and pans were for girls. The stuffed animals and books were divided more idiosyncratically. And there were no toys that the kids considered appropriate for both boys and girls. I next invited the children to take a closer look at the toys to see if they agreed with how they were divided up. They sat quietly for a little while. Some leaned in to get even closer, but no one spoke. Finally, Lucas, a serious, shy boy, reached into the girl pile and pulled out a toy pot. "I don't think this is for girls," he said. "Where do you think it should go?" I asked. "I think it's for boys," Lucas replied. "How come?" I prompted. "My dad is a chef. He uses lots of pots, so pots are for boys." "And does he cook at home too?" I pressed. "No, my mom cooks at home," Lucas said and looked thoughtfully at the toy pot in his hand. "So I guess it can be for both boys and girls." And he put the pot down in the empty spot on the floor between the two piles. The other kids looked on quietly, fidgeting a little. "Are there any other things like that?" I asked. "Things that both boys and girls like and use?" For the next 10 minutes or so, we examined each toy in the piles and interrogated its uses and where it belonged. Books and stuffed animals were no-brainers. They were clearly for everyone. There was a bit of a heated debate about dolls and toy tools, but in the end, the kids agreed that even these were toys both girls and boys might like to play with. When all was done, we had one pile of toys again. What impressed me most was the avidity with which these very young children engaged in the process of interrogating their beliefs in light of their direct experience. This was exactly the kind of critical thinking that we saw as essential for children to exercise in order to transcend limiting societal expectations and to explore and develop their authentic selves. Unfortunately, we also knew that children seem to become much more reluctant to engage in this type of questioning as they get older. As Linda Lantieri observes in recounting the story of the 6-year-old boy who was wondering where his grandmother had gone when she died, as a 5th-grade teacher, I didn't often hear this kind of question from my own students. By the time they were 9 or 10, it seemed young people's inner lives had gone underground. They too had learned to live this divided life. As we began to think more deeply about children's authentic development, it seemed important to find ways to support kids in preserving their open-hearted curiosity about life, what novelist Imor Tolls humorously describes in A Gentleman in Moscow as that unapologetic interest peculiar to children and dogs. We were very fortunate to connect with several brilliant folks who were thinking deeply about these issues and developing, as part of the Philosophy for Children movement, practical approaches to engaging children in continuing to ponder the big questions. Dr. Megan Laverty, whom we met in Chapter 4, was the host of the Guild's inaugural Children and Authenticity Conference in 2016 at Teachers College at Columbia University. Here is an excerpt from her remarks from the conference, which captures the deep connection between children's authentic development and philosophical inquiry. We will have an opportunity to hear more from Dr. Laverty in the featured perspective section of this chapter. I want to offer another way of thinking about authenticity that is common in philosophical literature, which is to think of authenticity as abiding self-presence. To be true to oneself is to be true to the process of self-transformation and to focus on living wholeheartedly. For the moment, I want you to imagine a classroom of small individuals sitting around a circle and looking back and forth at one another, earnestly listening to what each has to say. You'll hear them contesting such concepts as friendship or fairness, asking for reasons, offering experiences from their own lives to serve as examples and counterexamples, and proposing hypothetical solutions. You see the thinking on their faces, their expression of delight and surprise upon hearing another's idea, quiet wondering, laughter, and the alternatively authoritative and playful ways they express themselves by straightening and twisting their bodies. There is beauty in the symphony of different voices, the rhythmic contrast between sound and silence, the ebb and flow of intensity, and the interweaving of different thematic concerns. Finally, you imagine children gauging the development of their own intellectual community by evaluating the relevance of their discussion and determining whether everyone spoke, practiced good thinking, and advanced their understanding. If we withhold children from the possibility of philosophical engagement, we deprive them of an epistemic and ethical good. Philosophical engagement is an epistemic good, because children engage in the inquiry with reference to their own experience. They ruminate together on life's big questions in an effort to take greater responsibility for their own lives. The invitation from adults to children to philosophize is also an ethical good because of its symbolic function. Philosophizing both identifies and contributes to the common humanity of children because it invites children as whole members of the ethical community. To philosophize with children is to assume that the child is not a provisional human being on the way to adulthood. Rather, children, like adults, are endeavoring to live better, more meaningful lives with the potential for wisdom and the ability to shape and educate our adult understanding of how to live. I love Dr. Lafferty's poetic description of the way children embody the thinking and learning that goes on when they engage with big questions. It is inspiring to witness these moments, and fortunately, there are lots and lots of recordings of children doing philosophy available online. Dr. Lafferty introduced me to one of my all-time favorites. It is a video from the Institute for the Advancement of Philosophy for Children at Montclair State University, in which a group of kindergartners tackles the questions of whether humans are animals. The discussion opens with one child calling on her store of knowledge to assert that humans are animals because we are mammals. This, however, takes the conversation into the realm of parsing out what is a mammal. I won't give anything away, but let's just say that having or not having hair is a key point of discussion. It is fascinating to witness the group work through these complex concepts, eventually even touching on what it means to know something. I highly recommend that you take 15 minutes and watch the video. It's called Are Humans Animals? Kindergarten Philosophy with David Kennedy, and is available on YouTube. It's worth watching a second time to observe Dr. Kennedy's virtuoso facilitation technique. A professor of educational foundations at Montclair State, Dr. Kennedy started his career as an early childhood educator, and as you will see in the video, has a very special way of approaching young children. We will talk more about the adult's role as facilitator a little bit later in the chapter. Featured perspective, Dr. Megan Laverty on self-making through inquiry. Dr. Megan Laverty, professor of philosophy and education, Teachers College, Columbia University, is deeply involved in the Philosophy for Children movement. Over the years, since the first Children and Authenticity conference, she and I have had a number of stimulating conversations about the connections between philosophical inquiry and authenticity. Below is an edited excerpt of the ideas she shared with me in an interview in 2024. My parents were from New Zealand. My mother was a teacher and taught for most of her life. My father was a mining engineer, and because he was a mining engineer, I went to 13 schools in 12 years. In Canada, New Guinea, Australia, and New Zealand. We traveled a lot. There were 3 of us, all girls. I am the eldest. I did my secondary school in Melbourne, and then I went to the University of Melbourne. I didn't know what I wanted to do, so I did arts, which in Australia meant you did the humanities or a general education. And I did subjects that I couldn't do at school. That was my criterion. So I did geology, economics, anthropology, and philosophy. I did very poorly at geology and economics. I did better in anthropology and philosophy and ended up doing a double honors degree in those 2 disciplines. Then I had to decide between them. Got lots of advice, but ended up getting a generous fellowship to continue studying philosophy. And that led to a Master of Arts in Philosophy. My master's thesis was on Iris Murdoch and moral philosophy. I got my PhD from the University of New South Wales, where I wrote my dissertation on Kant's critique of judgment. While studying for the doctorate, I continued to teach in the philosophy department at the University of Melbourne. It really struck me that I didn't know anything about teaching, and I was seeking avenues to learn more about it. I came across a Philosophy for Children workshop and thought to myself, well, if you're teaching it to children, then you're going to know something about teaching, and this might actually help teach undergraduates. The chair of the department agreed to fund my participation in the 8-day residential workshop. I enjoyed it very much. I found it very congenial, But I didn't become converted until I saw some kids doing philosophy toward the very end of the workshop. And then I just forgot philosophy teaching. I forgot everything else. I just thought, I want to do this. I want to be able to do this. I went back to the university, and for 2 years, I was in any school that would have me. I was in Jewish schools. I was in Catholic schools. I was in public schools. I was in boarding schools. I was working with kindergartners. I was working with year 12s. While I was still doing my PhD, I came over to the US and worked at the Institute for the Advancement of Philosophy for Children, IACP, for about 3 months as a fellow. A few years later, the IACP invited me to apply for a position they had, and I got the job. It was at Montclair State University in its Educational Foundations Department. I learned a lot about philosophy of education. I learned a lot about philosophy for children. I did an immense amount of teacher training and was involved in research. One of the most powerful things about philosophy for children is when you see very little people able to sit together and hear each other and say what they think the other's saying, and then offer an alternative perspective and do it with kind of consideration and a certain kind of joy. I don't think we give kids the opportunity to do that. We oftentimes don't think they're capable of it. And in a lot of ways, they do it better than we do. When there's not a teacher in the room, they're asking their friend, "How do you know that? Who told you that? Like, on what basis are you making these knowledge claims? Am I to trust them? Which one's more trustworthy?" They are incredibly sophisticated around what we are to accept as knowledge. Gareth Matthews argued that children bring something to inquiry that adults don't. He argued that children's philosophy should be published, that they need venues for the expression of their ideas, because no adult is going to be able to come to that same idea or expression of that idea. There is this feeling that children's ideas are always mediated by adults. And the question is, how can we make sure that there's less and less mediation so that we can genuinely hear the child? People are just beginning to listen to children. Here's an example. Gareth Matthews says that when he got interested in childhood, which would have been in the mid to late 1970s, he was looking for transcripts of children's conversation to analyze. He looked in the psychological literature, and the only source he found was Susan Irving, a British psychologist who had started a school and had transcribed some of the kids' conversations. Now, we're a lot better off than when we were then, but that gives you a sense of how much catch-up there needs to be in the case of listening to kids and taking them seriously as interlocutors in a real sense. Listening is what makes a really good practitioner. Unless you think that you've got something to learn from the child, you're not going to be a good facilitator. It's something you can't fake. I recognize that there have been people like J.M. Coetzee, the author, who have been very critical of philosophy for children. Coetzee thinks that childhood should be reserved for imaginative play, and you should not move into symbolic operations so early. I've been thinking about this objection because I admire Coetzee greatly, and the second objection to philosophy for children that I take very seriously is that it teaches them to do philosophy like a game, because they're not yet serious enough to be vexed by the questions in the way that adults are vexed by existential questions. I take both these objections very seriously, but I think in both cases, what the criticisms overlook is that a child, an infant even, grows up in language. The language they learn is powerful. It gets them the things they want when they learn to use it. So much of our language teaching, particularly when it becomes formalized in schools, is instructional. It's teaching grammar. It's teaching vocab. Philosophy for children asks kids to think together in language and to interrogate language as they're thinking about their thinking. And I've been asking myself, why did I get excited all those years ago about just seeing a bunch of kids chatting together in this spirit? I think it has to do with my conviction that if authenticity has anything to do with being truly yourself or seeking to become truly yourself, one of the ways you do that is through talking together, thinking together in your language so that you can interrogate that language and interrogate your thought. Your language becomes more of an expression of who you are, and who you are is able to be communicated in the language available to you. And that you see that as a journey, that you see it as something you can work on in grade 1 up until your senior years, because it's always something of a negotiation between you, the language, and others, and how others receive and use that language too. As adults, we all agree with that. We talk about how conversation is critical, and how having conversation about difficult topics is critical, and how important it is to be able to express yourself. But I think Montaigne is right when he says, we learn it too late. We learn it when the opportunity for it to become a life practice has gone. And so we get frustrated, we get alienated, we get lonely, we get misunderstood, we get confused about what it is we do think. I think if we had spaces in which kids could explore life's big questions together in a meaningful way, life would be better for us as adults because we would be practiced in being our authentic selves with others. I look at my own life. I had a religious upbringing, which I'm very grateful for. I'm not practicing, but I think it awakened me to dimensions of life I might not otherwise have been awakened to. I was raised in good academic schools, so I learned all the things you need to learn. I studied literature, but I never once got asked, what do you think about life's meaning? What do you think about justice? I never once got to inquire with anyone about the way I thought about life and the way they thought about it and the way you might want to think about it. I don't think my life would be better, but I think I might have had different friendships. I feel it might not have been such a struggle if I knew that others were having the same kinds of inquiries and that we were talking about them. You know, the self is sort of the primordial subject of inquiry. To learn how to translate that kind of ineffable experience into language and share that with other people and hear what their experience is, I think fundamentally is what education needs to be. I just love that philosophy for children says, well, why wait to inquire about the self till the self is established? Why not make that process of self-making that goes on when we're young more deliberate and informed, so we are able to have a greater role in the selves we are becoming? Authenticity itself and what it means is as much subject to inquiry as anything else. We have to bring children into the conversation, and we have to listen and respond. Naturally occurring opportunities for kids' sagaciousness, nooks. The tricky part of supporting children's engagement with the big questions is that the questions have to come from them. We cannot simply sit kids down, whether at the dinner table, in the classroom, or in an after-school program, and say, what is the meaning of life? We could, but it would most likely be a very short conversation. More importantly, it would be about our questions, not theirs. Our job, as we have said in other parts of the book, is to provide the scaffolding that allows children to pose their big questions and to develop the skills to articulate their own answers. Sometimes reality is too complex, observed the avant-garde film director Jean-Luc Godard. Stories give it form. In part, stories serve the function of giving reality form by inviting us to ask questions and examine our beliefs. As the exercise at the beginning of this chapter reminds us, the profound questions and big ideas that fascinate us as kids often come to us in response to a book or a movie. Stories, therefore, are wonderful tools for offering children a framework for thinking about the big questions and developing and articulating their beliefs. What's great about stories is that they permeate our lives at every turn, providing what I have whimsically termed nooks, naturally occurring opportunities for kids' sagaciousness. See brains, shrewdness, perspicaciousness. We were very fortunate to work with Dr. Thomas Wartenberg, professor of philosophy at Mount Holyoke College and author of Big Ideas for Little Kids, teaching philosophy through children's literature, on developing our approach to helping children explore their self-narratives as part of the project of developing their authentic selves. Dr. Wartenberg spoke at the Guild's second Children and Authenticity Conference about the practice of working with children's books as a way of helping kids learn to think critically about the big questions that interest them. Here is an edited excerpt from his talk. When I decided to start this idea of teaching philosophy to kids in elementary school, I decided to use picture books. And some of that was just purely utilitarian. I took something that I thought teachers were already doing. It wouldn't seem like having a philosophy lecture and a whole new subject matter. They would not necessarily be interested in that. The other benefit of working this way is that kids love it when you read them a book. It's one of the highlights of their day. I started thinking about this after I had read a book by Tracy Kidder, who's a nonfiction writer in our area, called Among Schoolchildren. It became a national bestseller in 1990. It's the story of a wonderful teacher who sort of fails. But one of the things that Kidder really liked about her practice was that she would read the kids a story at the end of every day. And what she would do during the day to motivate them was sort of threaten them, right? If you don't do your math, I'm not going to read you a story. I thought, well, why don't you do it the other way around? Make it a positive experience. I'll read you a story, and now let's think about the story. We can learn from the story. So we started using stories, and it's been incredible. We created a website that now has resource guides for over 150 books. The really crucial thing about this way of teaching picture books is that we have a very different methodology, both for what the kids have to do and what the teacher has to do. On the teacher side, the main thing is that they've got to get out of the way. A lot of teachers can't stand not being in the middle of a discussion with the kids. The idea here is that you don't want to actually make a substantive contribution to the conversation. That's what the children are doing. You're facilitating the conversation. You're thinking about ways to support what they're doing, to ask a question that will redirect things at certain moments. But it's their conversation. The first thing the kids have to do after you've read them a book is say what they think. All these things actually take a fair bit of work. These things are things that the kids really have to learn how to do. One of the hardest things, actually, for everybody involved is learning to listen. We have a culture in which we like to speak and we don't like to listen. The kids really have to learn to listen to each other because they don't listen to each other, they listen to the teacher. Then they have to say whether they agree or disagree with what another child has said. And really importantly, they have to say why. Saying what you think, figuring out whether you agree or disagree, and explaining why is what philosophy consists of, boiled down to its essence. So that's what we get the kids to do. And it's really amazing. A local public TV station made a video about my class working with second graders at the Martin Luther King Jr. School in Springfield, Massachusetts. A video was played of children discussing Shel Silverstein's The Giving Tree. The clip focuses on two children who see the story very differently. A girl says she kept giving until she was just a stump. I like that she's being nice, but why do I have to give away everything? A boy argues that the protagonist of the story asks the tree to help him meet his basic needs. I like that she was giving, the girl responds. But you gave him the big part of you, and now you just have the little part of you. You gave away your own self. One of the things that we do is we encourage disagreement. That can seem like it's a problematic thing to bring into school, especially a second grade classroom. But disagreements are fine so long as you do it in a respectful way. In fact, philosophy is all about disagreeing with one another, and we've talked about learning by making mistakes. But you also learn by hearing someone who thinks something different from you. And you have to think about, well, who's right? Am I right? We also try to get kids not to think it's my idea. These are just ideas, so you can put them out there and discuss them without personalizing it. The other thing I really like about what we see in this particular clip is toward the end, as the girl is trying to explain things. You can see she doesn't really have the vocabulary. She's saying, the little part of you, the big part of you. And then she's searching for a way of conceptualizing the issue that she sees, and she comes up with the idea that the tree gave away its entire self. That seems to me part of how philosophy really works. that people are reaching for and developing concepts to describe their feelings and beliefs. For us at the Guild, reading stories with children and facilitating conversations about the deep meanings and personal insights kids found in the stories became a central part of our programmatic approach. We eventually went on to design a professional development course for educators called Children's Books, telling our stories to develop social emotional awareness. The self-reflection that talking about stories invited added a new dimension to the exploration of their inner worlds that the children were doing through all the other activities. One experience in particular captures for me the power of stories to help children give shape to their complex realities. Jackson was a boy who had come to Boys Arts Express as a kindergartner and was now in third grade. He had been diagnosed early as being on the autism spectrum, and his family and the school staff offered him a lot of support and nurturing. In the program, Jackson enjoyed things like making origami, building elaborate mazes out of dominoes, and climbing the play structures in the recess yard. He didn't avoid the other boys, but he did not seek them out either. Overall, he gave the impression of being fairly self-contained and content that way. One day in late spring, we came in from the yard and settled down in a circle to read a story. Alan, the facilitator whose turn it was to read, chose The Story of Ferdinand. This deceptively simple tale by Munro Leaf about a young bull whose abiding wish is to sit in the shade of a cork tree and smell the flowers, rather than fight in a bull ring, has been delighting and inspiring readers since it was first published in 1936. With its charming illustrations by Robert Lawson, its sweet humor, and its lovable hero, the book offers many themes for reflection. Among them, authenticity, self-determination, autonomy, nonviolence, and the nature of happiness. It is a short book, even when you take time to show the illustrations all around a circle of children. When Alan finished reading, there was a satisfied silence in the room. Then Alan asked the question we had prepared in advance. Have you ever been in a situation like Ferdinand, when other people wanted you to do something you didn't want to do? To my surprise, Jackson was the first to raise his hand. Yes, he said, looking up toward the far corner of the room. On my softball team, I am supposed to like pizza. Pizza is what we get after games. He paused, seemingly not sure how to continue, but went on. I used to like pizza, but I don't like it anymore. But I eat it because everyone is supposed to like pizza. Again, Jackson stopped to find his way among his thoughts. I'm going to be brave like Ferdinand, he said. I'm going to ask if I can have mozzarella sticks instead of pizza. I like mozzarella sticks. For me, Jackson in this moment was the embodiment of why we started the Guild in the first place. Inspired by a story of a young bull who had the inner strength to be true to himself, the boy found his own strength to step forward, to live on the outside the truth he knew on the inside. It wasn't just about pizza or mozzarella sticks, but being able to advocate for himself. Resources for supporting children in exploring big ideas. We have already encountered a number of great resources for caring adults who are interested in helping children engage with the big questions. Below is a list of books and websites that we have found especially inspiring and useful. Many of these offer lists of thought-provoking children's books, ideas for using them, and even lesson plans. Books. Big Ideas for Little Kids, Teaching Philosophy Through Children's Literature by Thomas Wartenberg. Dialogues of a Weird Kid, Philosophical Trouble in the Classroom by Brent Silby. From Tales to Tales by Maria de Venza Tillmans. In Community of Inquiry with Anne Margaret Sharp. Edited by Mon Gregory and Megan Laverty. Schools with Spirit, Nurturing the Inner Lives of Children and Teachers. Edited by Linda Lantieri. The Parents Tao Te Ching, Ancient Advice for Modern Parents by William Martin. The Philosophical Child by Jana Moore Lone. Websites: Institute for the Advancement of Philosophy for Children, Montclair State University, montclair.edu/IAPC. Thinking, the Journal of Philosophy for Children, montclair.edu/IAPC/thinking-the-journal-for-children. The IAPC Montclair YouTube channel with original content, youtube.com/@IAPC Montclair. Philosophy and Children's Literature, plato-philosophy.org/children's-literature. Teaching Children Philosophy, the Prindle Institute for Ethics, prindleinstitute.org/teaching-children-philosophy. We have come nearly to the end of our time together. Before we say a good goodbye, in the final few pages of the book, we'll take the opportunity to synthesize the ideas we have explored together on this journey. We'll create empathy maps to chart the way forward and set a few SMART goals for maintaining the momentum of supporting the children in our lives in exploring and developing their authentic selves. A good goodbye. Please allow me to begin our good goodbye by saying thank you. Authenticity, as we heard from many of the wonderful people who've shared their wisdom with us along the way, is hard work. Showing up as your authentic self and making space for other people to do the same require careful self-reflection, awareness, empathy, and dedication. Thank you for bringing all of yourself to this demanding work. Helping children learn how to do this work takes even more dedication. It also requires patience, courage, and kindness. Most importantly, it requires love. Psychiatrist M. Scott Peck, M.D., offered an audacious definition of love in his revolutionary bestseller, The Road Less Traveled, as the will to extend one's self for the purpose of nurturing one's own or another's spiritual growth. If you are anything like me, you probably did a double or triple take when you read that definition. It is so far removed from our everyday conceptions of love, which are often informed by hazy romantic ideas. Yet when we read it a few times, it takes on a remarkably bracing clarity. The vague notions that permeate our culture and psyches lead most of us, as Dr. Peck points out, to be very confused as to the nature of love. This definition allows love to take shape as a choice we make to give of ourselves in the service of growth, our own and others. Love thus becomes active, nurturing, and powerful. It becomes the energy that feeds our souls, the fuel that allows us to be our authentic selves. Dr. Peck explains the transformative power of love. Children who are truly loved know themselves to be valued. This knowledge is worth more than any gold. For when children know that they are valued, when they truly feel valued in the deepest parts of themselves, then they feel valuable. That knowledge of one's value is the cornerstone of authentic development and lifelong well-being. In shifting our thinking about love from conceiving it as a mystical force to recognizing it as a choice we make to invest ourselves in our own and other people's growth, we also magically shed the mindset of scarcity. Love is not something we forage for or mine or earn. It is a gift of ourselves, and the only limitations are the boundaries we set around how much and to whom we want to give. In her lovely book, The Serviceberry, Abundance and Reciprocity in the Natural World, Robin Wall Kimmerer, Ph.D., the author of the blockbuster bestseller Braiding Sweetgrass, compares our human-made economic system with the gift economy of the natural world. She contrasts the mindset of scarcity that is central to our market economic systems with the focus on abundance and sharing in gift economies. The currency in a gift economy is relationship, Dr. Kimmerer writes, which is expressed as gratitude, as interdependence, and the ongoing cycle of reciprocity. So let's commit ourselves to building the gift economy of love, where there is no hoarding and no hunger, and where every human being shares in the abundance of knowing that they are valuable through being loved. I don't mean this as a pie in the sky preposition. The work we have been doing throughout this book is all about learning how to extend ourselves mindfully and intentionally for the purpose of nurturing children's authentic growth. To make this work even more concrete and structured, let's revisit the empathy maps we created in the interlude. Please go back to your notes and read through the empathy maps you made for yourself and the children in your life. Also, take a look at the SMART goals you defined. The question we posed earlier for creating an empathy map for children was this: what do children need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn in order to explore and develop their authentic selves? Now, I invite you to think of one particular child in your life and make an empathy map by answering the following question. In order to feel loved and valuable, what does, name of the child you are thinking of, need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? Empathy map. The empathy map shown here is a template. You can find this and all other diagrams and forms at forrealbook.org/PDFS. Please draw out the chart and write your answers in your own notebook. In order to feel loved and valuable, what does, name of the child you are thinking of, need to hear, say, feel, do, see, and learn? And now, please create a SMART goal. SMART goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound to make one specific element of this empathy map a reality. It might be difficult to choose just one child and one area of focus. I encourage you to resist the urge to rush. You can make empathy maps for as many children as you want and create as many SMART goals for each as your heart desires. Just please do it one child at a time, one goal at a time. This is the work of a lifetime. Take the time to be thoughtful about how you share the gift of you. We can take inspiration from the Maasai people, whose traditional greeting is, "And how are the children?" The response, given even by warriors who do not have children of their own, is, "All the children are well." When we extend ourselves and commit to nurturing our children's spiritual growth, when we invest in their joy, their well-being, and their freedom to be for real, we ensure that we are creating a world where all the children are indeed well. Thank you again for taking this journey and for everything you do for children every day. A note of gratitude. A debt of gratitude is a phrase that has always baffled me. Debt weighs us down. Gratitude helps our spirits soar. As I finish For Real, I am positively euphoric with gratitude to everyone who has made this book and all the work that has led up to it possible. This is a journey that has taken over 15 years. Please indulge me as I acknowledge all the wonderful people who have played a part in it. My wife, Sarah, has offered me steadfast emotional and practical support from the moment I began to dream of the Guild. Our daughter, Rosie, who came along a little later, became a wonderful teacher for me in what it means to be a caring adult. Gus, the dog, who joined the family right before the pandemic, has made sure I get regular exercise and remember to play and laugh. Many friends and colleagues helped clarify ideas, test concepts, and refine approaches as we began to develop our programs. The men in my men's group were a special source of support and inspiration. The board of directors of the Guild, from the moment we began to articulate the organizational mission and structure, and every day since, has been visionary and innovative, generous with time, talent, and treasure, and loving, trusting, and supportive. A family of incredibly generous people and institutions has provided a strong financial foundation that has allowed us to grow, evolve, learn, adapt, and thrive even in the most difficult times. Children and families put their trust in us, even as a very young organization, and joined in creating and enlivening unique creative communities where children shared their stories and supported each other in growing and having fun. And schools and other partners welcomed us in and offered opportunities to work with their constituents. An amazing community of educators, parents, researchers, and practitioners in a wide range of fields has come together to help shape the ideas and practices of our authenticity-focused approach to children's development. Many gifted and dedicated staff and consultants contributed to the design and growth of the programs. I am particularly grateful to everyone who has contributed their thoughts and voices to For Real. Among them are children and adults, both who participated in our programs and those whom I interviewed for the book, who wanted to have their names used along with their words. There are also some composite portraits based on the experiences of a number of people. Finally, there is writing that is not attributed by name to protect people's privacy. I want to say a special thank you to each person who has contributed a featured perspective, and to those whose ideas have shaped the book. Finally, I would like to thank the whole team at Page 2 Books, who have been thoughtful and attentive partners. This has been For Real, helping children remain their authentic selves in a limiting world. Written by Alexander Kopelman, narrated by Marcos O'Rourke. Copyright 2026 by Alexander Kopelman and the Children's Arts Guild, Incorporated. Production copyright 2026 by Alexander Kopelman. Audiobook production by Twin Flame Studios. Published by Page 2.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.